Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had an Overpowered Guardian Brother? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was almost spring and the cherry trees were beginning to bloom. It was still a bit chilly, but not enough for a heavy coat and scarf, so they wore a long-sleeve shirt. After leaving school, they decided to walk and see what Japan had in store. Compared with America, Japan felt more peaceful. The atmosphere and culture appealed to them, and the shrines were beautiful. The streets were colorful, full of Japanese characters they barely understood but that caught their attention. They liked colorful things. They wandered for about 30 minutes. As the sun began to set and they started back toward their uncle's house, a curious bookstore to their right drew their attention. Something about the shop felt compelling, so they shrugged and went inside. The shelves were filled mostly with anime manga. An elderly woman greeted them warmly and asked what had brought them there. They explained that they had stumbled upon the place out of curiosity. The shopkeeper noted that few people read physical books these days, since most read on their phones, especially younger generations. They smiled and said they still read sometimes. The woman laughed softly and said she was glad someone still enjoyed printed books. They asked about Naruto manga. The woman pointed to the back right corner and indicated the section clearly. At the Naruto section they found the complete collection and even DVDs of the show. Their hand brushed the first volume and another book tumbled from the rack and struck the floor. A different Naruto volume that looked unlike the others. They picked it up. The cover showed a young Naruto and the title read Big Bro. There was no author or back cover information. They suspected it might be a piece of fan fiction. When they opened to the first chapter, the pages were blank. Confused, they muttered that there were no pictures or words. As they considered closing the book, a small vortex formed on the pages. Startled, they dropped the volume. The vortex expanded and began to pull at them. Their limbs went rigid with fear, unable to move. A girl's voice said they were free, and a gentle but insistent force pushed them toward the swirling light. The world spun around them, the air tightened, and their sight went black. They woke on the ground with a scream, then realized they were alone and felt embarrassed. Sitting up, they took in their surroundings and realized they were in the middle of a forest. They demanded to know who had put them there, but no one answered. Forcing themselves to calm down, they decided to figure out their location later and followed a trail until it opened onto a large green gate. Recognition hit them. They realized they might be in Konoha. At the village entrance, two men stopped them. One set a hand against them to halt them and asked for their business. They recognized the men as Izumo and Kotetsu and wondered whether this was real or a cosplay, so they played along to avoid suspicion. They explained politely that they wished to see the Hokage and that it was important. Izumo questioned why they wanted to speak with the Hokage and whether they had an appointment. They replied that their reasons were private and assured them they meant no harm. The two exchanged glances and agreed to let them proceed. Kotetsu suggested an ANBU escort, but they declined and insisted they would go to the Hokage's office alone and would not cause trouble. Izumo warned that the village would be watching. Before they left, Izumo asked if they had met before, saying they looked familiar. They answered vaguely and repeated that they needed to see the Hokage immediately. Once the two men were out of sight, they breathed a sigh of relief and reflected that the encounter had been close. They also wondered again whether they had actually met those men before, then set the thought aside and continued through the village, noting how peaceful everything felt. I was already certain I was going to love this place, but I still wondered how I had ended up here. Looking up, I spotted the Hokage monument and the carved faces of the first through fourth Hokage. I stared at the fourth's face and felt an unexpected sadness, a memory stirring of what had happened to him. For a moment I tried to place the time period I was in. A short distance away, an angry crowd chased a small boy carrying a bundle of sticks. Curious, I followed until the mob crowded the alley and halted. One of the crowd accused the boy, demanding punishment and calling him a demon. Others joined in, echoing cruel threats. The boy pleaded with the crowd not to hurt him, and the pleading turned to a scream when a member of the mob struck him. I pushed through the crowd and stepped in front of the boy to face them. A man from the mob demanded who I was. I scowled and challenged them about what they were doing to the child. The crowd insisted the boy was a demon who had killed villagers and claimed he did not deserve to live. I told them the boy did not seem a threat and that their cruelty was the true problem. They laughed and mocked me, then rushed forward with sticks. One assailant charged and swung his stick. I moved without hesitation and caught the stick, surprising everyone. I disarmed him, shoved him back, and began to defend myself. The rest of the crowd attacked, but their blows were easily deflected as I moved to protect the boy. The fight played out like an over-the-top action scene. The attackers were quickly overwhelmed and fled in fear. When the alley fell silent, I muttered that nobody hurt a child and got away with it. The attackers scattered, leaving only the boy and me. The boy had been pressed into the shadow of the building, so I could not see his face at first. I moved closer and spoke calmly to reassure him that I would not hurt him and that the others were gone. As the shadow lifted, I could see the boy's blue eyes, blonde hair, and the distinctive whisker-like marks on his cheeks. A name clicked in my head: Naruto. The boy begged not to be hurt, hands held up and tears on his face. He looked battered, with bruises and scrapes across his body and a noticeable wound on his forehead. From where I stood, it was clear he had been through a difficult ordeal. In that instant I understood I had arrived after the sacrifice of Minato and Kushina. Naruto had already suffered a great deal. I crouched to his level and reached toward his head, which made him flinch and press his hands forward in fear. I reassured him gently and ruffled his hair until his expression calmed. Then I asked him his name. He responded that he was Naruto Uzumaki. I told him it was nice to meet him and asked if he had any parents or someone who cared for him. Naruto shook his head and lowered his gaze, saying he did not know his parents and had no one to look after him. I asked if he could return home by himself, and he admitted he was afraid of being beaten again. I offered to bring him home. Naruto brightened and climbed onto my chest, hugging me tightly. I hugged him back, picked him up, and told him to hang on as I carried him toward his house. At his door, I asked for his key and he handed it over. Inside, the home was sparsely furnished and plainly bare, which made me feel sorry for how alone he lived. I led him to his small room and laid him on the bed, telling him not to go anywhere while I looked for something to treat his injuries. In the bathroom I found bandages, clean cloths, ointment, and disinfectant. I gathered the supplies and returned to Naruto. I examined his wounds and noted several bruises and small cuts. His forehead bore a particularly noticeable mark. I told him I needed to check for anything else and asked him to take off his shirt to make that easier. He hesitated but nodded and slowly removed his shirt, revealing more bruises and scrapes. I steadied myself and kept calm, determined to help him. Yukine reached for the disinfectant alcohol and poured a little onto a clean cloth. He told Naruto that the disinfectant would sting but promised to be as gentle as possible and asked him to say if he wanted to stop. Naruto gulped and nodded. Yukine breathed slowly and began to clean the wounds, working carefully and without graphic detail. Naruto's expression showed pain, and he fought to hold back tears. After several minutes, Yukine finished cleaning and applied bandages to the cuts and the wound on Naruto's head, and he smoothed some ointment over the bruised areas. When he put Naruto's shirt back on, Naruto drifted to sleep partway through the treatment. Yukine used the quiet moment to look around the apartment. It was worn but better than sleeping on the streets, small and tidy enough for one person. The kitchen held only a small refrigerator, a table, and a battered chair. The walls were marked, the floor dusty, and empty ramen cups were stacked in a corner. The refrigerator contained only spoiled milk, and more discarded cups sat on top. It was far from ideal. He returned to the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as he ran a hand over Naruto's hair. Naruto was still young and managing life on his own, and he seemed to have grown used to harsh treatment from others. Yukine could not leave him like this. He considered asking the Hokage to appoint him as Naruto's guardian. As Yukine prepared to leave, Naruto began to wake. Naruto asked where Yukine was going while curling into his pillow. Yukine explained that he was going to gather more supplies for Naruto's wounds. Naruto's face fell briefly, and Yukine leaned down to reassure him, saying he would be back soon. Naruto returned a small smile. When Yukine opened the door, Naruto asked for his name. Yukine replied that his name was Yukine Narukami. Yukine felt relieved that he had found Naruto after arriving in Konoha. It could have been much worse if he had ignored the commotion. He made his way to the Hokage's office, rehearsing how to explain himself. He worried that claiming to be from another world would draw suspicion and a harsh interrogation, so he resolved to be careful with the truth and hoped the Hokage would understand why he was there. Standing at the third Hokage's door, Yukine took a deep breath and knocked firmly. He heard the Hokage invite him in and opened the door to see the Hokage at his desk, working through paperwork. When the Hokage finally looked up and set his pen down, he smiled and told Yukine not to be shy and to come in. Yukine entered the office and bowed respectfully. The Hokage said he had time and asked what Yukine wanted to discuss. The Hokage then mentioned that Yukine looked familiar and asked if they had met before. Yukine admitted he might not be certain. The Hokage asked for his name. Yukine gave his name as Yukine Narukami and rose from his bow. The Hokage reacted with a strange, stunned expression and repeated the name. Yukine asked if something was wrong. The Hokage moved from thought to shock, quickly coming to stand in front of him and asking in disbelief if it was truly him. The Hokage explained that he had seen Yukine disappear into another dimension years ago. He described Yukine as a prodigy of Konoha who had saved many lives and had used a jutsu to travel to another world after repeated attempts had been made to kidnap him. Yukine was stunned and confused, unable to reconcile the Hokage's memories with his own. The Hokage asked where Yukine had been and how he had returned. Yukine interrupted, insisting that there must be a misunderstanding and that the Hokage had the wrong person. The Hokage asked if Yukine truly did not remember. Yukine apologized and said he had no idea what the Hokage was talking about. The Lord Hokage suggested that I might have mistaken someone else. He looked at me for a few seconds, then opened a file drawer, pulled out a specific file, and handed it to me, noting that it might refresh my memory. I felt confused as I opened it. At first I hesitated, but curiosity pushed me on. When I saw the contents, I was completely stunned. The file listed my name as Yukine Narukami, my nickname as the Prodigy, my age as 8, my rank as Jonin, and my clan as the Narukami clan, marked deceased due to a disaster. My location was listed as Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village, and my status was marked MIA-KIA. I wondered how they could have a picture of me as a child, how I could have been a Jonin, and what it meant for my clan to be gone. I was about to close the file when I turned the page and found a biography. The Lord Hokage explained that Yukine Narukami had been a young member of the Narukami clan and a shinobi from Konoha. The file stated that the Narukami clan had been wiped out in an unknown disaster, and that Yukine had been the sole survivor. An ANBU Black Ops member from Konoha had saved him. According to the file, Yukine possessed abilities that set him apart: extraordinary ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, and an unusual affinity for multiple chakra natures. He had rescued civilians and defeated bandits and rogue shinobi, earning the title the Prodigy of Konoha. The file also said that many rogue ninjas sought his power, putting him high on bounty lists, and that he had developed a jutsu that allowed him to hide by slipping into another world. The file went on to say that the Hidden Leaf had presumed Yukine KIA or MA after the Nine Tails attacked the village. My hands began to shake and my lips trembled. I told myself this couldn't be real, that I didn't belong here, that I couldn't possibly have had a different life in this world. When I flipped another page, a photograph caught my eye. It showed me with Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Kushina, and the third Hokage. I was sitting on Minato's shoulders while Minato smiled, I grinned, and Kushina laughed and reached to steady me. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the third Hokage looked on with warm smiles. A tear slipped from my eye and I wondered why I was crying. The Lord Hokage told me that the ANBU who found me had been Minato Namikaze, and that Minato and his wife Kushina Uzumaki had adopted me. He explained that they had raised me as their son. Tears poured down my cheeks at the revelation that I truly belonged to this world. A sharp pain struck my mind as memories began to surface, forcing me to drop the file. I clutched my head as fragments rushed in all at once. The Lord Hokage asked in alarm what was wrong and moved to steady me. I felt the pain and the memories crashing through me, surviving my clan's disaster, quiet moments playing with Minato and Kushina in the park, and brief, loving words that echoed in my mind, "We love you, Yukine." The visions faded, and I slowly opened my eyes to find myself back in the Hokage's office. A few drops of sweat rested on my palms. My vision cleared as I steadied myself. The Lord Hokage looked worried and urgently asked if I was all right. I remembered what the younger me had called him and couldn't help chuckling as I told him I was fine, and I called him Wrinkles. He was stunned and asked if I remembered who he was. I nodded and told him that I remembered everything. He was so relieved that he hugged me, and I returned the embrace, grateful for the acceptance I felt even though Minato and Kushina were gone. After they released me, I said that I remembered why I had come. There was something I needed to discuss. The Lord Hokage asked what had happened. I told him that I wanted to adopt someone. He was surprised and questioned whether I was too young, but I insisted it was more like becoming the boy's guardian. I said that age did not matter. I was determined to take care of this child. When the Lord Hokage asked who the boy was, I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and said that his name was Naruto Uzumaki. The Lord Hokage reacted with surprise at the name. I explained that I wanted to adopt Naruto as my little brother, even if that made little sense technically. The Lord Hokage warned that it might not be a good idea and raised concerns about how the villagers might react to me if I publicly took Naruto in, given my past and the risks involved. I told him that they would have to deal with it. I reminded him that Minato had saved my life and raised me as his son, and I wanted to return the favor by taking care of Minato's child. I told him I had seen an angry mob harassing Naruto, leaving him injured, and that I had found him with visible bruises and marks. My expression hardened as I asked the Lord Hokage to allow me to take the boy in, to protect, train, and help him become strong enough to care for himself, and to leave the village with me if necessary. The Lord Hokage looked at me as if I were proposing something impossible and could only respond with a stunned, incredulous question about how I expected that to work. Yukine begged the Hokage to hear him out before any conclusions were drawn. He understood the doubts and the appearance of a risky plan, but he could not leave Naruto to be bullied and hurt every day without someone by his side. Yukine explained that Naruto needed someone strong to look after him and prepare him, because he had an uneasy feeling that something bad might happen in the near future involving the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto. The Hokage responded with surprise and asked if someone might try to take the Nine Tails. Yukine admitted he could not be certain, only that he had a strong feeling it might be true, and that was precisely why Naruto needed training, not just for his own sake but to protect the village as well. Yukine made it clear this was for Naruto and for Konoha. The Hokage took a long moment to consider before agreeing. He asked how long the training would take, and Yukine replied that it would last until Naruto was 12 years old. When the Hokage confirmed the 4-year plan, he placed 2 conditions on his approval. Yukine must bring Naruto home and never leave his side, acting as a true older brother. Yukine bowed with gratitude and accepted the adoption papers. The Hokage reminded him that, though they were not related by blood, the new arrangement would make their bond official. Yukine signed the papers and promised to do everything he could to prepare Naruto for what lay ahead. The Hokage waved him off as Yukine left the office, sensing that things were about to change. Yukine resolved to make life better for Naruto. Later, as Yukine walked back to Naruto's small apartment, his mind replayed the meeting. He could hardly believe he had adopted Naruto. Although he was already a stepbrother to Naruto through Minato's earlier actions, making it official felt important. Yukine wanted Naruto to have peace instead of hatred and loneliness from the villagers. He could not understand why people saw Naruto only as the Nine Tails and blamed him for the village's past suffering. Yukine promised himself he would protect Naruto no matter what it took and give him a better life. A flashback then came to him. As a child, Yukine had called hopelessly for help amid destruction. Smoke filled the air and rubble lay everywhere. He struggled to move, overwhelmed and weak, and the scene felt silent and unreal. A voice cut through the chaos. A man with yellow hair, wearing a green vest and a headband, announced he had found a little boy and urged everyone to bring a medic. The man cradled Yukine carefully and ran toward aid, telling him to hang on. Yukine heard the man's reassurances drift away as everything went black. 2 days later, Yukine regained consciousness in a medical room. A doctor informed him that his condition was stable and that his wounds had been treated. The doctor explained that smoke inhalation had been the main concern and that he would need a few days of care to recover fully. The doctor also praised the man who had found him for bringing him in quickly. Yukine saw the man who had rescued him standing nearby and felt relief. The man who had helped save him expressed how glad he was that Yukine had been found. The doctor asked how Yukine was feeling, and Yukine asked what had happened. The doctor described the disaster and reassured him that he would receive the care he needed. The rescuer remained at his side, watching over him as he began to heal. Minato pointed at the yellow hair and explained that the man had saved my life. He walked beside me and smiled, asking if I was feeling better. I nodded slowly, and he chuckled before asking my name. I stuttered that my name was Yukine Narukami. Minato introduced himself as Minato Namikaze and said he had found me after the disaster and brought me here. He asked if I remembered what had happened. I thought back and recalled my clan falling apart. My home had been destroyed by something. When Minato asked if I had any parents or relatives, I remembered what had happened to them and could only stammer that they had died in the destruction. Tears came to my eyes and Minato put a hand on my head. He expressed his sympathy, and I let my emotions out, sobbing until I fainted. I heard Minato call my name before everything went silent. The flashback ended and my head snapped back to reality. I clutched my head and looked around. I had returned to Konoha. Looking down, I noticed a wet spot on my cheek and realized I had been crying. The unexpected flashback left me unsettled, and the tears continued to fall. I tried to contain myself, but the feelings were overwhelming and I began to sob heavily. Some minutes later, after collecting myself, I stood in front of Naruto's door. I sighed and went inside his room. Naruto was sitting on his bed, looking out the window with a sad expression. He brightened when he saw me, jumped up, and hugged me, calling my name with excitement. I was surprised at first, then smiled and patted his head. I asked if he had been waiting for me, and he confirmed that he had thought it was like a dream but was glad it was real. I noticed his wounds had healed and he explained that he recovered quickly from injuries and joked that he might have special abilities. I thought about the Nine Tails as the likely reason for his fast healing and admired how remarkable it was. Naruto pointed out that I had been crying and asked if something had happened. I told him not to worry and said it was probably allergies. Then I told Naruto that I needed to take him to see the Hokage right away. He looked concerned and asked if he had done something wrong, and I assured him he had not. The Hokage wanted to speak with him about something important that also involved me. Naruto admitted he was a little scared, and I promised I would be with him. He smiled, nodded, and reached for my hand. We left the apartment together. On the walk to the Hokage Tower, villagers avoided us and looked at me as if I were dangerous. Their hostile stares made Naruto nervous. He squeezed my hand tightly and stayed close behind me. We finally arrived at the office feeling uneasy. When I opened the door, the Hokage was standing by the window with his hands behind his back. He turned and greeted Naruto kindly. Naruto asked why the Hokage had wanted to see him. The Hokage invited us to sit and reminded Naruto of a story he had once told about a boy known as the prodigy of Konoha, who had helped the villagers and possessed an exceptional technique. He then asked if Naruto knew the boy, pointing at me. Naruto recognized me and described how I had saved him from the villagers by fighting them off. The Hokage then asked if Naruto wanted to meet the prodigy of Konoha. Naruto asked where the prodigy was. The Hokage and I exchanged a brief, amused look, and I told Naruto that he had already met him. Naruto asked when, and I reminded him that it was the boy who had saved him from those villagers. Naruto's excitement shifted to shock as he realized the truth. I introduced myself properly as Yukine Narukami, the prodigy of Konoha. The Hokage then explained that the reason he had called Naruto was because I wanted to adopt him as my brother. Naruto was stunned and asked if I really wanted to adopt him. I confirmed that I did and told him I wanted him to be part of my family. Naruto asked, with a darkened expression, why I would want to adopt someone he called a monster. I replied that Naruto was not a monster. I wanted to adopt a boy who deserved love and care, and I asked if he wanted me to be his older brother. Naruto appeared on the verge of tears. He looked at me and then threw himself into my arms, hugging me tightly. As he hugged me, his sorrow and pain began to ease, and I felt his heartbeat steady beside mine. Heart beating slowly and gently, Yukine let go of Naruto and told him that he had something important to say. Naruto wiped his tears and looked at him with confusion. Yukine explained that if he adopted Naruto, they would have to leave Konoha for a while. Naruto asked why. Yukine hesitated, then reminded him that he wanted to become Hokage. Naruto confirmed that he wanted to be Hokage so everyone would look up to him. Yukine told Naruto that he believed he would become Hokage, but they needed to leave so Yukine could train him and give him a head start. He emphasized that to be Hokage one had to be strong enough to protect the village and ready for anything. Naruto looked into Yukine's eyes and nodded, saying that he wanted to be strong to become Hokage and agreeing to go, calling Yukine Big Bro. Yukine's heart skipped when Naruto used that name. It reminded him of the book he had found and made him wonder whether this Naruto was like the one in that book and who had written it. Yukine told Naruto to grab his things and meet him at the front gate. Naruto nodded and left the office. The Hokage then asked Yukine whether he was sure about the decision. Yukine answered that Naruto did not need to suffer any longer and did not deserve harsh treatment because of the beast inside him. The Hokage said he did not regret his decision and asked Yukine to take good care of Naruto. Yukine promised the Hokage that he would protect Naruto with his life, bowed, and left the office. Afterward, Yukine went to several shops to gather supplies. He bought kunai, shuriken, and multiple scrolls, then picked up vegetables and fruits to encourage healthier eating, along with some instant ramen bowls as a small reward for Naruto after training. He could hardly believe. He had adopted his favorite character from his favorite anime and that this new life might be a fresh start after his past life. Once his errands were done, Yukine went to the front gate and waited for Naruto. He placed his bags down, leaned against the gate, and checked his pocket to find his MP3 player. He put in his earphones and listened to some soothing love songs while waiting. I was lip-syncing to some songs when Naruto appeared, carrying a backpack. I smiled at him because he looked cute with it. I took out my earphones and asked if he was ready to go. Naruto kept his gaze on the ground and seemed upset. I bent down to his height and asked if something was wrong. He looked up at me, then back at the village, and a flood of emotion made me feel guilty. I stood there, unsure what to say, and waited for him to speak. I knew this was his home and that he might be feeling homesick. Naruto stammered that he did not know if he wanted to leave the village. I walked to his side and asked if he loved the village. He nodded and said it was his home, where he had been born, but his smile faded as his eyes filled with tears and his hands clenched. He explained that the villagers hated him, that they would attack him whenever they saw him out, and that he did not understand why they did those things. He cried that he was just a child and had not done anything wrong, and he asked why they called him a demon. I could not stand seeing him like that. I pulled him into a hug and held him as he cried against my shoulder, sobbing loudly. I stroked his back to calm him and told him I understood how he felt. Naruto let go and looked at me, confused, and I explained that when I had been around his age I had been alone as well. Nobody wanted to talk to me or be near me. I had pulled pranks in a desperate attempt to get attention, but that only made things worse. People saw me as a troublemaker. I told him that I had been in the same situation, so I knew what his loneliness felt like. He seemed surprised that he was not the only one who had felt so alone. I wiped the tears from his cheeks and placed my hand on his head, telling him that he reminded me of myself and that he was not the only one carrying that pain. Naruto began to cry again. I wrapped him in another hug and told him that everything would be all right. I promised that from that day forward I would protect him, that I would never let anyone hurt him again, and that I would be by his side for as long as I lived, not just as a guardian, but as his big brother. He looked back at the village, closed his eyes, and nodded, promising that he would be there when I needed him, big brother. I was a little surprised but smiled at his kind heart. I picked up our belongings and his, asked if he was ready, and he grinned and took my hand. We left Konoha without looking back. Once we were far enough away, Naruto's new journey began. It was time to give him a better, happier life. About a year after we left the village, Naruto had improved markedly. His ninjutsu had reached an above-average level and his taijutsu was strong. His genjutsu was not as good, but his combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu suited him better. His knowledge and understanding had also grown. He had struggled in class with Iraka-sensei at first, but his intelligence improved over time. When I told him he needed to study more, he pouted, but I persuaded him by promising ramen as a reward. The promise worked immediately, and he began to study earnestly. I was also curious about my own abilities in this world. I practiced jutsu and discovered a surprising amount of power inside me. I had never fought in my life, but when I began to train, my body fell into the flow of strikes and kicks, and it felt natural and strong. We were in a forest somewhere in the Land of Fire while I watched Naruto practice his ninjutsu. He was having fun doing transformation techniques. After a while he came over and sat beside me, panting for breath. I praised him and told him he seemed almost ready for the next stage, and Naruto cheered, pumping his fist in the air. I decided we should stop for the day and head to a small village nearby where we could rest. We packed our things and started walking, but Naruto then paused and looked thoughtful. I asked if something was wrong. He hesitated and wondered aloud whether it would be okay to go into the village looking the way he did, worried that people might recognize him as the boy they feared. I asked if he meant visiting the village as himself, and he nodded. I admitted that he did have a point. There might be villagers who knew Naruto as the Nine Tails. Yukine suggested to Naruto that he transform and change his appearance. Naruto looked up and asked about changing his appearance. He made a hand sign and attempted a transformation that Yukine immediately forbade. Naruto then performed another transformation. Smoke billowed around him and cleared to reveal a different appearance. His hair changed from blonde to red, his eyes became a grayish color, and the whisker marks on his cheeks were gone, giving him a strong resemblance to Kushina. Naruto grinned, pleased with the result, and Yukine approved it with a smile. Yukine thought of a name and offered Yuta. Naruto looked a little puzzled but smiled and accepted the name. Yukine ruffled his hair and confirmed the choice, and Naruto eagerly climbed onto Yukine's back for a piggyback ride. Yukine almost lost balance but managed to steady them both, and they walked toward the village together. Naruto's weight was noticeable, but his cheerful smile gave Yukine strength and confidence. About 20 minutes later they reached the village. Naruto had fallen asleep on Yukine's back and had left a small spot of drool on Yukine's shoulder. The village was small and peaceful. Yukine found an inn and approached the front desk, where a young woman greeted them and then paused, staring with a hint of recognition. The clerk apologized and explained that Yukine looked familiar, like someone who had once helped her escape a group of bandits when she had been a child. She recalled that the helper had been a small boy around her age who handled the situation with surprising skill. When Yukine asked if she remembered the boy's name, the clerk could not recall it but said people had referred to him as the prodigy of Konoha and that rumors later claimed he had been killed or had disappeared. Yukine noted the detail quietly and changed the subject to request a room. The clerk handed a clipboard to sign, and Yukine provided a false name before receiving the room key. Before leaving, the clerk asked if Naruto was Yukine's son, and Yukine explained that they were travelers planning to stay a few days. The clerk found Naruto adorable and offered help if they needed anything. In their room, Yukine set Naruto on the bed and let him continue sleeping. Naruto smiled in his sleep, and Yukine lay down beside him, resting Naruto's head on Yukine's arm. Yukine kissed Naruto's forehead and closed their eyes. The next day Yukine and Naruto explored the village together. Naruto occasionally altered his appearance to match the people around them, and they visited several food stalls. Yukine was relieved that no one recognized Naruto's true identity. At one point Yukine realized Naruto was no longer beside them. After a brief search through the market, worry began to rise, and Yukine called out the false name they had given earlier. A voice answered from behind them, and when Yukine turned, they saw Lady Tsunade standing with her hands on Naruto's shoulders. Yukine registered Tsunade as one of the legendary Sannin and felt a wave of shock when Tsunade stepped forward and, looking closely at Yukine, spoke their name. A rush of memories from childhood flooded back. At age 5, Yukine had been at the park with their parents, playing tag while their mother watched and smiled. Footsteps approached, and a woman with light blonde hair and a distinctive mark on her forehead had appeared, drawing attention and beginning a memory that reached into the present. My father remarked that he had thought Tsunade was at a casino as she looked at her unexpectedly. Tsunade explained that she had almost gone there until she heard rumors that he had adopted someone and had come to see for herself, asking if the boy before them was the one. I grew shy and hid behind my father when she looked at me. My father introduced me as Yukine Narukami and mentioned that I tended to be quiet around strangers, then urged me to greet Lady Tsunade. I blushed fiercely and looked away, unsure what to say. I managed a quick hello before retreating behind my father. Tsunade laughed softly at my shyness and reassured me that she did not bite. I stepped forward slowly. She smiled and I offered a small smile in return. I complimented her shyly about how pretty she looked, which surprised her and made her smile as she gently ruffled my hair. Tsunade thanked me, pleased, and from that moment she and I formed a strong bond. Years later, Tsunade stared in shock and asked if I was really Yukine. I smiled and nodded. I told her it was good to see her again. Tsunade then tackled me into a warm hug. I was startled but returned the embrace, sensing quiet emotion beneath her composure as she released me and asked where I had been. I said it was hard to explain, knowing I could not easily tell her about the technique I had developed. She commented that she had not seen me in years and asked how old I was now. I told her that I was 15. Tsunade murmured that it had been 7 years since that day and then turned her attention to the other boy nearby, asking who he was. I introduced him as Yuta, my adopted younger brother. Tsunade expressed surprise that I had adopted a child. I said that it was complicated and asked if they could speak privately so I could explain better. They agreed, and Naruto, who was the child, took my hand as we moved to a quiet place. We decided to continue the conversation in my hotel room. Once there, I asked Naruto to show his true form. Tsunade looked confused at first, but Naruto hesitated and then released the transformation technique he had been using. Smoke swirled briefly and cleared, revealing his true appearance. Tsunade's face filled with astonishment when she realized who I had adopted. I asked Naruto to go to his room for a moment so that Lady Tsunade and I could discuss the situation privately. He complied, and once he was upstairs I explained everything about why I had adopted him. I told Tsunade that I had not wanted Naruto to have a rough life in Konoha as a child. I wanted him to have the courage to become the greatest ninja the village had seen and to strive to surpass even the Hokages, including our father. Tsunade closed her eyes and smiled, expressing understanding and approval of my decision. I bowed in thanks and she waved off the formality, telling me not to be so stiff with her. I complimented her on still being beautiful since I last saw her, and she blushed lightly, teasing me that she had not heard such a comment from me since I was small. Tsunade said she had been visiting places with an apprentice, and I guess she had been gambling and drinking a little, which she admitted with a grin. Our conversation was interrupted when a woman burst into the room looking for Tsunade and then froze on seeing me. The woman introduced herself as Shizune and apologized for barging in, explaining that she had been searching for Lady Tsunade. I told her not to worry and invited her to call me Yukine instead of using formalities. Shizune introduced her small companion, Taunton, who oinked cheerfully. I waved and greeted Taunton. At that moment I realized I had forgotten to fetch Naruto. When I called him he was still in his Yuta form and hid timidly behind me. Shizune cooed that he was adorable and asked who he was. I pushed Naruto forward and introduced him again as my adopted younger brother. Naruto gave a quiet hello and then retreated behind me. Tsunade asked to see Naruto train because she was curious about what I had taught him. I raised an eyebrow but agreed and asked Naruto if it was okay. He nodded shyly, and we all laughed as we went to a training field to begin. Tsunade watched closely, and by the end she was very impressed with Naruto's skills. She even assisted with his training, offering taijutsu instruction and helping him refine his movements. Her guidance proved to be a great help. Shizune took to Naruto immediately, enjoying playing with him and chatting while he warmed up to their company. I was glad to see Naruto settling into his comfort zone and getting along with them. Later, I walked through the shopping district with Lady Tsunade and noticed people staring at me with curiosity and surprise. Whispers followed us. People speculated that I might be the prodigy and compared my appearance to someone notable. The attention was unexpected, and I told Tsunade I could hardly believe I had become a famous ninja. She teased me about bragging, and I protested that I was only surprised by the fame. She smiled and said I was not like other ninjas. She explained that he possessed a special power no one else had. Yukine replied that he had heard that before and asked why him. Tsunade shrugged and offered a wild guess that someone from another dimension might have given him the ability. She then complimented Yukine on how he trained Naruto, noting that he had been teaching ninjutsu and taijutsu step by step and that Naruto was getting stronger. Yukine laughed and brushed it off, saying he was only teaching basic jutsu and that Tsunade deserved credit for helping with Naruto's taijutsu. Tsunade smiled and suggested they return to watch Shizune and Naruto. They walked back to the training area and found Naruto running away from Shizune, clearly playing tag. Yukine smiled at the sight and a memory snapped into his head. When he was a child, Yukine had been playing tag with Minato while Kushina watched with a smile. Minato had jokingly cheated by using his Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside him, which had made Yukine pout and blush when Minato teased him for being adorable. Kushina had called them to eat, and Minato had asked if Yukine wanted to go to Ichiraku for ramen. Yukine had happily hopped onto Minato's back and they had all laughed together as they walked to Ichiraku. The memory faded and tears welled in Yukine's eyes. He hadn't expected the simple sight of Naruto playing to bring back those warm moments with Minato and Kushina. Tsunade noticed and asked why Riki was crying, her voice worried. Yukine wiped his eyes and explained that watching Naruto reminded him of when he had been the same age. Tsunade fell silent, moved by his words. Yukine took a steadying breath and said that seeing Naruto happy made him feel good. It reminded him of his own childhood and made him understand why he had adopted Naruto. He had not adopted him only to protect him but because of what Naruto had been through growing up without parents, feeling alone and like an outcast. Yukine promised that would no longer be the case. He would always be by Naruto's side. Tsunade nodded and smiled in response. Naruto called out that Yukine could not catch him, and Yukine teased back as he chased after his little brother. Yukine vowed quietly that he would make Naruto's life better and that Naruto would never feel lonely again. The next day, Yukine gave Naruto the day off from training. Although Naruto wanted to keep practicing, Yukine decided a break was necessary so that Naruto's chakra would not be pushed to its limits. Yukine prepared breakfast with the intention of making healthy pancakes and milk, but he added chocolate chips as a special treat for the effort Naruto had put into his training. Naruto emerged from his room in pajamas and a hat, rubbing his eyes and yawning. He greeted Yukine groggily, and Yukine told him he had made breakfast. Naruto lit up at the sight of chocolate chip pancakes and gratefully dug in, proclaiming how good they were. Yukine admitted he did not cook often but was glad Naruto enjoyed the meal. Chocolate ended up smeared around Naruto's mouth, which made Yukine laugh. Noticing Yukine's amusement, Naruto smirked, scooped some melted chocolate, and tossed it toward Yukine. Yukine retaliated, and the chocolate fight quickly covered the kitchen, drawing complaints from the neighbors. After cleaning up and taking a shower, Yukine and Naruto decided to spend time with Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto brightened when he saw Shizune. Tsunade remarked that the day felt peaceful and asked Yukine how Naruto's training had been progressing. Yukine said that Naruto was improving a lot. Tsunade then asked about Yukine, and he explained that he had been practicing occasionally but was mainly focused on preparing Naruto for whatever challenges might come. Tsunade nodded as Yukine looked toward Shizune. I asked Shizune how things were when I arrived. Shizune replied that everything was fine and that she was glad I had brought Naruto, noting that he was very cute. Naruto protested, blushing and pouting at the attention. I chuckled and ruffled his hair, then told them that it was Naruto's day off and that I was taking him to the festival, and invited them to join. Shizune declined, explaining that she and a companion had important things to do for the day. I understood, promised Naruto we would go to the festival, and waved goodbye. Later that day at the festival, Naruto dragged me from stall to stall, eagerly sampling food. Thankfully I had enough money in my scroll because Naruto dove into everything he could find. After we finished eating, I suggested we play some games, and he agreed. We spent the afternoon playing a lot of games, and I was happy to see Naruto having so much fun. He usually missed out on village events, so it felt good to give him this experience. As night fell, we headed back to the hotel. I told him it was time to sleep since he had training early the next morning. He grinned and called me big bro before going to his room. I smiled and went to my own room to sleep. A couple of hours later, a scream woke me. I rushed to Naruto's room and found him tossing and turning, sweating and crying. I shook him awake and told him he was having a bad dream. He gasped, sat up, and then threw himself into my arms, sobbing and calling me big bro. He clung to me and said he had dreamed I had died and that someone had protected me while he had been helpless. I felt sorry for Naruto and held him tightly, telling him it had only been a nightmare and that I would not leave him. He asked if I promised, and I wiped his tears and promised that I would always be there for him. He smiled sadly and asked if he could sleep with me because he was scared to sleep alone. I smiled, agreed, and carried him to my room. We climbed into my bed and lay down together. Naruto snuggled against my chest while I wrapped an arm around him. He fell asleep after a few minutes, and I stayed awake watching him, my mind heavy with worry. I pulled him closer and vowed to never leave him. I couldn't sleep after the nightmare. I lay there beside Naruto, watching him sleep and thinking about his fear. As dawn rose, I quietly left the bed so as not to wake him. He was still asleep on the pillow, a little drool at the corner of his mouth. I wrote a short note explaining that I had gone out for a walk to clear my head and that I might speak with Lady Tsunade. I left the note on the table, changed into regular clothes, and stepped outside. The villagers stared as if I had returned from something grim, which made the place feel a little strange. I made my way to Lady Tsunade's room, knocked, and waited until she opened the door. Lady Tsunade greeted me and said my visit was out of the ordinary, mentioning that she was just drying her hair. I apologized for the early hour and asked if she had a moment because I needed to talk about Naruto. She invited me in. Meanwhile, Naruto woke and realized I was gone. He found the note on the end table and read that I had gone to speak with Lady Tsunade and that there was instant ramen in the kitchen if he was hungry, with a reminder to stay put until I returned. Confused about why I wanted to talk to Lady Tsunade so early, he ate the ramen and then lay back on my bed, staring at the ceiling. Yukine found it boring when there was nothing to do. He wondered if his little brother had anything to pass the time with. He saw Naruto's backpack and walked over. Curious, he opened it and emptied its contents onto the bed. Among a few odd items was a small music player labeled MP3 with a long wire and tiny earbuds. He pressed a button and a soft sound came from the wire. He put an earbud in and realized a man was singing through it. Later, Yukine sat with Lady Tsunade and recounted what had woken him. He had stirred from Naruto's tossing and turned to find Naruto thrashing on the bed, crying that he did not want his big brother to leave him. Yukine had shaken Naruto awake. When Naruto gasped awake, he had grabbed Yukine and hugged him. Yukine told Tsunade that Naruto had said Yukine had sacrificed himself to protect someone, and the memory left Yukine in tears. Tsunade reacted with surprise and then gentle firmness. She told Yukine he did not need to explain further and soothed him, insisting the nightmare would not come true. Tsunade reminded him that he was strong and that Naruto relied on him. She urged him never to give up protecting the boy at his side. Yukine accepted the comfort, promising himself he would never leave Naruto. On the walk back to his apartment, Yukine kept thinking about what Tsunade had said about being his godmother and decided he would ask her about it another time. When he arrived, he unlocked the door and called out for his little brother. A voice sang from inside the room. Curious, Yukine peeked in and found Naruto sitting on the floor with the small MP3 player tucked in his ear. Naruto was singing along softly to a heartfelt song about loss and remembrance, a tune about missing someone and holding on to memories until they could be reunited. The performance was so sincere and full of feeling that tears came to Yukine's eyes. Naruto noticed Yukine crying and panicked, quickly taking out the earbud and apologizing for using Yukine's things without asking. Yukine wiped his face and sat beside him, asking when Naruto had learned to sing. Naruto explained that he had heard the song and had started singing along, looking apologetic for taking the player without permission. Yukine reassured him that it was all right. He understood Naruto's boredom and meant no harm. Naruto then asked why Yukine was crying. Yukine smiled sadly and explained that the song had reminded him of someone very close to him, a person he had lost and cherished. Naruto asked if Yukine would tell him about that person. Yukine agreed and prepared to tell the story of his best friend. Naruto asked who she had been. Yukine chuckled and said he would tell a story about when he had been Naruto's age and had made his first friend. When Yukine was 8, he had spent an afternoon in the park sitting alone on a swing, watching other children play. He had not known how to reach out to someone and felt isolated. Naruto then interrupted, asking why Yukine had been sitting alone. He smiled at Naruto and said that he had been really shy when he was little. Naruto encouraged him to keep going. He sighed and looked down at his feet, thinking that he had always been too scared to talk to anyone. A girl approached and greeted him. He tried to say hello but could not find the words. The girl asked why he was alone and whether he wanted to play. He looked away and stammered that he was scared. She asked if he was afraid to play with the other children, laughed, and urged him to come with her. She took his hand, which made him blush, and dragged him around the playground until it was time to go. Before she left, she hugged him and asked his name. He answered that his name was Yukine. She introduced herself as Rin, said she hoped they could be friends, and hugged him once more. He blushed and felt unusually comfortable in her presence. She waved goodbye, called him Yuki-kun as she walked home, and he had the strong feeling they would meet again. After meeting Rin, he opened up and gained confidence. They spent a lot of time together over the next 6 years, meeting at the park where he would wait at the swings until she arrived. Naruto asked whether Rin had really made him happy, and he confirmed that she had. She was outgoing while he was reserved, but she had helped him feel better about himself. He hesitated, remembering what had happened next. Flashback: Ricky, age 14. He sat on the swings holding a rose, intending to confess his feelings. He waited for an hour and began to worry that she might not come. When Rin finally arrived, her face was drawn and wet with tears. He asked if she was okay and reminded her that he was her best friend. She shook her head and, after struggling to speak, told him that her family was moving away. He was stunned and felt his heart drop. She apologized through her tears and explained that her parents had no choice. He begged her not to leave, overwhelmed with emotion, and they hugged as she sobbed. After a brief, quiet moment, they confessed their feelings for each other and promised to remember one another. He presented the rose to Rin and asked her to keep it as a reminder of him whenever she felt lonely. She accepted it with a small, surprised smile and promised she would not lose it. They embraced one last time, exchanged words of love, and went their separate ways with the hope that they would meet again. Present. Tears fell down his cheeks as he remembered. Naruto wrapped his arms around him from behind, offering silent comfort while he sobbed. He had not thought about Rin for a long time, but the memory of her presence still made him ache. He longed to see her again and held on to the hope that one day they would. 3 years later, it was time to return to the village and Naruto was more than ready. He had watched Naruto grow stronger and happier over the past 3 years. Naruto's life had improved, and he had played a big part in that change. Naruto's appearance had changed as well. His hair had grown long like Minato's, and his clothes were different. As for himself, he had mastered many of the jutsu that Minato, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage had taught him when he was young. Those techniques were powerful and useful, but a mysterious jutsu noted in his profile still eluded him. It was difficult to learn and made little sense to execute, so he planned to consult the Hokage about it, hoping for answers. He now wore an orange shirt beneath a black and white hoodie bearing the Uzumaki symbol on the back, black ninja pants, and Yukine's old white sneakers. He also carried a kunai holster on his right leg. Yukine had changed appearance as well. Her blonde hair was long like Minato's and she was attractive. She wore a white long-sleeve shirt with the Narukami symbol on her left shoulder and the Uzumaki symbol on the back, olive ninja pants, and all-black shoes. She wore a fingerless glove on her left hand, a kunai holster on her right leg, and her whole right arm was wrapped in bandages. Yukine and Naruto packed their things and headed to Tsunade's house. When they arrived, Yukine knocked and waited. Tsunade opened the door and immediately hugged Yukine. She was neither sad nor angry. Tsunade apologized and said that she had simply wanted to hug Yukine because Yukine was heading back to the village. Yukine reassured her that this was not goodbye and that they would see each other again soon. Tsunade asked Yukine to be careful and to take care of Naruto, reminding Yukine that it was her responsibility to stay by his side. Yukine promised not to leave him. Tsunade accepted that answer and hugged Yukine again, wishing them a safe journey. Yukine reminded her not to drink or gamble too much, and Tsunade scoffed that that was unlikely. She hugged Naruto as well and asked him to take care of his big brother. Naruto responded enthusiastically to Tsunade. They waved each other goodbye and left. Shizune came up during the walk and embraced both of them, crying a little but comforted by the knowledge that they would meet again soon. After saying their goodbyes, they paused to look back at the village one last time before continuing toward Konoha. The walk toward the Leaf Village was quiet, so Yukine tried to make small talk with Naruto. Yukine asked if he was ready to go home. Naruto grinned and said he was excited to see the village again. Yukine pointed out that 3 years of training had passed and that Naruto was closer to becoming Hokage. She smiled with closed eyes. Naruto stopped and stared at the ground, then smiled. He acknowledged that Yukine, Tsunade, and Shizune had all helped and supported him, and he said that Yukine had been there for him from the start. Naruto explained that Yukine had given him something he had never felt before, what it was like to have someone who felt like family, someone who loved him like family, a brother who cared for and protected him. He told Yukine that he would never forget that second chance she had given him. Yukine was astonished and touched by his words. Naruto expressed that he loved Yukine as a brother. He hugged Yukine tightly. Yukine looked up at the sky with tears in her eyes, thinking of their parents and feeling grateful that Naruto loved her like family. After they let go, Naruto told Yukine that she had given him a second chance as well. Naruto said he was not alone anymore because he had Yukine, and he returned the sentiment that he loved her as family. They embraced again for a moment, then composed themselves and wiped away their tears. Yukine suggested they go home. Naruto leapt onto her back, heavy but laughing, and Yukine did not mind because their brotherly bond felt unbreakable. They continued down the dusty trail. Naruto complained that they had been walking for hours and asked if they were close. Yukine replied that they should be near home and that it was just a little farther. Naruto begged for a break and acted impatient, but Yukine teased him and then relented. From the distance, Yukine spotted a large green gate and pointed it out. Naruto excitedly urged them onward and jumped back onto Yukine's back. Yukine grinned and urged him to hold on tight, then dashed toward the front gate with Naruto laughing and holding tight. When they reached the gate, Yukine set Naruto down and approached Izumo and Kotetsu. A memory came back to Yukine. She, Izumo, and Kotetsu had been good buddies when they were little. That explained why they had asked a question earlier. Yukine smirked and told Naruto to wait for a bit. Naruto, confused at first, nodded. Yukine took a ski mask she had made while they were away and put it on, then walked toward Izumo and Kotetsu with her katana in hand. Izumo demanded to know who she was and what she wanted, and Kotetsu warned that what she suggested was not going to happen and took a battle stance. Yukine put on a deep voice and joked that she wanted their souls and that they would make a fine meal for her, then laughed at their surprised expressions. Izumo demanded an explanation, but Yukine laughed hysterically and told them to stop making that face, leaving them confused by the prank. Yukine steadied himself, sheathing his katana and removing his mask. He looked at Izumo and Kotetsu and chuckled, noting that they were still the same as before. Izumo reacted in shock, and Yukine introduced himself as the prodigy of Konoha. Izumo and Kotetsu moved forward and embraced him tightly, nearly cutting off his breath. They apologized as they released him and Yukine caught his breath, assuring them he was fine. Kotetsu asked what had happened to him, and Yukine replied that things were complicated and hard to explain at the moment. Both friends looked confused but relieved. Yukine changed the subject to ask how long it had been, and Izumo answered that it had been 4 years. Yukine pointed out that they had seen him years ago and asked whether they had recognized him then. Izumo explained that after Yukine had gone to see the Hokage, he and Kotetsu had wondered if it was really him but had doubted it. He was glad they had not told anyone they suspected him of being a spy, because if they had, it would have led to an interrogation with Ibiki. Yukine thanked them for staying quiet. Izumo then asked about the child standing behind Yukine. Yukine called Naruto over, and the boy walked forward. Izumo hesitated, wondering if it was the same child. From before, and Yukine confirmed that Naruto was his adopted younger brother. Izumo and Kotetsu were surprised that Yukine had adopted Naruto. Yukine said he would like to catch up more, but they needed to see the Hokage to let him know they were home. They walked with Yukine and Naruto toward the Hokage's office, wishing them a welcome home. As they prepared to go in, Yukine told Naruto to put on his hoodie and mask so no one would recognize him. Naruto told Yukine the same, pointing out that people would react strongly if they recognized him. Yukine agreed and put his mask on as they continued. Naruto suggested a prank on the Hokage to make the old man jump, and Yukine, amused, agreed and began to outline a plan to pull the prank. The Hokage was at his desk buried in paperwork, overwhelmed by the number of villagers seeking help. He wondered whether Yukine and Naruto, who had been traveling for 4 years, were on their way back and wanted to see how they had been. A small smoke device was tossed in through the window, filling the room with harmless smoke in an exaggerated, theatrical way. The Hokage backed away from the haze in surprise. As the smoke cleared, 2 figures stood in the center of the room, one wearing a demon mask and the other wearing a fox mask. The Hokage demanded to know what was happening and who they were. The boy with the demon mask declared that they wanted the Hokage's body for an experiment. The smaller boy in the fox mask added that they intended to take his power and ordered him to surrender and come with them, threatening to use force if he refused. The Hokage warned that he would call for reinforcements if they did not identify themselves. The 2 masked figures laughed nervously for a moment, then the older one urged the younger to stop, warning that they were taking it too far. They removed their masks, revealing themselves as Yukine and Naruto. The Hokage was stunned at the reveal. Yukine and Naruto announced that the prodigy of Konoha and the future Hokage had returned. The Hokage approached and embraced both of them warmly, scolding them playfully for frightening him and admitting that he would have given them a hard time if he had not recognized them. The Hokage asked how their training had gone. Yukine reported that Naruto's training had been a success, with his chakra and jutsu abilities at an excellent level. He said his own training had brought back skills he had not expected to regain, making him feel like his old self again. The Hokage asked if there was anything else they wanted to discuss. Yukine mentioned that he had met his godmother, Lady Tsunade, who they had found in a small village and who had been gambling again. The Hokage sighed, unsurprised, and said it sounded like they had enjoyed their travels and that they both looked well. To help them settle back in, the Hokage gave them money and the keys to a new apartment. Yukine accepted the keys and the envelope of money, surprised at how generous the gift was. Yukine attempted to return the money, but the Hokage waved it off and insisted they accept it as a welcome home present. Naruto thanked the Hokage with a grin, and Yukine expressed his gratitude before slipping the money into his pocket. The Hokage remarked that it was good to have them back where they belonged, and Yukine and Naruto bowed before walking out. The Hokage watched them with a fond expression, thinking they truly seemed like brothers and that Yukine had made the right choice in becoming the older brother. He also wondered who had the bright idea to prank him. After their visit with the Hokage, Yukine and Naruto headed to their apartment. It felt strange that the Hokage had given them so much money. Yukine resolved to keep quiet and accept it. Naruto bounded ahead, thrilled by the gift and full of energy. Yukine asked how it felt to be home again, and Naruto replied that he was happy, especially now that he had his older brother with him and no longer felt alone. Yukine smiled, and they continued walking. When Yukine's gaze fell on the Hokage monument and the Fourth's face, a wave of sadness washed over him as he thought of Minato and Kushina and wished they were there with them. Naruto noticed Yukine's downcast expression and offered a concerned look, but Yukine brushed it off, saying he was just absorbing the atmosphere. Naruto still seemed unsure, but they moved on toward their new apartment. When Yukine opened the front door, he was stunned by the modern, brand-new interior. Naruto rushed inside with wide eyes and delighted excitement, running around to find his room. Yukine smiled at how perfect the place was and thought that the Hokage had truly been generous. Naruto suddenly held his stomach. It gave an audible growl. He laughed nervously and admitted he was hungry. Yukine suggested they get something to eat and offered Naruto the choice. Naruto lit up and chose Ichiruk ramen, begging enthusiastically for them to go. Yukine agreed. Naruto hugged Yukine from behind in celebration and declared his affection, but Yukine reminded him that he would only be allowed 3 bowls. Naruto pouted and tried to persuade him, then proposed a bet, a race to Ichiraku. If Naruto lost, he would eat 3 bowls. If he won, he would eat 6. Yukine, surprised at Naruto's appetite, accepted the bet. They marked a starting line in the dirt and took their positions. They set off at a sprint, neck and neck, pushing themselves as fast as they could. They reached Ichiraku at the same moment. Their hands landed on the building together, and it was a draw. Yukine laughed and, deciding to be generous, told Naruto that since it was a tie and he had not had Ichiraku ramen in a while, he could have 6 bowls. Naruto cheered, his stomach rumbling again, and they went inside. A memory surfaced for Yukine. He remembered standing in front of Ichiraku with Minato as a child. Minato had explained that this was the place he and Yukine's mother used to eat and that it had been a favorite since their academy days. They had gone inside, and the owner, Tuchi, greeted Minato warmly and asked who the young boy was. Minato introduced Yukine as his adopted son, which surprised Tuchi. Minato explained that he had brought him here to make him eat the best ramen in Konoha as he picked the narrator up and set him on the stool. The ramen shop owner chuckled and offered to serve the usual. Minato requested 2 bowls, raising 2 fingers. Being back in the Leaf Village made the narrator feel like they truly belonged. The village felt like home, as if this was what life was supposed to be, peaceful and full of small everyday wonders. The narrator suspected someone had given them a second chance and wanted them to have the best life possible. After what had happened in the real world, the narrator had been alone. Nobody wanted to talk or spend time with them, not even their parents. They kept wondering if they had done something wrong, whether they deserved to live, and what their purpose was. The narrator wished for answers. A girl had put them here, or so they thought, and the voice that brought them to this place sounded vaguely familiar, like someone from their childhood. The narrator decided to set that mystery aside for now and focus on the present. It was very early, probably around 4 in the morning, and Naruto was going to the academy tomorrow. The narrator knew Naruto would pass the clone jutsu since they had trained him. The narrator did not feel like themselves. Overwhelmed by everything that had happened and by the strange situation, they took a shower, changed into regular clothes, and checked Naruto's room. Naruto was still asleep, likely dreaming of ramen again. The narrator smiled and left the apartment for a walk around the village. To avoid being noticed, the narrator used a transformation jutsu to appear as a random villager. They watched people opening shops, children playing, and everyone smiling. The village was peaceful. Looking up at the Hokage monuments, the narrator studied each face until Minato's came into view. A childhood memory flashed through their mind. As a child, the narrator had pointed at the monument and told Minato that it was his face on the mountain. Minato smiled and agreed. The child was excited and begged Minato to put their own face on the monument someday. Minato gently explained that a face belonged there for those who became Hokage, and when the child declared that they wanted to become Hokage to be strong and help people, Minato advised them to do well at the academy, be respectful to their sensei and peers, and protect what mattered most. When Minato asked what the important job of becoming Hokage was, the child answered that it was to protect the village from danger. Minato told the child that he believed they would become Hokage someday. The narrator wiped their eyes, feeling the weight of memories that were not truly theirs. They wished Minato and Kushina were alive to be with them and Naruto. Those imagined family moments made the narrator feel both comforted and sad. The memories deepened the sense of loss and confusion about why they had these flashbacks. The narrator climbed to the top of the monument, released the transformation jutsu, and watched the village as the sun rose. They reflected on the contrast between their real-world past and the life they now inhabited. They wished their real parents had been like Minato and Kushina, imagining how different and happier life might have been. Naruto called out, addressing the narrator as Big Bro, and the narrator turned slowly to find him standing there with a confused expression. The narrator told Naruto that they had thought he was still sleeping. Naruto explained that he had woken early, checked the narrator's room, and come looking because he was worried. The narrator suggested that Naruto should go back home and rest, but Naruto pressed, asking if something was wrong. The narrator tried to dismiss it, saying it was nothing, but Naruto persisted, noting that the narrator had been unusually quiet since they returned. Frustration built, and the narrator snapped, telling Naruto to leave them alone. Immediately, the narrator realized how harsh they had sounded. Naruto froze, shocked and hurt. He took a step back, eyes welling with tears, and accused the narrator of being like those people who had hurt him, calling the narrator a JRK as he ran away. The narrator chased after him and eventually caught him, wrapping their arms around Naruto from behind to stop him from fleeing. Naruto struggled, demanding to be released and insisting that the narrator hated him. He cried as he tried to pry free. The narrator tightened the embrace and pleaded with Naruto, explaining that they had not meant to yell. The narrator begged him to listen, insisting that they did care and asking for understanding. Naruto sobbed and gradually exhausted himself. His motions slowed and he stopped struggling. The narrator turned him around and put their arms around him again, holding him close. The narrator apologized, saying they truly had not meant to raise their voice and that they had been upset about things in their life. They admitted they had been a little depressed and needed Naruto to understand. Naruto asked if the narrator was sure and whether they really did not hate him. The narrator reassured Naruto that, of course, they did not hate him and begged for forgiveness, promising they were not like the people who had hurt him and that they never would be. Yukine hugged Naruto tightly and told him that he was his big brother and loved him like family, that Naruto was his baby brother and precious to him. Naruto apologized for making him angry. Yukine said there was no need to apologize for what he had not done. Yukine had been the one who yelled. He wiped Naruto's tears, rested his forehead against Naruto's with his eyes closed, and asked him not to cry because he was not angry. Naruto sniffled until he calmed down. The crying had exhausted him and he fell asleep on Yukine's shoulder. Yukine carried him home, holding him up and thinking about the strange feelings he had been experiencing. The next morning, Naruto burst into Yukine's room and loudly demanded that Yukine wake up because he was late. Yukine groaned and mumbled that he wanted to sleep a few more hours. Naruto suddenly tackled him off the bed, which made Yukine sit up in surprise. Naruto explained that Yukine's oversleeping had made him late for his first day back at the academy. Yukine laughed sheepishly, ruffled his hair, apologized, and said he would get changed. He told Naruto to wait and said they would teleport to the academy once he was ready. Yukine took a quick shower, dressed in everyday clothes, and called for Naruto from the kitchen. Naruto replied that he was ready and ran to him. Yukine checked that Naruto had everything he needed, and Naruto grinned and called Yukine his big brother. Yukine performed the teleportation hand sign and the two of them appeared in front of the academy. Both felt a rush of nostalgia. Naruto took a deep breath and sighed that the academy had not changed since they had left the village. Yukine suggested they head to Naruto's classroom. They walked through the halls until they found Instructor Irika's room. From a window, Yukine saw Instructor Irika demonstrating the transformation technique to the students. He knocked on the door and Instructor Irika opened it, looking slightly surprised. Yukine explained that he had come to drop off his little brother. Instructor Irika asked who his little brother was, and Naruto leaped forward, tackled Instructor Irika in a hug, and greeted him enthusiastically. Instructor Irika asked where Naruto had been and remarked that he had been gone for a long time. Yukine said he could answer that question himself. When Instructor Irika asked who he was, Yukine introduced himself as Yukine Narukami, Naruto's big brother. Instructor Irika's expression shifted from confusion to shock as he said he had heard of Yukine Narukami and had never expected to meet him. Yukine waved off the formality and said that Naruto had told him a lot about Instructor Irika. Instructor Irika asked how Yukine had come back and mentioned rumors that Yukine had died during the attack years ago. Yukine apologized and said the details were difficult to explain at that moment, then asked politely whether Naruto could stay in the class. Instructor Irika agreed and invited Naruto in. Before Naruto went inside, Yukine hugged him, told him he would pick him up after the academy, and instructed him to be respectful to Instructor Irika and to avoid getting into trouble. Naruto promised he would behave and smiled as he entered the classroom. Yukine wondered how Naruto's return and changes would play out, then headed to the training ground to continue his own practice. Inside the classroom, Instructor Irika welcomed everyone and announced Naruto's return. Naruto strode to the front, struck a heroic pose, and proclaimed that he had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, giving his full name as he did so. The students reacted with surprise. Many of the girls looked at Naruto with admiration, while Sakura appeared indifferent. Kiba exclaimed in disbelief and Akamaru barked. Shikamaru expressed skepticism. Choji wondered where Naruto had been for 4 years. Hinata blushed deeply, which Yukine found endearing. Sasuke, however, showed no surprise and observed the scene with his usual reserve. Instructor Iruka asked Naruto to demonstrate the transformation technique to see if his skills had improved. Naruto nodded and performed the technique without using any hand signs. Smoke enveloped him and cleared to reveal an accurate transformation into Yukine when he was young, the famed prodigy of the Hidden Leaf. The class reacted with astonishment. Instructor Iruka praised the demonstration as highly impressive. He noted inwardly that Naruto's transformation without hand signs was extraordinary and that Yukine must have helped his training. Sasuke, watching, felt suspicion about how Naruto knew Yukine and why he had chosen that form. At the training ground later, Yukine focused his chakra and formed a spiraling sphere in his hand. He released it at a line of trees. The orb passed cleanly through several trunks and came to rest at the 10th tree. He breathed heavily and felt his chakra growing stronger. I sat down under a tree, drinking water and wiping the sweat from my face. I had pushed my chakra too far. I slowly lay back and watched the sky. It was sunny, the wind carried soft breezes, and clouds were forming. Everything felt peaceful. I checked the time. The academy should be over in 5 minutes. I had not realized I had been training so long. I decided to head back to the academy to pick up Naruto. I gathered my things and left. At the academy, I found a crowd of adults around the main entrance. I pulled my hood up so no one would notice me and tried to keep from drawing attention. Several villagers were staring and whispering to one another. I kept my head down and looked the other way. 5 minutes later, the students began to stream out. Naruto appeared among them, and many of the other students were talking to him while he grinned. I could not help but smile. Naruto noticed me, said farewell to his friends, and ran toward me, calling me excitedly that his big brother was here. I smiled and ruffled his hair, asking how the academy had been and commenting on how many people were talking to him. Naruto replied that it had been great, that people were being nice, and that he had even performed a transformation jutsu of me when I was younger without using hand signs. I told him he was improving at ninjutsu and that I was proud. I wondered if any of the characters in the stories recognized me, but I pushed the thought aside. I suggested we go to the training ground because he had an exam to become a genin. Naruto asked how I knew about the exam. I said it was a wild guess. He then asked if we could go to Ichiraku after training, pleading for noodles. I told him that depended on how hard he worked for the exam. He promised he would train hard and leapt onto my back. I muttered that I had just finished training too and carried him to the training grounds. Sasuke watched from a distance and wondered who the person with Naruto was. He thought the figure looked familiar and briefly entertained a possibility before dismissing it. When training ended, I told Naruto that was enough for the day and that he had done a great job. He was out of breath and said he had used too much chakra. Then he began to collapse. I teleported to him and caught him before he hit the ground, only to find he had fallen asleep. I chuckled and carried him on my back. I thought about the many clones he had managed to make and smiled. He was the same determined Naruto I remembered. He had also grown noticeably heavier since the last time I carried him. Back at home, I laid Naruto on his bed and tucked him in. I sat beside him while he slept, smiling at the expression on his face, then stroked his hair before leaving his room. It was only 7 in the evening. With some free time, I decided to go out for a walk and do some window shopping. As I walked through the village, people stared at me with shocked expressions. A voice called out that it could not be true and that he was alive. I realized I had forgotten to disguise myself and that my cover was blown. The shouts grew louder. Villagers expressed disbelief and excitement that the prodigy of Konoha had returned. I grew tired of the commotion and decided to teleport somewhere quieter. I shrugged and teleported directly to the Hokage's office to pass the time. Kakashi burst into the Hokage's office, demanding to know if it was true that I was alive and where I was. The Hokage told Kakashi to calm down and asked him what he meant. Kakashi insisted he needed to see me to verify the rumors with his own eyes. Another voice asked what was going on. When I arrived in the Hokage's office, the first person I saw was Kakashi Hatake. It was the first time I had seen him in person. I stood quietly and listened to their conversation, curious about whom they were looking for. The memory that followed flashed back to my childhood. At 7 years old, I had been practicing kunai throws with my father, Minato. I was exhausted from repeating the throws, but I kept going. Minato walked over and told me it was enough for the day and that I should take a break. I protested that I was almost done, but he insisted I stop and put a hand on my shoulder. I sighed and agreed to stop. Someone behind us shouted for Sensei. Startled, I turned and reflexively threw a kunai. The kunai flew close but did not strike anyone. It passed by a young Kakashi. Minato scolded me for throwing like that in surprise. I apologized to Kakashi and bowed. Kakashi laughed nervously, told me not to worry, and complimented my throwing form. The memories settled back into the present, and I remained in the Hokage's office to see what would happen next. Kakashi noted that Yukine had almost managed to hit him directly on the head. Yukine grinned and thanked Kakashi. Kakashi told Yukine that formality was unnecessary and that he could just call him Kakashi. Yukine replied that he preferred to use the honorific, and Kakashi shrugged and accepted it. Kakashi then informed his teacher that the Hokage wanted to speak with him and Kushina immediately. Minato acknowledged that he should get going. Yukine protested, calling Minato dad and looking hurt. Minato apologized and said he had to leave because it was very important. Yukine accused him of always being too busy and dashed off. Minato called after him, but Yukine ignored the plea. Kakashi offered to talk to Minato. Minato initially said it was unnecessary and that Yukine might need time alone, but Kakashi insisted that he should try to explain why Minato was busy and promised his teacher that he would handle it. Minato looked at him for a moment, nodded, and disappeared. Kakashi searched for Yukine's chakra and, once he found it, teleported to the location. Yukine had run to the Hokage monument and sat on Minato's head, staring at the village in silence. Kakashi approached and remarked that it was a good spot to think. Yukine told him to leave him alone, saying he was not in the mood to talk. Kakashi sat beside him and asked what was wrong. Yukine said that his father only cared about his work and questioned why he had tried so hard to get his father to spend time with him when Minato was so focused on being the Hokage. Kakashi listened with concern and told Yukine that Minato's important duties were meant to protect him, that his father was doing it for Yukine's sake. Yukine responded that maybe he was better off gone so he would not be a burden. Kakashi urged him not to say that and insisted that Minato truly cared. Yukine rejected Kakashi's attempts to defend his father. Kakashi explained again that Minato's work was motivated by love and a desire to keep his family safe. Yukine stared at the village, feeling guilty and selfish, until Kakashi gently placed a hand on his head and reminded him that his father loved him. Yukine murmured Kakashi's name, began to cry, and Kakashi pulled him into a comforting hug. Yukine sniffed and sobbed softly on Kakashi's shoulder, eventually falling asleep in his arms. Kakashi observed that Yukine had fallen asleep from being overwhelmed with emotion, decided to bring him home, picked him up, and teleported to his teacher's house. The flashback ended. Yukine reflected that Kakashi had treated him like a little brother. Yukine then addressed the Hokage to ask what was happening as everyone turned toward him. Kakashi looked surprised to see Yukine and called his name. Yukine greeted Kakashi, who ran over and hugged him. Yukine returned the hug, and Kakashi put his hands on Yukine's shoulders, relief visible on his face. Kakashi asked what had happened and how Yukine had survived. Yukine explained that he had teleported back from another dimension using his forbidden technique, but could not remember how he had performed it. Kakashi began to ask more questions, but Yukine interrupted, saying he already knew what Kakashi would ask and that he missed him. Kakashi replied that he missed Yukine too and was glad he was alive. Yukine then walked with Naruto toward Irika's classroom and asked Naruto if he was ready to become a genin. Naruto replied with determination that he would become a genin. Yukine said he could tell Naruto was ready by the look on his face and expressed confidence in him. Naruto said he was doing it for his big brother and wanted to make him proud when he earned his headband, turning away in embarrassment. Yukine bent to Naruto's height and told him he was already proud of him and that he would always be proud even if Naruto did not become a genin. Naruto smiled and thanked him. They continued walking and exchanged a final look. Yukine told Naruto he would be waiting at home and that he needed to catch up with an old friend. Naruto asked who the friend was, and Yukine replied that the friend had been in his life a long time, smiling with his eyes closed. Iruka opened the classroom door, called Naruto's name, and then bowed to Yukine, greeting him. Yukine asked how Iruka was doing, and Iruka replied that he was well and thanked him for asking. Yukine wished Naruto the best of luck on the genin exam, told him he would become Hokage no matter what, and hugged him. Naruto promised to make Yukine proud once he got his headband and hugged him back. Yukine encouraged him to go get the headband, and Naruto saluted and ran inside. Yukine said he should leave and would see Iruka around. Iruka bowed, wished him a good day, and closed the door. Yukine thought that Naruto would get his headband, and that if he did not, Mizuki might try to manipulate him into stealing the forbidden scroll. Yukine told himself he had to be prepared as he walked to the ramen shop, but first he wanted to have a quiet conversation with Kakashi. He entered the shop and was surprised to see Kakashi eating without his mask. He found the sight unexpectedly striking and immediately scolded himself inwardly. He sat next to Kakashi. When Kakashi turned, he quickly replaced his mask and showed surprise at Yukine's presence while still eating. Yukine admitted that he had already seen Kakashi's face. Kakashi explained that he had mistaken Yukine for someone else and that Yukine had seen his face when he was very young, rubbing the back of his head. Yukine asked why Kakashi was at the ramen shop. Kakashi replied that he had been hungry and had wanted ramen because it reminded him of the times they had eaten together. Kakashi looked regretful, and Yukine agreed that even though some people were gone, their memories remained. Kakashi reminded Yukine that at least he was still here, and he patted Yukine's head, smiling beneath his mask. Yukine confessed he sometimes felt guilty for leaving in the past and wondered if things might have been different. Kakashi told him there was no need to shoulder all the blame. Yukine had not had a choice. Yukine nodded slowly and accepted the comfort. The ramen shop owner, Tuchi, greeted Yukine warmly and took his usual order. Yukine thanked him, and they began eating. During the meal, Kakashi asked where Yukine had gone when he had been pulled into another dimension. Yukine explained that it was hard to describe, that the other world had been unfamiliar and more advanced, and that he had felt homesick. Kakashi was impressed by the description. Kakashi then told Yukine that many things had happened during his disappearance. People had lost hope when Yukine had been missing, and Naruto had been treated harshly by villagers because of his past. Yukine listened with growing frustration and revealed that he had adopted Naruto after returning, which the village leader had confirmed. Kakashi said that made sense, since Yukine had been adopted as a child himself and Naruto was like a brother. They continued catching up over their meal, enjoying the rare chance to reconnect after years apart. When it was time to pick up Naruto for the rookie exam, Yukine stood and prepared to leave. Kakashi teased Yukine about the formal way he addressed him, but Yukine said he preferred calling him Kakashi. They parted with friendly goodbyes. At the academy, Yukine could not find Naruto on the playground. He searched and then went to find Iruka in his classroom. Iruka admitted he had not seen Naruto since the exams, and when Yukine asked if Naruto had passed, Iruka said that Naruto had failed. Yukine reflected that Naruto had not fully recovered after his training and that this outcome was not entirely unexpected, and he suspected that Mizuki might be involved. A masked Special Forces officer arrived and informed Yukine that the village leader wanted to speak with him immediately. Yukine went to the village leader's office. The village leader handed Yukine a headband he had meant to return when Yukine first left the village, explaining that he had kept it safe since Yukine became a rookie. Yukine examined the headband and saw a crafted inscription on the back that read "The Prodigy of the Leaf Village." He thanked the village leader for returning it. Suddenly Iruka burst into the office, urgent and alarmed, and told the village leader that Naruto had stolen a forbidden scroll. The village leader instructed Iruka to search for Naruto immediately after Iruka reported sensing Naruto's energy signature in a nearby forest. Yukine decided to go to the location as well and left to catch up. When Yukine arrived at the clearing, he concealed his energy and watched from behind a tree. He saw Naruto clutching the scroll, Irika immobilized and restrained by a circle of thrown knives, and Mizuki perched on a branch above them. Yukine moved closer and listened. Mizuki was explaining the legend of the nine-tailed fox to Naruto, and he also invoked the village history, claiming that the nine-tailed fox had been responsible not only for the deaths of Irika's parents but also for the loss of a celebrated hero of the village. Mizuki spoke of the prodigy of Konoha and insisted that someone had been the village's protector alongside one of the fourth Hokage until he vanished or was killed by the Nine Tails. He accused Naruto of being the reason for that death. Naruto stared at him in shock. Mizuki then threw a wind-enhanced shuriken at Naruto. Irika could not move out of the way in time. As the shuriken closed in, Yukine Narukami appeared in front of Naruto and intercepted it. The weapon grazed Yukine's left hand and caused a painful, bleeding wound, but it did not incapacitate him. Naruto, surprised, called out to Yuka. Yukine smiled and told Naruto that he had arrived just in time. Mizuki asked who he was, and Yukine fixed him with a serious glare and identified him as Mizuki. Mizuki sneered and mocked Yukine as a wannabe hero. Yukine answered that people in the Hidden Leaf had called him the prodigy of Konoha. Mizuki reacted with disbelief and insisted the Nine Tails had killed him. Yukine explained that the rumors were wrong and that he had survived the attack. Mizuki rejected the idea and lashed out at Naruto, calling him a demon and insisting the boy should be dead. Yukine teleported and kicked Mizuki off the branch. Mizuki fell to the ground and Yukine landed before him, calling him pathetic for wanting the boy dead simply because of the Nine Tails. Yukine struck Mizuki in the face, and Mizuki stumbled backward. Yukine asked Naruto if he wanted to teach Mizuki a lesson. Naruto looked surprised but then formed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones overwhelmed Mizuki, and when they stopped, Naruto was grinning and rubbing his head, admitting he might have overdone it. Yukine put a hand on Naruto's head to praise him and called him amazing. Naruto's expression shifted when he noticed Yukine's wounded hands still bleeding. He became guilty and began to sob, apologizing for the injury and blaming himself. Yukine walked over slowly. Naruto covered his face with his hands but did not pull away when Yukine reached out. Yukine embraced Naruto, telling him there was nothing to blame and that he was supposed to protect him from anyone who tried to hurt him. As long as Naruto was okay, Yukine said he was okay. Naruto wiped his tears and wrapped his arms around Yukine in return. Yukine stroked Naruto's hair and reassured him calmly. After they let go, Naruto took bandages from his pouch and began to wrap Yukine's wounded hand. Yukine smiled and thanked him. Irika called Naruto over and motioned for him to close his eyes. Yukine and Irika wanted to mark the moment. Irika placed a headband on Naruto's head to signify his graduation. Irika congratulated Naruto on becoming a genin and announced that he would treat Naruto to ramen at Ichiraku to celebrate. Naruto leaped into Irika's arms, overcome with happiness. Yukine watched with pride, thinking of their parents, then hugged Naruto and congratulated him as well. Naruto begged to go to Ichiraku for ramen and hopped onto Yukine's back as they set off together. Yukine thought to himself that Naruto's journey toward becoming Hokage continued. Later, Yukine reminded Naruto to hurry or he would be late for orientation. Naruto grumbled but finished his breakfast and got ready. Yukine tied his headband on his left arm while Naruto put his on properly and they walked toward the academy. Along the trail they noticed a poorly placed wall and found Konomaru struggling nearby, having slipped and fallen face first. Naruto asked Konohamaru what he was doing. Konohamaru, trying to play it cool, insisted he respected Naruto as a rival, though Naruto had done nothing to deserve a trick. Then Konohamaru looked at Yukine with wide-eyed recognition and asked if he was Yukine Narukami, the prodigy of Konoha. Yukine confirmed his name but declined to reveal how he had returned, calling it a secret. Konohamaru excitedly declared himself Yukine's biggest fan and said his grandfather had told him stories about Yukine's strength and how he protected others. Yukine chuckled and ruffled Konohamaru's hair, accepting the praise and promising to give him a hint. Yukine boasted that he had used an awesome jutsu that no other ninja had performed. Konohamaru responded with surprise and asked if Yukine could teach him. Yukine said he might do so another time and explained that he had to bring his younger brother to the academy, placing an arm around Naruto as he spoke. Konohamaru realized that Yukine was Naruto's older brother and looked back and forth between them. Yukine and Naruto nodded and grinned. Konohamaru pouted and said he wanted a big brother like Yukine. Yukine thought Konohamaru was adorable and put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Konohamaru offered to be Yukine's big brother in a playful exchange and hugged him tightly. Yukine returned the hug. Yukine told Konohamaru that he had to go because Naruto had an orientation at the academy, and Konohamaru waved as he ran off. Yukine then urged Naruto to hurry, warning him he might be late. On the way to the academy, Naruto grew quiet after the encounter with Konohamaru. Once they reached the front entrance, Yukine turned to Naruto with concern and asked if something was wrong. Naruto looked away and asked if Yukine liked Konohamaru as his little brother more than him. Yukine made Naruto look at him and smiled warmly, assuring him that thinking of Konohamaru as another younger brother did not change their relationship and that Naruto would always be his younger brother. Naruto nodded and the two hugged. Naruto apologized, and Yukine told him there was no need to be sorry, then sent him to class. An Umbu arrived and said that the Hokage wanted to speak with Yukine. Yukine agreed and, after a brief sigh about his interrupted day off, teleported to the Hokage's office. A number of Jounin were already present and visibly shocked at Yukine's appearance. One Jounin murmured that the rumors were true, while Kurenai expressed astonishment that Yukine was alive. Yukine chuckled at the reaction. The Hokage urged everyone to remain calm and thanked Yukine for coming. He explained that the Jounin were assembled to meet their genin and that he had summoned Yukine to ask whether he wanted to join one of the Jounin teams as a ko-sensei or to become a captain of the Umbu. The Hokage clarified that he would have assigned Yukine his own team, but each team already had a Jounin leader, so serving as a ko-sensei was the available option. Yukine considered the choices and thought about the implications of joining the Umbu, including the possibility of being away from Naruto and dealing with political figures he did not trust. After a moment, he announced his decision to the room. The Jounin all waited as Yukine revealed that he chose to be ko-sensei with Kakashi. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask, and most of the Jounin reacted with disappointment except for Asuna and Kurenai. The Hokage handed Yukine a Jounin vest, which Yukine put on. Kakashi stepped up, draped an arm around Yukine in a welcoming gesture, and called him a member of the team, suggesting they get something to eat. Yukine accepted, and the two walked to Ichiraku to talk while they waited to meet Naruto and the rest of the group. Kakashi asked how Yukine's travels with Naruto had gone. Yukine described the experience as amazing and interesting and mentioned that he had met his godmother, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi asked how Tsunade had reacted, and Yukine said that she had cried upon seeing him and had been glad that he had returned, which made him smile. Kakashi expressed that it was good to hear, then checked the time and said it was time to meet their genin. They shared a bit of light teasing about Kakashi's well-worn paperback, with Yukine calling him a pervert in jest and Kakashi defending the book. The banter was brief and good-natured, and they soon made their way to the academy. At the door to Irika's classroom, an eraser prank was set up. Kakashi went in first and was struck by the eraser, prompting Naruto to laugh loudly at the result. Yukine waited outside and listened to the commotion. Sakura apologized for Naruto's behavior, while Naruto said the joke was deserved because someone had been late. Yukine inwardly agreed that he would have done the same in a similar situation. Kakashi offered his first impression of the group, bluntly describing them as a bunch of idiots. Yukine had expected no less. Kakashi told them to meet on the roof, and Yukine teleported there quickly and leaned on the railing to wait. Kakashi appeared in front of me. He asked curiously why I had not shown myself. I shrugged and explained that I wanted to make a surprise appearance. Footsteps approached, so I slipped into a quick disguise. When the others arrived, they looked confused. Naruto asked who I was. I introduced myself as Jeff and tried to hold back a laugh. Everyone, including Kakashi, looked awkward. Kakashi stared at me blankly. I whispered for him to go along with it and nudged his arm. Kakashi sighed and shook his head in resignation. Sakura asked why I was there, addressing Kakashi as their teacher. Kakashi said I was an old friend and told them not to mind me, then suggested they introduce themselves by talking about likes, dislikes, dreams, and hobbies. Naruto prompted Kakashi to go first. Kakashi introduced himself as Kakashi Hatake but declined to go into much detail about likes, dislikes, or future dreams, only mentioning that he had many hobbies. Everyone reacted with mild disbelief. Kakashi motioned for Naruto. Naruto introduced himself energetically as Naruto Uzumaki, listing instant ramen, training, and his older brother among the things he liked, and saying he hated people who ignored him or harmed his older brother. He declared his dream of becoming Hokage so people would respect him and so his older brother would be proud. I watched him grin and felt a warm affection for my little brother. Kakashi then called on Sakura. Sakura giggled and avoided answering directly when asked about the person she liked, her hobbies, or her dreams. I rolled my eyes inwardly and wished she would stop giggling. Kakashi asked who she hated. Sakura shouted that she hated Naruto and that other guy. I repeated the alias Jeff to keep the ruse, which drew another round of awkward reactions. Kakashi pointed at Sasuke. Sasuke introduced himself coldly as Sasuke Uchiha, saying there were many things he hated and that he did not indulge in dreams because he would make his goals reality. He stated his intention to restore his clan and to kill a certain someone. I noted silently that vengeance filled his mind. Kakashi wrapped up by telling them they would start their mission tomorrow. Naruto interrupted to ask about me and whether I would introduce myself. I said my name was Jeff with a straight face, prompting everyone to react at once. Kakashi told me to stop the charade and show myself. Sakura asked who I really was. I closed my eyes and smiled, then released the jutsu. Smoke curled around me and faded. When the smoke cleared, everyone except Kakashi stared in shock. I returned their greeting with a salute and a wink. Naruto leapt down the stairs and tackled me in a hug. I hugged him back and teased him about the surprise. Naruto asked if I was their sensei. I explained that I would be their ko-sensei. Sakura hesitated and then I introduced myself properly as Yukine Narukami, smiling at her. Sakura apologized for what she had said earlier and asked how I was still alive. I told her it was a forbidden secret I wouldn't discuss. Kakashi asked me to make a proper introduction. I obliged, describing myself as Yukine Narukami, known as a prodigy of Konoha. I declined to explain how I had returned. I listed my likes as the village, ramen, training, music, and the people precious to me, especially my little brother. I said my dislikes were minor irritations, and my hobbies included training, stargazing, eating ramen, singing, and spending time with my little brother. I stated my dream was to help my little brother achieve his own dream. Sakura squealed that we were adorable. I smiled back, then noticed Sasuke watching me with a mixture of shock and anger, as if I had betrayed him. Kakashi explained the plan for tomorrow and warned them not to eat too much before training or they might feel sick. He nodded at me as he left. I told everyone it had been great meeting them and expressed hope we would get along. Then I beckoned to my little brother and we teleported home. At home I realized I had forgotten groceries and told Naruto to wait. He nodded. I went out again to pick them up. While walking home with the bags, I felt someone watching me, strong chakra tinged with hatred. I called out, knowing who it was, and the person appeared in front of me. It was Sasuke. Sasuke and I exchanged looks. The area fell silent, the wind whispering around us. Sasuke said nothing but stared at me with a blend of anger and sadness that made me uncertain how to respond. His expression seemed to demand something from me that I was not ready to give. A memory flashed through my mind, a scene from before my little brother was born when I was 8 years old. My mother, Kushina, had called me while I was putting kunais into a scroll. I told her I was packing kunais just in case, and she had looked at me with concern. She had asked if it was dangerous, and I had assured her that Dad had been teaching me about weapons and that I was careful. My mother had sighed and told me to be careful and not to hurt myself. Kushina asked if Yukine wanted to come to the Uchiha compound with her. Yukine replied that she could not wait to see her best friend. Kushina giggled and noted how eager Yukine was. Yukine nodded, took Kushina's hand, and they walked to the compound. Kushina was visibly in labor and held her stomach as they moved. When they arrived, the Uchiha greeted them with warm smiles and polite nods. Ever since the villagers had begun calling Yukine the prodigy of Konoha, people treated her with respect. It felt strange at first, but she had grown used to it. They went to Itachi's house and knocked. Mikoto answered the door holding baby Sasuke, with Itachi beside her. Mikoto smiled and welcomed Kushina, then reached out to ruffle Yukine's hair and remarked that Yukine looked cute as always. Yukine bowed and greeted Mikoto formally. Mikoto laughed and told her not to be so formal. Kushina asked if the baby was Mikoto's, and Mikoto confirmed that the boy's name was Sasuke. Kushina delightedly poked his cheeks. Itachi greeted Yukine and explained that his mother had given birth a few days earlier. He admitted he had forgotten to mention it. Yukine said she could not wait for her own baby brother to be born and imagined all the fun they would have. Itachi smiled and suggested they go train together. Yukine agreed enthusiastically and they walked off arm in arm. 8 years later, Yukine sat under a tree watching Naruto train. A memory of her friendship with Itachi washed over her and made her sad. Suddenly, she remembered something urgent about today and jolted to her feet. She packed her things and called for Naruto, asking him to go to Lady Tsunade's place and stay there for the day. Naruto looked worried but obeyed. He asked Yukine to be careful and then ran off with his things. Yukine sprinted toward the Uchiha compound as fast as she could. As she ran, she urged herself not to slow down. Dusk was falling and she felt the pressure of time. When she reached the compound's main entrance, she stopped in horror. The compound lay devastated after a violent incident. Buildings were damaged and many people lay motionless. The scene was silent and terrible. In its stillness, Yukine fell to her knees and slammed a fist into the ground in frustration and grief, thinking she had been too focused on giving Naruto the life he deserved. She stood and began to walk away, looking back once with heavy sadness. Then she heard a child's cry for help. The sound pushed her to run back and scour the area. She climbed a building to get a better view and then moved in stealthily, hiding her presence with chakra suppression. From her hiding place she saw a small boy on the ground and a figure in Enbu clothing standing before him. Yukine recognized the boy as Sasuke and the figure as Itachi. She watched as Itachi spoke to Sasuke and then used a genjutsu, causing Sasuke to cry out before losing consciousness. After that, Itachi turned to leave. Yukine pulled a hoodie and mask over her face and teleported to confront him. Itachi stopped and stared without expression. Yukine called his name calmly. Itachi asked who she was and what she wanted, suspicious and guarded. Yukine accused him of following Danzo's orders, though she understood that he had not truly chosen the path he had been forced down. Itachi insisted that Yukine could not understand his actions and warned her to leave or be killed, hand on his sword. Yukine told him she had not come to fight but to see him before he vanished from the life she knew. Itachi demanded she remove her mask so he could see her face and prove her identity. After a brief hesitation, Yukine took off the mask. Itachi's expression changed to shock as he recognized her. Yukine explained that she had somehow returned from another dimension. She placed a hand on his shoulder and told him she knew why he had been forced to destroy his clan and spare Sasuke. She said she understood that it had been the hardest choice he had ever made and that she would not tell anyone now, but she insisted that when the time was right he would have to tell Sasuke the truth and give him the chance to know everything about that day. Itachi looked saddened. Yukine reminded him that he was her best friend and meant it. Yukine vowed that he would do whatever it took. Itachi nodded slowly and gave Yukine a brief hug, and Itachi thanked Yukine. Yukine returned the hug and stepped back, warning Itachi that he needed to leave before the Umbu arrived. Itachi asked what Yukine planned to do, and Yukine explained that he would stay briefly to buy time for Itachi to escape and that he would take Sasuke to the hospital. Itachi asked if Yukine was sure, and Yukine assured him that he did not want anyone to find the older brother. Itachi expressed his gratitude again with a tired gesture. Before Itachi vanished into the shadows, Yukine called after him and reminded him that what he had done did not make him a bad person, that life forced choices on people and those pressures affected decisions. Yukine told Itachi that whatever choices he made, it would not change their bond and that he would always be his best friend. Itachi was silent for a moment, then gave a small smile and nodded, asking for a promise. Yukine promised to do whatever it took. Itachi asked Yukine to take care of Sasuke for his sake, and Yukine pressed a hand to his chest and promised to protect him. Itachi said that he would see Yukine soon, then he slipped away. Yukine kept smiling until he noticed Sasuke lying on the ground and knelt beside him. Sasuke looked pale and weak. Yukine regretted not arriving sooner and put on his mask to carry Sasuke. As he moved toward the exit, a group of Umbu appeared and commanded him to halt. Yukine told them calmly that he was on their side and only trying to save the child, and he insisted that he needed to take Sasuke to the hospital. One of the Umbu grabbed Yukine's shoulder, and Yukine reacted with a quick, controlled movement that knocked the Umbu unconscious before they could respond. He then continued to the hospital. At the emergency room, Yukine placed Sasuke on a stretcher and stepped aside while doctors assessed him. He waited until the medical staff finished, and when they reported that Sasuke's condition was stable and he would be okay after a few days, Yukine went into the recovery room and sat beside him. Lord Hokage arrived surprised to find Yukine there. Yukine explained that he had gone to visit an old friend and had then sensed something amiss at the Uchiha compound. When he arrived, he had seen many fallen bodies and found Sasuke breathing on the ground. Lord Hokage asked if Yukine knew who had done it, but Yukine shook his head and declined to talk about it. Lord Hokage apologized and began to speak, but Yukine stopped him and asked only that they be grateful Sasuke had survived. Lord Hokage understood. Sasuke groaned and opened his eyes, scanning the room until they focused on the visitors. He struggled to sit up and asked where he was and what had happened. Lord Hokage explained that he was in the hospital. Yukine told Sasuke that he had been the one who brought him there. Sasuke peered at Yukine with confusion and asked who he was. Yukine identified himself as Yukine Narukami and moved closer to the bed. Sasuke reacted with surprise at the name and admitted that he had heard that Yukine was gone. Yukine said that he could not explain how he was still alive, that it was forbidden to reveal that information, and asked Sasuke to tell him what he remembered before losing consciousness. Sasuke faltered, tears appearing at the corners of his eyes as he gripped the blanket. He managed to say that his older brother had killed their clan. Yukine's face fell, and he put an arm around the boy to comfort him. Yukine encouraged Sasuke to let his emotions out. Sasuke demanded to know why his brother had done it, clutching Yukine's shirt and sobbing into his chest. Yukine held him and stroked his back until he calmed. The Hokage left after a brief, understanding glance. After several minutes, Sasuke pulled himself together but still clung to Yuka. He begged Yukine not to leave. Yukine felt he could not abandon the boy in that state and promised to stay with Sasuke until he could be discharged from the hospital. Sasuke fell asleep holding Yukine's arm, and Yukine sat quietly, rubbing his hair and thinking that he was sorry he could not stop what had happened, though he believed it had to be done. 3 days later, Sasuke was well enough to leave the hospital. Yukine had stayed by his side the entire time. Sasuke asked many questions about Yukine's life and his skills as a ninja. This Sasuke was different from the arrogant image Yukine remembered from stories. He was kind and earnest. As Yukine walked toward the hospital entrance, Sasuke stepped into his path and gave him a cold look. Sasuke accused Yukine of leaving him after what had happened to his clan, clenching his fist and shouting. Yukine tried to explain, but Sasuke demanded to know why Yukine could not tell him more. Yukine crouched down and raised Sasuke's head, promising that he would return and that leaving now did not mean he would abandon him. Yukine told Sasuke that he had been lonely once as well and that Sasuke reminded him of his younger self. He wiped the tears from Sasuke's face and smiled, promising to come back for him. It was hard to lose the things that were precious to me, and I told him I knew it was the same for him. I told Sasuke that I had lost my clan too and that I understood what he was feeling: depression, hatred, trauma, and sadness. I explained that those were the feelings I had at first, but there were things that could help if he had faith in himself. Sasuke reacted with surprise when he heard that I had lost my clan as well. He admitted sheepishly that he had treated me like a little brother, and I smiled and told him I did not mind being called that. When I told him it was time for me to go, he looked down, upset. I promised him that no matter where I was, I would always be there for him. We hugged once more and I walked away from the village. I looked back and saw Sasuke trying to hold back his tears. He could not. I gave him a grin and continued walking. And a flashback. I walked up to him and stopped right in front of him. I told Sasuke he had grown up. He swung at me sharply and I dodged, jumping back. I had expected that reaction. He demanded to know how I could come back with him and how this person could be my little brother. I apologized and tried to explain, but he kept interrupting me. He accused me of leaving him all those years because of that other person, and I asked him to let me explain everything. Sasuke refused to listen, called me a hypocrite, and ran away. I called after him, but he was already gone. I felt guilt and sorrow, picked up the groceries I had been carrying, and walked home. I promised myself to give him time. He had to understand what had happened. I was also curious about what else I had done in this world before I came here. I could not sleep after what had happened the previous day. The look Sasuke had given me weighed on my conscience. Maybe I should have taken him with me. Perhaps then he and Naruto could have gotten along better. I berated myself for not doing that. I had focused so much on Naruto's future because I wanted him to have a better life, and I worried that Naruto had suffered more as an orphan who had been mistreated by the villagers. Naruto interrupted my thoughts and asked if I was okay. I told him it was nothing and that I was just thinking about what had happened that day and smiled with my eyes closed. He said I looked upset, and I assured him I was fine while telling him to finish his breakfast. He asked if it was truly okay and whether Kakashi-sensei would mind, and I told him not to tell Kakashi that he had eaten. When Naruto asked about Sasuke and Sakura, I suggested quietly that he give them an apple and tell them not to tattle, especially Sakura. He left for the training ground and I went to do something else I needed to take care of. I teleported to Kakashi's place to wake him up. Naruto walked to the training ground carrying his backpack and wondered aloud about what I was doing. He saw Sakura yawning and rubbing her eyes and Sasuke walking toward them with a neutral expression. Naruto tossed an apple to each of them. Sakura protested that they were not supposed to eat, but Naruto shrugged and told them to eat anyway and not to worry. Sakura worried they would get in trouble with Kakashi, and Naruto muttered that she was nagging too much. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged looks before taking a bite of the apples. Naruto pulled his hood up and tried to nap, but Sasuke kicked his legs to wake him. Naruto took off his hood and glared, asking what Sasuke wanted. Sasuke crossed his arms and demanded to know how Yukine Narukami could be someone's older brother. Sasuke walked away after asking, leaving Naruto puzzled for a moment before he went back to sleep. I knocked on Kakashi's door loudly and called for him to open up, warning him not to keep hiding. I had been waiting earlier and had come back after grabbing a quick bite. Now I stood with my arms crossed until the door opened. Kakashi answered in his sleeping clothes without his mask and yawned as he asked what time it was. I told him I had been knocking for hours and reminded him that it was 10 o'clock and that we were supposed to be at the training grounds at 5 in the morning, just as he had said yesterday. Kakashi blinked and acknowledged what I said, still half asleep. He rubbed his head and admitted that he had forgotten. I glared and noted that he had been sleeping. I sighed, calling him typical Kakashi Hatake, and urged him to hurry because we needed to get going. He let me in and said he would change, heading to his room. His place was surprisingly clean and tidy. A picture frame caught my eye. Inside was a photograph of Minato and his team, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. I thought about wishing I could have saved Obito and Rin from that disaster. Kakashi approached and observed that I missed him. I did not look back and said that I wished he were here. Kakashi reassured me that what had happened that day was not my fault. I told him that it did not matter. Obito was gone and I could not bring him back. I asked if we could leave. Kakashi looked sad but nodded. We left his house and made our way to the training grounds. I did not feel like talking. At the training ground, Sakura looked like she might faint, Sasuke stood with his arms crossed scanning the area, and Naruto was asleep beneath a tree. The sun was rising as we walked toward them. Kakashi cheerfully greeted everyone and asked if they were ready for their first day. Sakura scolded us for being late. Kakashi offered a joking excuse about a black cat crossing our path, and I reacted with a dry, silent laugh. Sasuke looked away, still upset with me, and I sighed. Naruto woke and asked if that was why I had gone somewhere earlier. I confirmed it was, then Kakashi set up an alarm clock on a log post and explained the exercise. He handed each of us a bell and said to take the bells from the instructors by noon. If we failed, the losers would miss lunch and be tied to the post to watch. He explained that only 2 bells were available, so one of us would be left out and return to the academy. Kakashi warned that if we were not prepared to face them in training, we would not be able to take the bells. Sakura complained that the weapons were dangerous. Naruto teased about missing an eraser, and Kakashi dismissed the class clown, warning that low scores would fail. Naruto grew more serious. I crossed my arms and smirked, wondering what Naruto would do. When Kakashi announced when to begin, Naruto instantly moved behind him and reached for a kunai. I immediately intercepted and grabbed Naruto's wrist before he could act. Everyone went silent and stared. I praised Naruto's speed and agility, but pointed out that Kakashi had not said to start. Naruto returned to his teammates with a grin. Kakashi remarked that Naruto's move showed determination and compared him to me. I smiled and stood beside Kakashi. We took our fighting stances and Kakashi signaled the start. Everyone launched into action from different directions. I stepped away to observe and sat by a tree with headphones in, listening to music and closing my eyes. I sensed a fragile but determined chakra approaching and recognized the source. Sakura had come to try to get a bell. She nervously declared her intention to take a bell by force. I noticed she was flushed with nerves. I approached slowly and offered a light-hearted provocation to test her resolve. She became overwhelmed and fainted. I caught her and set her down carefully. Kakashi arrived and commented that Sakura had fainted, teasing that my interaction had caused it. He asked if I had intended to kiss her. I explained that I had only meant to test her resolve with the provocation. We regrouped and returned to the exercise. The training continued with everyone focused on proving their speed, skill, and composure. She turned and noted that Sakura seemed more interested in relationships than in training, then asked Kakashi if anything had happened to him. Kakashi smiled and explained that Naruto had wanted to fight him and that his skills were very impressive. He added that she had taught Naruto well and wondered how she knew Naruto was better at ninjutsu. She said that she watched his every move and that ninjutsu seemed more suitable to him. She suddenly noticed that Kakashi's bell was missing and asked if Naruto had taken it. Kakashi reached to grab it and realized it was gone, puzzled. He admitted that he had been fighting a clone while Naruto sneaked up, and sighed that he had been focused on the clone. When she asked whether Sasuke had helped, Kakashi shook his head and said Sasuke had been hiding. Her impression was confirmed. Sasuke had tried to get the bell on his own instead of working with the others. Kakashi said he would look for Sasuke and reported that there were 15 minutes left before the alarm. She nodded and began to walk, the area quiet and empty. Footsteps sounded behind her, but when she turned there was no one. She stepped on a trap and several kunai and shuriken shot toward her from different directions. She leaped and dodged them in a fluid motion, and when she landed she found Sasuke standing in front of her. She complimented the placement of the traps. Sasuke said nothing, only glaring with anger. He moved quickly with a series of hand signs and unleashed a large fireball. She waited until it drew close, then used a quick ground teleport to slip beneath him, grabbed his leg, and pulled him off balance. He landed partially stuck in the earth and struggled to free himself. She rose and stood over him, pointing out that he had been close but not close enough, then used an earth-style binding technique she had learned from Kakashi to trap his footing. Sasuke swore in frustration and tried to pry himself free. She told him that yelling would not help. Sasuke accused her of hypocrisy and insisted he did not need consolation. She sighed and stood, deciding to leave when he made it clear he did not want help. He accused her of leaving him again like before, and she replied that since he had refused assistance, it was not her concern. She kept walking without looking back. The alarm sounded and she headed toward the training pole. Naruto was leaning against one of the wooden posts, admiring the bell he had taken, and when he noticed her he ran over proudly with the bell in hand. She acknowledged his success and ruffled his hair as he grinned. Kakashi arrived with Sakura and Sasuke close behind. Kakashi instructed Sakura to stand in front of the pole. Sakura sighed and complied while Kakashi tied her to the post with a rope as part of the exercise. Naruto and Sasuke sat nearby. After the survival exercise, Kakashi announced that he had decided not to return any of them to the academy and that all 3 would be dropped from the program if they did not understand the lesson. Naruto protested, baffled that he could be dropped despite having a bell. Kakashi explained bluntly that despite the bell, they had behaved immaturely during the test. Sasuke leapt toward Kakashi in anger, and she moved quickly to pin Sasuke down before he could reach the instructor. She held him until he calmed, and Sakura angrily urged her not to treat Sasuke harshly. She asked them sharply whether they really thought being a ninja was easy, then demanded whether they knew the point of the exercise. When Naruto and Sakura admitted uncertainty, she explained that the core lesson was teamwork. Naruto, ashamed, muttered that the answer was teamwork. She reminded them that all three were placed together for a reason and that they had failed to cooperate. She pointed out that Sakura had focused on staying close to Sasuke rather than helping Naruto when he needed it, and that seemed to her to be more about impressing someone than contributing to the team. She told Naruto that even though he had secured a bell, he should have involved Sakura and Sasuke rather than acting alone, since working together gives a team an advantage. She also criticized Sasuke for treating his teammates as burdens and not cooperating. Sasuke and the others looked ashamed. They should have thought about the true purpose of the test. She reminded them that missions were completed in groups. Individual skill mattered, but teamwork was often the deciding factor. An individual action that disrupted cooperation could put teammates in danger. To demonstrate the point, she produced a kunai and staged a brief mock hostage scenario beside Sasuke to illustrate how quickly a mission could turn dangerous if the team did not act together. Kakashi used the moment to emphasize that this was the kind of risk they might face on real missions, and she then withdrew the kunai. Sakura exhaled in relief at the demonstration, and Naruto let out a relieved breath as well. Yukine spun her kunai and slipped it back into her pouch before stepping off Sasuke. She warned that when someone was taken hostage, a difficult decision would follow and someone might die. She reminded them that every mission required risking their lives and making sacrifices for the team. Kakashi walked to the KIA stone and stood looking at the carved names. He pointed out that many names on the stone were praised as heroes in the village. Naruto asked if that was the KIA stone, and Yukine confirmed it. The group fell quiet while a calm wind blew. Kakashi explained that the stone was a cenotaph and that the names of his friends were carved there. Yukine added that even his adopted parents were listed, which shocked everyone except Kakashi. Yukine and Kakashi bowed their heads and prayed for them together. When they finished, Yukine told the team they would be given one more chance but warned that the battle for the bell would be much harsher after lunch. She told them to eat only if they were up to the challenge and announced that Sakura would not be allowed to eat. Anyone who fed her would immediately fail. Yukine reminded them that the instructors set the rules, and the others nodded in agreement. Yukine pulled Kakashi aside and led him behind a tree to talk privately. Kakashi asked if she was all right. Yukine admitted that his words had felt different coming from him and that she was troubled that Naruto should have known about the test. She looked down in shame. Kakashi put a comforting hand on her shoulder and reassured her that giving them another chance had been the right move and that they should watch to see what happened. From behind the tree they watched the students. Naruto stared at his food, ashamed to eat for fear of betraying the rule. Sakura's stomach gave a loud growl and she looked forlorn. Yukine stood, carried her plate over, and set it in front of Sakura. Sakura objected, reminding everyone that their sensei had forbidden feeding her. Yukine explained that the instructors were not present and that Sakura needed to eat if she was going to help Naruto and Sasuke get the bells. Sasuke stood and agreed that Sakura would jeopardize the mission if she did not eat. Surprised, Sakura smiled softly and nodded. Yukine and Sasuke helped feed her. Kakashi observed with a small smile that they seemed to be doing what was expected. Yukine shared the look and the two of them moved, teleporting into view as a tense, stormy aura gathered around the area. Both of them shouted angrily, startling Sakura into a scream. Naruto and Sasuke assumed fighting stances. Kakashi accused them of breaking the rules and prepared their punishment, performing a hand sign. He asked if they had any last words. Sasuke declared that they were a three-man team and would not stand down. Sakura affirmed their unity, and Naruto added that they all believed in each other. Yukine stepped forward slowly to confront them, questioning whether 3 as 1 was a sufficient excuse, and gave them a steely, challenging look as the test continued. The mood lightened as the clouds and wind calmed. Yukine and Kakashi announced cheerfully that the team had passed. The others reacted with surprise, asking what was happening. Yukine repeated with a smile and a chuckle that they were the second group to pass the test. Kakashi explained that many of his previous students had been blockheads who only followed orders and reminded them that ninjas needed to think beyond the norm. In the ninja world, rule breakers were called scum, but those who abandoned their friends were worse. Their expressions shifted from shock to relief and happiness. Yukine asked who had been the first group to pass. Kakashi looked at Yukine and revealed that Yukine's team had been the first. Yukine chuckled and said he was not surprised. Kakashi announced that training was over, that everyone had passed, and that Team 7 would start its first mission tomorrow. Sakura cheered, Naruto grinned, and Sasuke smirked. Kakashi told them to go home, and Yukine cut the rope from Sakura. Sasuke and Sakura walked with Kakashi while Yukine and Naruto stayed behind. Naruto, who looked up at Yukine and called him Big Brother, apologized for not understanding the exercise. Yukine wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulders and told him there was no reason to apologize, that passing the test was what mattered. Naruto nodded. Yukine suggested celebrating with ramen, and Naruto eagerly agreed and began pulling Yukine along. Yukine repeated Kakashi's words about those who abandoned their friends being worse than scum and reflected that he admired the sentiment, though it made him sad that someone he cared about still lived and chose a different path. Later, during a mission, Naruto reported that he was at point A, Sasuke said he was at point B, and Sakura said she was at point C. Kakashi ordered over the radio that the target had moved and told them to follow. The team ran and hid behind a tree. Naruto called out to draw the target. Yukine asked for their distance from the target, and Naruto reported they were about 5 meters away and ready on signal. Sasuke and Sakura confirmed they were ready. On Kakashi's signal, the team leaped. Naruto reported they had the target. Yukine asked for verification. Sasuke confirmed a positive identification and noted a ribbon on the target's right ear. Kakashi declared Operation Lost Cat Tora successful and recorded the mission as accomplished. Naruto complained that the mission was boring, and Yukine reminded him that they had to start with simple tasks. At the mission office, Tora's owner embraced the cat tightly and expressed how much she had missed him. Sakura murmured that it was no wonder the cat had run away, and Yukine felt sorry for Tora. The Hokage listed the next available missions, including babysitting the chief counselor's 3-year-old, helping his wife with shopping, and digging up potatoes among other tasks. Naruto interrupted, asking for a more challenging mission and arguing that he did not want only child-related tasks. Iruka reminded him that he had just become a genin and needed to start with simple missions to develop his skills and prove himself. Naruto questioned how babysitting could be considered a mission. Naruto told Iruka that it did not make any sense, his expression serious. Yukine put Naruto beside him and told him to stop fussing. The Hokage sighed and told Naruto that he did not seem to understand the task he had been given. Naruto replied respectfully that he had already been told everything by his older brother and that the boy everyone remembered was grown up now and wanted a mission that would challenge his teammates. The Hokage and Iruka were surprised but smiled at the determination in Naruto's voice. The Hokage, eyes closed and smiling, agreed to give them a chance. Because Naruto insisted, the Hokage assigned them a C-rank mission. They would serve as bodyguards on a journey. Yukine asked who they would be protecting, and the Hokage called for the visitor to be sent in. A man entered slowly, holding a bottle of sake. Yukine recognized him as Tazuna from the Land of Waves. Tazuna eyed the young team and mocked them, questioning whether the smallest one was really a ninja. Naruto prepared to answer, but Yukine placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Naruto sighed and nodded. When Tazuna continued, Yukine stepped forward and asked him not to speak to Naruto as if he were weak. Tazuna froze when he realized who Yukine was, immediately bowing and apologizing for his earlier words. Tazuna addressed Naruto directly with an apology, and Naruto waved it off. Yukine then asked Tazuna to introduce himself properly. Tazuna explained that he was from the Land of Waves and worked as a bridge-building expert. The Hokage instructed Team 7 to meet at the front gate in 1 hour and gather whatever they needed for the mission. The team nodded and left the room. Irika asked Yukine privately to keep an eye on Naruto during the C-rank mission, admitting his worries despite Yukine's training of the boy. Yukine looked serious and assured Irika that he would watch over Naruto. Irika thanked him and bowed before leaving. The Hokage also cautioned Yukine to be careful and to watch Naruto, and Yukine promised to protect him. About 50 minutes later, Yukine had packed food, weapons, and scrolls for the mission and still had time before the meeting. He decided to stop at Ichiraku for a quick bowl of ramen. As he ate, Tucci remarked that Yukine was heading to the land of waves, and Yukine explained that he did not know how long the mission would take and wanted a final meal before they left. Tucci wished them a safe journey, and Yukine reassured him that they would be fine. Yukine left some money on the table and stood to go. Ayam caught up to Yukine as he was leaving and offered a brief, friendly farewell, telling him to be careful and to come home safely. Yukine nodded and walked to the village entrance, where he found his team and Tazuna waiting. Naruto, arms crossed, teased Yukine about having been away and joked about whether someone had given him a kiss. Yukine blushed and hurried past him, eager to get going. Naruto called after him, but Yukine ignored the complaint and fell in step beside him. Sakura began asking Kakashi about different countries of the ninja world, and Kakashi answered while they walked. Yukine listened but allowed them to talk, content to walk next to Naruto. He asked Naruto if he had packed everything he needed. Naruto nodded that he had weapons and food. When Yukine asked how Naruto felt about a C-rank mission, Naruto shrugged and said it was better than a D-rank. Yukine agreed that it would be a welcome change from chores. Sasuke kept his gaze forward and seemed to glare at Yukine. Kakashi noticed and asked Yukine if there was something wrong between him and Sasuke, noting the tension that had appeared since Yukine joined the team. Yukine replied that it was complicated and preferred not to discuss it, and Kakashi fell silent. As they walked, Yukine spotted a shallow puddle at the side of the path and sensed danger, thinking that members of the Demon Brothers might be hidden there. He readied his hand on his kunai holster and exchanged a look with Kakashi. Both understood the warning. As they passed the puddle, Yukine felt the Demon Brothers' chakra moving toward them, and the team braced for an ambush. Chains wrapped around Yukine and Kakashi, binding them together until one of the Demon Brothers announced that two were down. Yukine and Kakashi faked their deaths with the substitution jutsu and slipped behind a tree, watching as their decoys were destroyed by the Demon Brothers. Naruto called out for Kakashi and his older brother in alarm. The Demon Brothers moved toward Naruto, and Sasuke reacted by throwing a shuriken to pin their chains to a tree, then secured the trap with a kunai. With the Demon Brothers trapped, Naruto sprinted forward and kicked both attackers, snapping the chains free from their claws. One of the attackers gave chase to Naruto while the other lunged toward Tazuna and Sakura. Sasuke positioned himself to confront the threat to Naruto. Yukine and Kakashi exchanged a nod and teleported in. Kakashi intercepted the attacker heading for Sasuke while Yukine rushed to help Naruto. When the Demon Brother closing in on Yukine got too close, Yukine grabbed its claw and slammed it to the ground, knocking it unconscious. Naruto looked at Yukine in surprised relief, and Yukine returned the gesture with a confident grin. Sakura was about to ask how Kakashi and Yukine had survived when they realized the substitution. Kakashi praised the three genin for their work and noted it was fortunate they had stopped the attackers. Yukine noticed a scratch on Naruto's hand. Naruto froze and stared at the wound. Kakashi explained that Naruto had been cut during the fight, and Sasuke taunted him, calling him a scaredy cat. Naruto glared and moved as if to retaliate, but Yukine stopped him and warned that the cut had been coated with poison and that movement would allow it to spread rapidly. Naruto obeyed and watched his wound with fear. Kakashi secured both Demon Brothers to a tree and explained to Tazuna that the attackers were Chunin from the village hidden in the mist, known for relentless fighting that continued regardless of cost. One of the captured attackers demanded how they had known about the ambush. Yukine stepped forward and questioned why they would disguise themselves as a puddle when it had not rained for weeks, pointing out that such an obvious ruse would be suspicious. The attackers recognized Yukine and claimed they had heard Yukine was dead. Yukine replied that those rumors were untrue. Tazuna asked why the attackers had left the fighting to the genin. Kakashi explained that they needed to learn the attacker's objective and confirm whether the target was the ninja escort or Tazuna, the bridge builder. Kakashi continued, explaining that Tazuna had requested standard protection from robbers and highwaymen, not ninja hunting party protection. If they had known ninja were targeting him, the mission would have been rated higher and staffed differently. Kakashi made it clear that lying about the mission parameters was unacceptable because it put lives at risk. Tazuna listened, guilty and contrite. Sakura suggested they should go back and check on Naruto's wound rather than continue the mission. Naruto protested, but Kakashi began to respond before Yukine interrupted and stepped forward to inspect Naruto. Yukine instructed Naruto to hold out his wound. Nervous but obedient, Naruto did so. Yukine told him to remain calm and focused and then placed hands over the injury. Yukine's hands began to glow, and everyone watched as Yukine drew the poison from the cut and cast it aside. Naruto's wound began to heal on its own, aided by Kurama. Yukine noted to himself that Kurama was helping with the healing and that this was not the first time he had seen such rapid recovery. Naruto, still trembling, asked if Yukine had removed the poison and whether he would be all right. Yukine reassured him and wrapped the wound with bandages. Naruto embraced Yukine in grateful relief. Sakura admired Yukine's skill and asked who had taught him. Yukine thought of Lady Tsunade and felt grateful for her instruction. Kakashi then asked Yukine whether they should abandon the mission and return to the village or press on. Yukine argued that they should continue, having already left the village and started, the mission needed to be completed despite Tazuna's deception. Kakashi agreed with Yukine, noting the extra paperwork the deception would cause, and Tazuna expressed deep gratitude, saying he was indebted. Yukine told him not to worry, and the team prepared to continue the mission. Kakashi told the team to continue on to the village, and everyone nodded as they made their way toward the land of waves. They rowed a small boat through a heavy fog that obscured their surroundings. Sakura commented that the fog was so thick they could barely see. The boatman said they should be close to their destination as he rowed slowly. A large bridge loomed above them, and Naruto gasped in wonder. The boatman scolded the group for making noise and explained that they were traveling silently to avoid being seen. He apologized when Naruto whispered his regret. Kakashi questioned Tazuna about who might be pursuing him as they passed through a tunnel. When they emerged, the fog lifted and bright sunlight revealed a peaceful shoreline. The boatman announced he had reached his limit and put them ashore, wishing them good luck before leaving. Tazuna thanked him and asked to be taken home safely, insisting they arrive in one piece. The team walked in a cautious formation. Yukine kept guard and tried to sense chakra, but none registered. Suddenly a kunai whistled past. Yukine ducked and turned to see it had been thrown by Naruto. Naruto had been flinging kunai in random directions, convinced he had heard someone nearby. Sakura rebuked him for the dangerous behavior, and Kakashi warned Naruto to stop and move back. Tazuna trembled in fear at the commotion. Naruto insisted there had been a sound in the bushes. When Yukine pushed aside the foliage, he found a white rabbit trembling next to the discarded kunai. Sakura scolded Naruto for nearly injuring the animal. Naruto picked the rabbit up and apologized, holding it gently. The mood shifted when Kakashi suddenly yelled for everyone to get down. A gigantic sword came sweeping toward them but was caught by a tree. A figure landed on the handle and stared down at the group. Kakashi identified the newcomer as Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist. Naruto leapt forward, but Kakashi blocked him and warned that Zabuza was not to be underestimated. Kakashi removed his headband to reveal the Sharingan and told the others to protect Tazuna and use teamwork. Zabuza snorted at the sight of the Sharingan and then noticed Yukine. He chuckled and confirmed the rumors he had heard. Yukine Narukami, the prodigy of Konoha, was alive. Zabuza announced that some in the underworld would pay heavily for him. He declared that he had two objectives: eliminate Kakashi and take Yukine. With that, Zabuza leapt and landed on the water. Kakashi explained that Zabuza was an ex-leader of the Hidden Mists assassination unit and that his silent killing techniques could strike without warning. He warned Yukine not to engage and ordered him to protect Tazuna instead. Yukine agreed reluctantly, ready to help if necessary. As the fog thickened, visibility dropped further. In the confusion, Yukine felt someone step in front of him. Zabuza saw an opportunity and attacked, but Haku moved quickly to intercept. Using a moment of distraction in the fog, Haku slipped through the group and rendered Yukine unconscious without bloodshed, then helped carry him away to Zabuza. After the skirmish, Naruto looked to Kakashi for the next move and was told they had to continue the mission. As they walked, Naruto realized someone was missing and asked where his older brother was. Kakashi searched the area and then fell silent, the color draining from his face. Naruto demanded to know where Yukine had gone, and Kakashi urged him to calm down even as his own expression showed mounting concern. Naruto was frantic, insisting that his older brother was nowhere to be seen and refusing to calm down. He demanded to be allowed to go look for him. Kakashi held Naruto back, warning that it was too dangerous for him to go out alone. Naruto tried to break free, pleading that he had to find his brother. Sasuke moved in front of Naruto, and Kakashi, seeing no other option, knocked Naruto unconscious to keep him from running off. Kakashi later explained that he could not risk Naruto going after the kidnappers alone. Sakura asked what had happened to Yukine. Kakashi revealed that Yukine had been kidnapped and that they could not pursue the captors immediately because it was too dangerous. He insisted they needed to get to Tazuna's place right away. Sakura and the others nodded as Kakashi carried Naruto to Tazuna's house. Yukine stirred in a dim clearing, gradually returning to consciousness. He was tied to a tree, sore and bruised, with a shallow cut across his eyebrow. He struggled against his restraints until he saw who stood before him. Zabuza approached with a chilling calm, calling him the prodigy of Konoha and noting his value on the wanted list. When Yukine asked if Zabuza intended to sell him, Zabuza raised a kunai and threatened to kill him unless he cooperated. Thinking quickly, Yukine proposed a wager to buy time. Zabuza would have to face Kakashi at the bridge in 2 days. If Kakashi won, Yukine would be released. If Zabuza won, Yukine would go with him. Zabuza considered the plan, lowered his weapon, accepted the terms, and warned Yukine not to tell anyone. He knocked Yukine unconscious again. Zabuza later reassured Haku that the bet would settle matters. Haku expressed concern that Yukine might be lying and that defeat would be disastrous, but Zabuza dismissed the doubt, confident he could defeat Kakashi. Zabuza carried Yukine to Tazuna's house, left him on the doorstep, and departed with a curt promise to return. Tazuna opened his door and found the unconscious Yukine on the floor. He and his daughter Tsunami moved quickly. Tazuna called for help, and with Tsunami's aid they carried Yukine into the guest room and laid him on a futon near where Kakashi and the others had gathered. Tsunami gently treated his wounds, cleaning and dressing the cuts and bruises with care. Tazuna asked if she could tend to him before he woke, and she prepared materials and worked quietly. Yukine drifted into a dream of a calm evening. He and Naruto sat on a hill overlooking the village at sunset. Naruto rested his head on Yukine's arm and asked if he would be able to become Hokage someday. Yukine encouraged Naruto, telling him that becoming Hokage required making wise decisions, helping others, and working toward peace. He reminded Naruto to stay positive and to hold on to his dream. Naruto brightened, thanked him for the encouragement, and Yukine reassured him that family support would always be there. When Yukine came back to the present, he groaned as he opened his eyes. The room was quiet and unfamiliar. Tsunami entered and introduced herself, explaining that they had found him unconscious outside their house. She pointed out that she had treated his wounds and wrapped them carefully. Yukine thanked her for her help. Tsunami warned him to be cautious and take it easy while he recovered. His injuries should heal with rest. Yukine acknowledged her advice and rose slowly, intending to join his teammates and their teacher. When I reached the door, I could hear voices from inside the room. Sakura wondered aloud whether Kakashi thought they could find Riki-sensei. Kakashi replied that he did not know, but he believed Yukine was capable of taking care of himself and that the three of them needed to be prepared. He warned that if Zabuza found them, they would not be able to stop him, so training had to begin as soon as possible. Sakura protested that they could not simply ignore that their big brother was missing. Naruto spoke up, anguished and worried, and Kakashi tried to reassure him that Yukine would be all right. Naruto stammered that he just did not want him to be gone forever. Tsunami stepped closer and asked whether the little boy was really the narrator's little brother. I confirmed that he was Naruto's older brother and that he was more precious to me than anything in the world. Tsunami smiled and stepped away. I knocked gently on the door and Kakashi invited me in. When I opened the door and walked inside, everyone except Sasuke showed surprise and relief. Naruto sprang to his feet and launched himself into a hug, crying and terrified that I had been gone. He pressed his face to my chest, sharing how scared he had been. I soothed him, rubbed his hair, and told him it was all right now. Kakashi asked what had happened to me. I explained that while protecting Tazuna, Zabuza's mist had forced me to let my guard down. The fog had obscured my surroundings and Zabuza had appeared unexpectedly and knocked me out. I had reacted too slowly. Kakashi asked if Zabuza was still alive. I replied that when I regained consciousness he had been gone. Kakashi expressed relief and asked whether I could help train the others. I said I could, though my wounds had not fully healed, and offered to lend a hand. Kakashi praised how much the genin had grown, especially Naruto, which made Naruto more determined to defeat Zabuza. Then a small voice interrupted. It was Inari. Inari hurried over to Tazuna and hugged him, while Tsunami scolded the boy. Inari warned that they would be killed by Gato's men, and his fear and doubt angered Naruto. Naruto declared that they would beat Gato, but Inari expressed doubt. Frustrated, Inari ran out of the room. Naruto immediately chased after him, and the others followed, leaving only Kakashi and me. Kakashi asked how I had managed to return. I sighed and explained that I had made a bet with him. I had wagered that Kakashi and the other would fight for me. If Kakashi won, the other would no longer have any claim, but if the other won, I would have no choice but to go with him. Kakashi looked serious and surprised. I told him I had faith that he would win. He hesitated, then sighed and nodded. I told Kakashi I needed to find Naruto before he did something reckless and left the room. I found Naruto peeking through a crack in the door to Inari's room. Through the opening I realized Inari was crying and calling for his father. He had lost his parent and was sobbing. Naruto did not know that Inari had lost his father and blamed himself, looking down in guilt. I put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and reminded him that he had not known. I encouraged him to come and get ready for training. Later that day, Kakashi gathered everyone and began a lesson on chakra. Sasuke muttered that they already knew the basics, and Naruto asked why they could not learn jutsu instead. Kakashi shook his head and explained that they had only scratched the surface. He emphasized that they had not mastered chakra control. A ninja must draw on physical and spiritual energies and combine them within the body. To teach that control, they would practice climbing trees using chakra no hands allowed. Kakashi asked me to demonstrate. I focused chakra into my feet and began to walk up a tree, placing my left foot then my right and moving upward. Sakura and Naruto gasped as I climbed. Kakashi explained that the method required focusing chakra to the feet and connecting it to the tree, which was one way to apply the power of chakra. First, asked how the exercise would help against Zabuza. I said that it was precisely why they had to learn it. Kakashi added that first, the technique taught how to draw chakra to a precise point on the body, a difficult skill even for advanced ninja, and the bottom of the feet was one of the hardest points to focus. Second, it taught maintaining chakra levels under stress and in battle, when control was most difficult. Losing that control could be a deadly mistake. I told them that maintaining chakra should become second nature. Kakashi tossed 3 kunai to the ground and instructed them to mark the tree at the highest point they could reach without using their hands, then try to pass that mark the next time and the next. At first, they could run to use momentum until they became accustomed to the technique. The 3 genin took their running starts. Sakura climbed the tree with ease. Naruto's chakra balance was off and he fell to the ground after just a couple of steps. Sasuke applied too much chakra to his feet and somersaulted off the tree. I realized I had forgotten to teach Sasuke how to focus his chakra properly. He apologized to Naruto. While watching them, he noticed someone watching as well and jumped down to see who it was. It was Inari. Inari told Kakashi he would be right back. Kakashi looked confused but nodded. Yukine teleported to a tree above Inari and listened as Inari muttered that it was a waste of time and that they did not know what they were up against. Inari stopped walking and clenched his hands. Yukine reflected that Inari had changed a lot after his father died, sighed, and headed back. I was currently in charge of protecting Tazuna alongside Sakura, since she was the only one able to finish the training. I had wanted to help Naruto and Sasuke, but I knew they could manage on their own. They seemed to be handling it well and were determined to finish first. Sakura tapped my shoulder and asked if something was on my mind. She then asked how I and Kakashi had met, noting that we seemed close. I explained that when I was a little boy my father had introduced me to Kakashi when I first started living in the Leaf Village, and that Kakashi had not changed much since then. Sakura asked who my father had been, but I hesitated and decided not to talk about it. She looked concerned and apologized, but I told her not to worry and smiled, saying it was a long time ago. The silence turned awkward and Sakura began to yawn. Tazuna walked by carrying wood on his shoulder and asked where the blonde kid and the one with the attitude were. Sakura said they were training and climbing trees. Tazuna wondered if it was too tough for her. Sakura brashly claimed she was the best and that Sensei had sent her with me to guard Tazuna. Tazuna looked at her and asked me if she was joking. I defended her, saying she had done the job without mistakes. Tazuna shrugged and walked away, and Sakura muttered that he was an old man. I told her he was just messing with her and that I was proud of her. Sakura blushed and thanked me. Later that day, after Tazuna finished working on the bridge for the day, we walked through town to get food. I saw people who looked worn out, children stealing food for their families, and groups sitting on cardboard with signs asking for help. I thought they deserved better. It was not right for them to live like that. Sakura asked where we were going and Tazuna explained we were heading to the store to pick up dinner. Sakura slowed and walked beside me, asking about the people, but I interrupted and suggested we focus on getting to the store. When we entered, the store looked abandoned and ransacked, with barely any food left and the remaining items priced far higher than usual. The place felt more like a post-apocalyptic stall than a proper shop. Then a noise came from behind me. I turned and saw a man trying to grab Sakura's bag. Sakura moved quickly in an almost choreographed, anime-like motion and delivered a precise kick that sent the thief staggering and made him drop the bag. I was impressed by her strength and silently resolved never to mess with her. We left the store with groceries for dinner. Tazuna commented that Sakura had surprised him and that girls in the area did not usually fight like that. Sakura suggested something was wrong in the town. I complimented her kick as we walked. Suddenly a small hand grabbed my shirt. I turned to see a little boy with dirty, torn clothes and minor scrapes on his arms and face. He looked tired and hungry. The boy begged for help with pleading eyes and raised hands. I crouched to his level and asked his name. He said his name was Naoki and that he was 8 years old. I told him my name was Yukine and asked if he could take me to his family. He hesitated but then nodded. I told Sakura and Tazuna to go on ahead and that I would catch up, and Sakura warned me it might be risky. I assured her I would be fine and followed Naoki. We walked until we reached where his family had been sheltering. They lived on the streets, sitting on cardboard. Naoki's mother sat with his baby brother. Their clothes were torn and they looked exhausted. When she noticed Naoki, she rushed over, frightened and upset, and demanded to know where he had gone. Naoki apologized while sobbing, explaining that he could not bear to watch his mother struggle to find food any longer. He covered his face with his hands as he tried to explain. His mother listened, distraught. Naoki stammered that it hurt him to watch his family struggle. His mother, who had been shocked at first, softened and pulled him into a hug, apologizing that she had to do what she did to keep them alive. They held each other for a few seconds before Naoki's mother noticed the newcomer standing nearby and asked who he was. Yukine Narukami bowed respectfully and apologized for any rudeness, explaining that he had come because Naoki had asked for help and he wanted to see if the story was true. Judging by what he saw, he believed Naoki had been honest. He rummaged through his bag and produced 3 scrolls. He had packed food, water, clothing, and medical supplies before leaving the village, remembering a story he had watched about villagers in need. He told them the scrolls contained supplies that would appear when unraveled and asked them to share with others in similar circumstances. Naoki's family examined the scrolls, tears streaming down their faces, and they embraced Yukine in gratitude. Naoki's mother and little brother thanked him, overwhelmed and relieved. Yukine praised Naoki for his efforts on behalf of his family, patted the boy's head with a grin, and said he had to be going, urging them to take care of one another. Naoki promised he would. As Yukine walked away, he noticed Sakura and Tazuna watching from a distance. He asked why they were still there. Tazuna explained that Sakura had been worried and wanted to see what he would do. Sakura added that his kindness had given the family hope. Yukine said he was glad to help. Tazuna spoke about how things had changed since Gato arrived. Children suffered, adults were afraid to stand up, and the people had lost hope. He said that finishing the bridge would bring commerce and trade, and more importantly it would be a symbol of courage to restore the spirit of the village. Yukine put a hand on Tazuna's shoulder and promised they would stop Gato if necessary. Tazuna nodded with confidence and said he was glad Yukine was there. Yukine vowed to do whatever it took to help restore the village. They returned to Tazuna's house together. That evening, after buying food for dinner, Yukine took a short nap and woke in time for the meal. In the kitchen he found everyone gathered around the table. Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in an eating contest. Tsunami politely offered leftovers to Yukine, who declined and asked for tea. Tsunami poured tea for him. Naruto and Sasuke demanded more food and, after glowering at each other, both ate so fast they soon became ill from overindulgence and hurried away to recover. Sakura scolded them for eating so much. Sasuke insisted he needed to eat, while Naruto declared his determination to eat more in order to grow stronger. Yukine muttered that they were eating like they had been starving for weeks, and Kakashi chuckled. After dinner, Tsunami washed the dishes while the others sipped tea. Sakura noticed a torn photograph on the wall and asked about it, noting that someone had been removed from the picture. Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami fell silent. Tazuna said the missing man had been a husband and had once been called a hero of the land. Inari rose slowly and left the room. Tsunami scolded Tazuna for speaking of him that way in front of Inari, and Inari left the house after the exchange. Sakura asked what had happened. Tazuna explained that the man had not been Inari's biological father but had joined their family later and had brought great happiness. Inari used to laugh all the time, but then everything changed. Tazuna's voice broke and he began to cry. He described how, after that day, Inari stopped smiling and laughing, and the whole village lost its will. Yukine offered his condolences. Naruto's expression had turned serious. He rose from his seat and landed on the floor, his posture showing a new resolve. All of them looked at him, confused. Sakura asked what he was doing down there. Kakashi suggested that he should take the day off and stop training, warning that he had used too much chakra and could die if he pushed any harder. Naruto struggled to get up and insisted that he was going to prove something. When Sakura pressed for what he meant, Naruto stammered that he wanted to show that real heroes existed in the world. Without another word, he walked out of the house. Sakura asked if Yukine-sensei was going to let him run off. Yukine did not answer aloud. He only smiled, rose, and left the house to find Naruto. It was dark and Yukine grew worried. He heard noises near the trees and found Naruto attempting to climb, then falling to the ground. Yukine leaned against a tree and watched, warning Naruto that he was pushing himself too hard and risked losing consciousness. Naruto turned toward him with determined eyes and said that he was fine and urged Yukine not to worry. Yukine studied him for a moment, then urged him to take a break. Naruto protested but finally sighed and agreed to rest. He caught a water bottle Yukine tossed him and sat down. Yukine asked what had prompted Naruto's earlier declaration. Naruto looked away and, in a sad tone, explained that after hearing Tazuna's story about Inari's father and remembering Inari's belief that there were no heroes, he had lost hope. Naruto wanted to prove that heroes were real and that people should not give up. He asked if Yukine thought he was stupid for believing that. Yukine reassured him that he was not stupid and admitted that he too wanted to show others, especially Inari, that heroes existed. He put a supportive hand on Naruto's shoulder and promised to help him train. Yukine added that he had forgotten to teach Naruto how to climb trees during their earlier outings and planned to make up for it. Naruto cheered at the prospect of beating Sasuke at tree climbing, and Yukine spent the night training him. After hours of practice, Naruto improved his focus and chakra control but eventually collapsed from exhaustion. Yukine could not help smiling at him, carried Naruto to a nearby tree, and carefully laid him down. He covered Naruto with a blanket from his bag and waited until morning while keeping watch. By morning, Yukine sensed a presence and saw Haku nearby. Before Haku could notice him, Yukine retrieved a kunai and set it against Haku's neck. Yukine greeted Haku with a fake smile and demanded to know what he intended to do with his younger brother. Haku explained that he had only come to wake Naruto, worried that he would catch a cold sleeping outside. Yukine questioned why Haku had reached for Naruto's neck. Naruto began to stir awake. Yukine quickly sheathed the kunai and acted as if nothing had happened. Naruto looked at Yukine and Haku with confusion. Haku offered a friendly smile to Naruto and then claimed to be a friend who had been helped by Yukine in gathering herbs. Haku said the herbs were for treating illnesses and healing wounds. Naruto volunteered to help, and Yukine decided to go along to avoid suspicion. As they gathered herbs, Yukine kept a close eye on Haku to make sure nothing was amiss. He listened to their familiar conversation but focused on Haku's movements. Yukine felt some sympathy for Haku, thinking about how rough it must have been to survive cold and abandonment as a child before being taken in by Zabuza. When Haku finished collecting herbs, he rose and carried his basket. He told Naruto that he would grow strong and that they would meet again sometime. As he turned to leave, Haku added that he was actually a boy. Naruto froze, then reacted with surprise at having mistaken Haku for a girl. Yukine burst out laughing at Naruto's reaction while Naruto protested and blushed, though. He soon joined in the amusement. At that moment, Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto and tapped his head sharply to snap him out of it. Naruto yelped in pain and complained. Sasuke mocked him for forgetting about breakfast and called him a loser. Yukine tossed an apple to Naruto, who caught it and grinned in response. Sasuke thanked his older brother, then crossed his arms and glared at Yukine, growling. Yukine offered another apple to Sasuke, holding it out. Sasuke refused and looked away. Yukine sighed and told him to stop being stubborn and take it, gesturing with the apple. Sasuke turned back, sighed, walked up and grabbed the apple. Yukine chuckled, thinking Sasuke was still the same. Sometime later, Yukine sat in a tree watching Naruto climb. Naruto lay across a branch and then called for attention while Sakura approached with Kakashi. Naruto drew a kunai and tossed it to show off. They all looked up, impressed by how high he had climbed. Naruto stood and pretended to fall. His foot slipped from the branch. Kakashi panicked and Sakura cried out as Naruto called for help. Sasuke ran forward and grabbed Naruto's leg, leaving Naruto dangling and swaying. Sasuke taunted Naruto as a loser, and Naruto looked back in confusion. Sakura cheered for Sasuke, calling him the best. When it seemed they were safe, Sasuke's grip slipped and both he and Naruto began to fall. Sakura screamed again and Kakashi reached out but could not catch them. Yukine yelled that there was no need to fear, teleported to the ground, and caught them, announcing that he was there. Sakura sighed with relief, and Kakashi said he had expected Yukine to appear sooner or later. Yukine smiled and agreed. Later that day, Yukine sat at Tazuna's house with Kakashi, Sakura, Tsunami, Inari, and Tazuna while Naruto and Sasuke continued climbing trees. Inari spoke little and gave Yukine an angry look. Yukine was about to ask why when the front door opened and Naruto and Sasuke entered, Naruto draping an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. Tazuna asked what the two boys had been up to, noting their disheveled appearance. Naruto said they had climbed all the way to the top. Kakashi announced that starting the next day both Naruto and Sasuke would serve as Tazuna's bodyguards. Naruto cheered, and the two of them tumbled to the floor, making everyone but Inari laugh. After dinner, Tazuna said the bridge would be finished in a few days and thanked Yukine and Kakashi. Tsunami cautioned them to remain careful. Tazuna then asked why they had stayed to protect him even after he had lied to bring them there. Kakashi quoted a line he admired from the first Hokage about courage and leadership, which left Tazuna and Tsunami puzzled. Yukine explained that once they accepted a mission they would not abandon it. Even though Tazuna had lied, they still had to complete the mission. Tazuna and Tsunami expressed their gratitude, and Yukine replied that he was happy to help. At that moment, Inari began to sob, tears landing on the table. Naruto noticed and lifted his head. Inari slammed his hands down and stood up, railing that all their training was pointless because Gato's bandits would crush them. He insisted that the strong always won and the weak always lost, arguing that their ideals meant nothing and that outsiders like Yukine could not understand the country's suffering. Yukine winced, gripping his cup tightly. Inari fixed him with cold eyes and accused him of thinking he could help simply because he was a hero from his village, warning that Yukine would only make things worse and would never understand the pain of losing someone close. Yukine could not contain himself. He shouted, threw his cup against the wall, and shattered it, leaving the room in stunned silence. Naruto looked at him with fear and confusion. Breathing heavily and fighting to steady himself, Yukine told them that he had suffered great losses. He had lost many people close to him when his village was destroyed. He had watched the village burn and had seen loved ones taken in that disaster. He had lost his parents and his entire clan. He insisted that he was not the only one who had suffered. Every ninja had faced despair and trauma, and many had made painful sacrifices to protect others. He asked them to understand how much he had given up to protect the people he loved. Yukine exploded that he had sacrificed everything and warned them never to speak to him about suffering. Kakashi reached to calm him by placing a hand on his shoulder and told him he had said enough and did not need to pour his anger onto Inari. Yukine immediately slapped Kakashi's hand away and refused to be quiet after what had been said, accusing Inari of whining like a stubborn child. Sakura pushed between Yukine and Inari and told Yukine he was scaring the boy. Yukine's mind snapped back when he realized the faces around him, all full of fear. He felt his whole body shake and his heart ache. The way they looked at him reminded him of being expelled from his old school. Still angry, he stomped to the front door and punched it a few times, leaving dents and a smear of blood before slamming it shut. After Yukine left the house, everyone remained frozen and silent, staring at the floor and thinking about what he had said. Kakashi and Naruto understood how much Yukine had suffered. Both had been close to him and knew the depth of his pain. Naruto studied the room for a moment, taking in the shattered cup on the floor and the dent on the door marked by Yukine's hand. Naruto slowly rose from his seat and walked to the door. He told Inari that he would go find his big brother, then opened the door, looked back once, shook his head, and left the house. Tsunami murmured that she had not realized how much Yukine had been through. Tazuna wondered aloud whether Yukine had been lying about the things he had mentioned. Kakashi sighed and shook his head, explaining that Yukine had endured a very difficult childhood but that he did not want to go into details. Tsunami nodded in understanding. Tazuna felt guilty, but Kakashi reassured them that Yukine would be fine and just needed time to breathe. Yukine had not gone far. He had climbed to the rooftop above their house and sat there, staring into the night and watching his hand bleed into a small smear on the roof where his knuckles had split open. The cut was not deep, but it hurt. He had not wanted to lash out. He had tried to hold it in. But the mix of pain, anger, and sorrow had built up until he could no longer keep control. It felt like a dark presence in his mind, dragging up memories from a past that did not seem to belong to him, and he wondered who, if anyone, was in control. Naruto's voice behind him pulled him back to the present. Naruto said he had been searching everywhere for him. Yukine replied that he was fine and that Naruto should go inside and sleep, insisting there was no need to worry. Naruto sat beside him and cleaned and bandaged his hand, explaining that it needed to be disinfected or it might become infected. Yukine laughed softly and told Naruto he did not need him to fuss over him and that he could take care of himself. Naruto insisted that sometimes people could rely on others and that Yukine could not do everything alone. When Naruto finished bandaging the wound, he rested his head on Yukine's shoulder and said he wanted to stay. Yukine nodded and watched Naruto close his eyes and drift to sleep. Down at the dock, Inari sat on the edge staring at his reflection in the river until Kakashi came to sit beside him and asked to speak privately. Kakashi told Inari that Yukine did not hate him for what had been said earlier. In fact, he was a kind person. Kakashi explained that Inari's grandfather had told them about his father and that Naruto had also grown up without one, never knowing his parents and having few friends in the village. Kakashi pointed out that despite everything, Naruto rarely gave up, always eager to jump in and be respected. He understood sacrifice and strength in a way that made him sympathetic to what Inari was going through. Kakashi went on to say that Yukine had lost his clan and both his real and adopted parents around the same age as Inari. Those losses had changed him deeply, but he did not complain. He kept moving forward and worked hard while helping others with a smile. Yukine's dream was to help Naruto achieve his own dream, and Kakashi thought of Yukine as a younger brother who would do anything for someone in need. Kakashi's words about Yukine left Inari speechless. Before he left, Kakashi added that some of the harsh things Yukine and Naruto had said to themselves had been repeated 1,000 times, and then he smiled and went back inside. Inari sat a moment longer, thoughtful, and then followed. On the rooftop, Yukine glanced over his shoulder and saw Naruto still sleeping against him. A sad smile crossed my face as I slowly picked him up, carried him to his room, and tucked him into bed. I watched him sleep for a moment before going back up to the roof. I sat there all night watching the stars. I thought that what Kakashi had said about me wasn't really the reason I kept moving forward. It all began back in the real world. I remembered Maya Angelou's words that a hero is anyone truly intent on making the world a better place. I had been thinking about what I said from the beginning about how my parents hated me and how my old school treated me for the pranks I pulled. Those things were true, but the parents who raised me were not my biological parents. They were my adoptive parents. I also had never fully explained why I moved to Tokyo in the first place. To be honest, I didn't know my real parents. I grew up in a foster home and I was bullied a lot there. Growing up in that place was awful. The kids my age should have treated me decently, but they made fun of me, beat me up, and treated me like trash. The foster staff rarely intervened. They watched and made excuses. Every night I cried myself to sleep and prayed that one day I would be adopted by someone who cared and would be kind to me. All I wanted was to know what it felt like to be loved by a mother or father. A few weeks later, a young married couple adopted me. Finally, I had a family. When they saw me, they looked at me warmly. I was shy at first, but I ran to them and hugged them. They were so nice and treated me like family. Then everything faded. What started like a dream turned into a nightmare. After about a year, their personalities changed. The father became an alcoholic and the mother got caught up in drugs. I didn't know why it happened. They had been kind to me and then everything went wrong. The worst part was that my adoptive father repeatedly violated my trust, and my adoptive mother did nothing to help. I felt helpless. I cried for hours after those moments and could barely get out of bed. When I tried to tell my adoptive mother what had happened, she denied it and demanded I show him respect. She punished me harshly and struck me when she was angry. I couldn't understand why she would treat me that way. All I wanted was a mother and father who loved me, not people who hurt me. I began to consider ending my life. I snuck into the garage and took a razor, then locked myself in my room and prepared to do something desperate. As I sat there sobbing, a sad song started playing on the TV. I looked up and saw an anime playing. The scene showed Naruto watching other parents with their children, looking miserable as villagers glared and called him a demon. I was struck by how much he seemed to understand loneliness, and the image resonated with me. That anime became a lifeline. I watched it whenever I could and read the manga as well. In a way, Naruto saved my life. I began to copy some of his pranks at school to try to get people to notice me and accept me, but most of the time people called me childish or an idiot. There was one exception. Rin accepted me for who I was. She was my only friend. Then her parents decided I was a bad influence and told her to stay away. After that, I never saw Rin again. I was heartbroken and sank into deeper misery. I started harming myself again as a way to cope. It made me feel calmer, so I couldn't stop at first. I skipped class more often and my adoptive parents grew angrier. They threw away all my Naruto things, and when I protested they punished me. I reached a breaking point and called the police discreetly. They arrested my adoptive parents for domestic violence and other crimes, and they were removed from my life. For the first time in a long time, I had peace. I told the authorities I wanted to move to Tokyo on my own. They hesitated but eventually agreed and helped me go. I used the savings I could access to buy a ticket and start over. As for an uncle or anyone I pretended to know there, that was a lie. I didn't know anyone in Japan and I didn't want anyone from my past to find me. I had survived a long, painful road. The anime that once reached out to me became the spark that helped me keep going, and the pranks, the friendships lost and found, and the choices I made pushed me toward a new life in Tokyo. I used that as an excuse to live in Japan. I needed a guardian, though I couldn't remember who it was. I only knew it had been a couple. In any case, the real reason I chose Japan was because it had always been my dream to live there and feel free from that nightmare, to start a new life. After I moved, I stopped cutting myself, but the scars on my wrist remained. When I came to the Naruto world, those scars vanished as if they had never been there. That was the truth of how I ended up in Japan. I could finally let it go and leave the past behind. I had a second chance at life. If it had not been for Naruto, I would have been somewhere else, surrounded by darkness. Naruto Uzumaki represented that light to me, and I could not let him go through what I had. He became my new family, my baby brother. I had been called names, beaten up, abused, and I had nearly taken my own life. It felt like living in a cell where nightmares repeated forever. Then I saw a beaming light that saved me from that burden and suffering, and that light gave me another life, my dream life. I wanted to make clear that I was not making light of people who struggle with suicidal thoughts. They are not alone. Many people go through the same pain. There is always someone who wants you to live and be happy, friends, teachers, family, colleagues. Even though enduring pain is hard, life is not as bleak as it seems. Live your life and love your life. I had fallen asleep on the roof while listening to the sound of the waves beneath the stars. I felt uneasy after last night. I was still a little angry at Inari, but I did not blame him. I knew how hard it could be to lose someone close. I had lost someone I loved too. I heard Kakashi talking with Tsunami and that they noticed I was not around. Kakashi had said he would take the team to become Tezuna's bodyguards. I watched them leave the house with Naruto and head toward the bridge with Tezuna. I was about to get up to catch them when I remembered something. After Kakashi and the team left, 2 of Gato's bandits had come here and tried to kidnap Tsunami. I decided to wait and sat back on the roof, hoping Naruto and the others would hold on. I took out my headphones and put them on. Time passed. I was about to change the song when I heard a crash beneath me. I took off my headphones and heard screaming from Tezuna's house. I got up quietly and went to the back of the house to look. 2 bandits were tying up Tsunami while Inari stood nearby, watching his mother being taken. Inari was sobbing, then his expression hardened and became determined. He stormed out of the house and shouted for the bandits to stop. I leapt from the roof to keep an eye on the situation. Inari shouted fiercely that they should let go of his mother. The bandits drew their swords and waited for him to get closer. When Inari closed the distance, I teleported beside him and grabbed him and Tsunami, pulling them away from the attackers. The bandits swung at empty air. I materialized in front of them and seized their swords. One of the bandits reacted in surprise and demanded to know who I was. I smirked and told them they had messed with the wrong kid. I snatched their weapons and struck them with the hilts, knocking them unconscious. Inari called my name in surprise. He told me that I had saved him and his mother. I shook my head and told him that he had been the one to save her. We laughed together, and the sound seemed to lift him. After we composed ourselves, I tied up the bandits. I crouched to Inari's level and apologized for what I had said earlier. I explained that I had not meant it and told him that he was a brave kid. Inari began to cry again and said he had promised himself he would not cry, worried I would laugh or call him a baby. I was surprised but smiled and pulled him into a hug. I told him that crying did not make him weak. It meant he was relieved and grateful. Inari hugged me back, sobbing and apologizing. I told him that he did not need to apologize. I picked him up and said that he reminded me of Naruto. I explained that Inari had protected someone he loved and had done the right thing, exactly what Naruto would do. Inari gave a sad smile as I wiped his tears and rested my hand on his head. I told him I needed to get going to meet my team. Inari nodded and indicated he could be counted on. The narrator chuckled and told Inari to stay strong, since he would need that strength to protect the village. After speaking, the narrator teleported toward the bridge. Just before arriving, he thought he heard his name called and turned, but there was no one and no detectable chakra nearby. He wondered who had spoken and then teleported to the bridge. Naruto questioned where Yukine-sensei was and voiced his frustration. The narrator explained that they only had to hold on until Yukine arrived and dodged the needles Haku launched. Haku declared that they could not escape and would die, then emerged from the ice mirrors and charged. Needles struck the narrator's legs and pinned him. He braced for impact, but nothing came. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure standing before him and realized who it was. He called out in surprise at seeing his older brother. The older brother did not answer but stepped forward to face Haku, remarking that Haku was too slow as usual. He grabbed Haku, slammed him to the ground, and forced him back into the mirrors. Haku praised the older brother's speed and slipped into a mirror to evade, narrowly avoiding a thrown kunai. When the older brother looked back, both he and the narrator were stunned to see Sasuke collapsed on the ground, pinned by a cluster of needles. They rushed to him. The older brother knelt, lifted Sasuke, and shook him, trying to rouse him. Sasuke weakly called for Yukine and spoke a final, fading plea to Naruto before falling still and unresponsive. The narrator and his brother were left standing in shocked silence over Sasuke. Haku commented that Sasuke had been a true ninja. Naruto rose slowly, glaring at Haku and vowing revenge. The narrator sensed a dark chakra swelling in Naruto as the Nine Tails energy began to surface. Naruto charged at Haku with overwhelming force. Haku unleashed a storm of needles, but Naruto smashed through the ice mirrors with brutal punches until they shattered. Haku had a chance to strike, but Naruto's speed carried him through. He grabbed Haku's wrist and landed a powerful blow that sent Haku through a mirror. Haku struggled as his mask began to fall away. Naruto advanced to strike again, furious. The narrator teleported in front of Haku and caught Naruto's fist, forcing him to stop. He shouted for Naruto to snap out of it and to stop. Naruto's anger began to recede. Haku's mask fell completely away, revealing his face. Naruto recognized him as the man from the woods and stared in shock. Haku questioned why Yukine had intervened and asked if he would not seek revenge for his fallen comrade. Naruto tried to lunge at Haku, but the narrator held him back and insisted that killing Haku would not bring Sasuke back and would not solve anything. Naruto, pained and defeated, withdrew. Haku sensed something, apologized, and then vanished. The narrator's concern deepened as he turned and saw Kakashi strike. His lightning blade had hit Haku instead of Zabuza. Zabuza swung his sword at Kakashi, who dodged and used the motion to pull Haku along. Sakura called out, relieved to see Naruto and Yukine-sensei alive, and then demanded to know where Sasuke was. The group fell silent and bowed their heads. Sakura found Sasuke and brought Tazuna to him. She passed the group in tears, sobbing openly. Naruto struggled to hold back his own grief. The narrator placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto leaned into the comfort, and the narrator put an arm around him and rubbed his back. Across the field, Zabuza and Kakashi continued their clash. As their confrontation intensified, the infamous Gato and his bandits appeared. The narrator told Naruto to stay where he was and moved to stand beside Kakashi. Zabuza declared that without a reason to kill Tazuna, his fight was over and the bet was off. He no longer considered Yukine a worthy opponent. The narrator nodded. Gato strode over to Haku's still form and struck Haku's face with his staff. The narrator and Naruto gasped at the callousness. The narrator lunged toward Gato, furious, but Kakashi intercepted him and ordered him to stop. Kakashi warned them not to move so carelessly. Naruto shoved Kakashi aside and demanded to know why Zabuza remained silent, since Haku had been on Zabuza's side. Zabuza ignored him and said that Haku was already dead. Naruto, in disbelief, asked if Zabuza really felt nothing after all they had been through together. Zabuza explained that, like Gata had used him, he had used Haku. Naruto narrowed his eyes and questioned him further, but Kakashi told Naruto not to press the matter and that they did not have to fight. Naruto refused to be silenced and shouted that Zabuza was still their enemy, accusing him of not caring despite Haku's loyalty and sacrifice. He stood sorrowful on the bridge, tears streaming down his face, lamenting that Haku had died without his own dream, used as a tool and suffering for it. I stepped forward and put Naruto's head against my chest, telling him that he had said enough. Naruto sobbed that it was wrong to use someone like that. Zabuza began to speak, and to everyone's surprise he broke down. Water dripped onto the bridge. It was not the weather, but Zabuza's tears. He told them not to argue further, saying that Haku had not only hurt his own heart to fight for Zabuza but had also fought for the others. He admitted that Haku had been too kind and that he was glad they had been their final opponents. In a raw moment, Zabuza tore the bandages from his face with his teeth and looked directly at Naruto, conceding that ninja were human and not tools without emotions. He allowed that he had been defeated. Zabuza then asked for Naruto's kunai. Naruto and I exchanged a look. Naruto handed him his kunai. Zabuza caught it and charged toward Gata. Gata fled and ordered his men forward. Zabuza fought his way through the attackers. Despite being struck repeatedly, he pressed on toward Gatu. When he reached Gatu, Zabuza drove the kunai at him and retaliated against the group, forcing Gatu off the bridge in a fierce, anime-style clash. Exhausted, Zabuza dropped the kunai and staggered back toward Haku's body until his own strength failed him. Kakashi observed that a warrior's life sometimes ended like this. Sakura then called out that Sasuke was alive and okay, and they turned to see Sasuke raise his hands. Naruto could hardly believe it, and I allowed myself a small smile. Haku had not truly intended to kill him. From the other side of the bridge the bandits were loudly talking about raiding the village. I muttered that they were the last thing the village needed. Naruto encouraged me to use a jutsu to stop them, but I had another idea. The bandits charged. An arrow landed among them, and the villagers, armed with blunt objects and simple weapons, stepped forward to defend their home. Inari grinned and promised to protect the village. Naruto urged me to join in, and I agreed. Naruto and I performed the hand signs and unleashed the shadow clone jutsu, producing multiple clones that surrounded the bridge. The clones taunted the attackers and soon the bandits retreated in confusion. The villagers cheered as Inari raised his crossbow. Naruto and I released our jutsu, laughed, and high-fived each other in victory. I noticed Zabuza being carried by Kakashi back to Haku, and snow began to fall softly on the bridge. Zabuza was placed next to Haku, and Kakashi talked quietly to him. When he finished, I crouched beside Zabuza, who looked surprised by my presence. I told him that I hoped he and Haku would see each other again. Zabuza called me a knucklehead and managed a rueful laugh. Zabuza raised his hand and I took it. He thanked me and said his goodbyes. I told him it was more like an, "I'll see you soon." He asked me to take care of Naruto, remarking that the boy's future was bright, and then he closed his eyes. His hands fell to his chest. I gathered both hands and placed Zabuza's hand atop Haku's. The clouds parted and the sun came out. I closed my eyes and prayed that anyone listening above would grant Zabuza and Haku forgiveness and let them be together in the afterlife, acknowledging their mistakes but hoping they could find peace. A few days later, before we left the village, we paid our respects to Zabuza and Haku. Kakashi and I buried them side by side on a hill. Sakura asked whether this was really the way of the ninja, to use and be used like tools. Kakashi replied that shinobi often became instruments of destiny, that right and wrong sometimes blurred in their world. Naruto, upset by the idea, asked if all their training was merely to become like those who used others. Sasuke also wanted to know the reason for it. Kakashi sighed and said it was a question. Without an easy answer, something ninjas had to face every day. I added that every shinobi had to find his own answers and choose his own path in the ninja world. Silence fell until Naruto suddenly declared that he had come to a decision. Naruto declared that he would find his own ninja way, a straight and true path without regrets, and that he was following the way of Naruto. The narrator called him his baby brother, walked up and roughed his hair, and watched him grin. After they paid their respects, they gathered their belongings and walked to the bridge. All of the villagers from the Land of Waves had come to say farewell. Tazuna expressed that they could not have completed the bridge without their help and that they would be missed. Tsunami urged them to be careful on their journey home. Kakashi offered his thanks for everything. Naruto grinned and promised they would return to visit soon. Inari asked, voice shaking, whether they really would come back. Naruto reassured him that of course they would and encouraged him that it was all right to cry, showing he was trying to hold back tears. The narrator smiled as Naruto turned away and both boys began to cry. Tazuna then thanked them for protecting him, his daughter, his grandson, and the whole village, extending his hand in gratitude and saying they appreciated the assistance that restored their home. The narrator smiled and shook his hand, saying they were glad to have been part of the mission and apologizing for damaging a door and a cup, adding that some money had been left to cover them. Tazuna chuckled and told them not to worry. The narrator bowed and began to walk away until Naoki shouted the narrator's name and hugged him from the side. The narrator bent down to Naoki's height and asked what was wrong. Naoki sobbed that he did not want the narrator to leave and feared being alone. The narrator reassured him that he had his mother and brother and the support of the villagers, patted his head, and promised to return to visit the village in the near future. Naoki nodded and hugged back. The narrator patted both Naoki's and Inari's heads, making them smile. They returned to their group and walked back toward the Leaf Village. Naruto excitedly said he could not wait to tell Irika-sensei about their mission and, most of all, to get some ramen. The narrator offered to treat them to ramen when they got back, and Naruto enthusiastically accepted. Sakura asked whether Sasuke would join, and Sasuke sighed and agreed to come along. Kakashi accepted the offer as well while reading his book. Naruto cheered at the thought of ramen, and the narrator warned him he was only allowed 2 bowls, which horrified Naruto and made the others laugh. One of the villagers suggested naming the finished bridge. Tazuna announced the name he had chosen, the Great Uzumaki Narukami Bridge, explaining that those 2 had shown hope and faith for the village. Tsunami laughed softly and agreed it was a good name. Tazuna remarked that the 2 would likely become famous in time. Naruto and the narrator, a dynamic duo. Back home, Kakashi and the narrator decided everyone should have the week off after the mission. Naruto was a little upset at first but came to understand that they had earned the rest and was happy to have more time to hang out. On the last day of their break, at 9:30 in the morning, the narrator lay exhausted in bed, watching sunlight and hearing the peaceful bustle of the village outside. The narrator pretended to be asleep, then felt a sudden splash of icy water all over the bed. Naruto had thrown a bucket of water and was laughing hysterically on the floor. The narrator shouted at him, anger flaring, and Naruto froze, hands raised, begging that it had only been a prank. The narrator warned him that he was in trouble and chased him out of the room. Naruto protested that it was only a joke as they raced around the house and the dining table, breathless and weaving. The narrator eventually created a clone to get behind Naruto. The clone caught him unawares. The narrator told the clone to cover Naruto's eyes for a moment. The clone obliged, and Naruto pleaded and apologized frantically, begging them not to do anything. The narrator held firm and counted down. On the count of 3, the clone released Naruto's eyes and the narrator dumped a bucket of ice water over him. Naruto squealed and shivered, hugging himself against the cold. The others burst into laughter at the prank. Yukine laughed, clutching his stomach and gasping that he could not breathe. Naruto pouted and insisted it was not funny. Yukine explained that Naruto had dumped ice water on him while he was sleeping, and that not only had he been soaked, his bed had been ruined. He shook his head, changed the bedding, and put the wet sheets in the laundry basket. After that, he took a quick shower, thinking that he should have seen the prank coming. Once clean, he dressed and went to the kitchen, where Naruto had also changed and was drinking water. Yukine told Naruto that he was sorry but insisted that Naruto had started it. Naruto waved him off and said it had been worth it. Yukine asked what Naruto wanted to do, and Naruto admitted he did not know. Yukine suggested getting something to eat, and Naruto agreed that he was a bit hungry. Yukine decided on ramen and invited Naruto to go. Naruto brightened and said of course. They put on their shoes and left. They walked to Ichiraku in a peaceful morning, and then, on a whim, the 2 began to do parkour across the rooftops. Naruto had fun and so did Yukine. It felt good to play together. Yukine was glad that Kakashi had agreed to give them the week off. When they reached Ichiraku, Naruto called to the owner for 2 large miso ramens. Tuchi turned and greeted them warmly, recognizing them as the Uzumaki brothers and asking how they were. Yukine replied that they were doing okay and thanked him. Footsteps sounded from the back, and Ayam appeared, relieved to see them safe. Naruto waved and asked Yukine if something was wrong when Yukine looked uneasy. Yukine snapped out of it and said he was just very hungry and there was nothing to worry about. Ayam smiled and hugged Yukine from behind, expressing how glad she was that he had returned in one piece. Yukine blushed and said he was glad to be home. Naruto smirked mischievously as their ramen arrived. Tucci said the meal was on the house as a reward for completing Yukine's mission, and Naruto gratefully dug in, practically inhaling the noodles. Yukine watched him and warned him to slow down or he might choke. Naruto said he could not resist because it was so good. Ayam, blushing and looking away, asked Yukine if he had anything to do that day and shyly invited him to hang out. Yukine stammered that he would love to, but he and Naruto already had plans. Naruto bumped Yukine and declared that his big brother would definitely hang out with Ayam, interrupting before Yukine could explain. Yukine glared at Naruto for the interruption. After that odd outing with Ayam, Yukine felt unsettled. When she had told him about the first time they met, calling him by a familiar nickname, he had been stunned and confused. Her manner, always kind, sometimes teasing, reminded him of Rin. The similarities in their personalities left Yukine wondering if it could be more than coincidence, but he dismissed the thought as overthinking. Later, Yukine was with his team while the younger children helped villagers with chores assigned by the Hokage. Yukine and Kakashi watched from a log as the kids pulled weeds from the crops. Kakashi asked Yukine if something was on his mind, noting that he seemed quiet. Yukine admitted he had been thinking about the upcoming Chunin exams. Kakashi asked if he was worried about Naruto's participation. Yukine nodded slowly, saying that although he trusted Naruto, he was still anxious about the challenges Naruto would face. Kakashi said he had felt the same way when Yukine had been the youngest participant in the Chunin exams and reminded him that Yukine's mother had been especially scared. Their conversation was interrupted when an angry villager confronted Naruto, raising a fist. Yukine reacted quickly, appearing between them and stopping the altercation in a flash. The woman apologized and retreated to her house. Yukine checked on Naruto, who sheepishly explained that he had been overenthusiastic while pulling weeds and had accidentally pulled up some of the woman's vegetables. Yukine sighed at Naruto's impatience and asked him to help clean up the mess he had made. Later that day, Sasuke and Sakura carried an exhausted Naruto back to the village. Sakura scolded Naruto for being hopeless, and Sasuke smirked and remarked that Naruto always caused trouble. Naruto jumped down and glared at Sasuke, ready to lunge, but Sakura stepped in and warned him that she would deal with him if he kept it up. Kakashi and Yukine exchanged a look and sighed in unison. Kakashi noted that they were not making any progress on teamwork. I shook my head to show I agreed. Naruto accused Sasuke, walking away while saying that their teamwork was ruined because Sasuke thought he was better than everyone. Sasuke replied that he was not better than everyone, only Naruto, and challenged Naruto to prove him wrong. Naruto bristled at the challenge and promised he had been training since leaving the village with his older brother. Sasuke glanced at me with a look that held more hatred than before. The three of them locked eyes for a long, tense moment. Kakashi called an end to the argument and reminded them that he and I had to finish the mission report. I nodded. As we left, I created a clone to watch the others from a nearby vantage. The clone took up a hidden position to observe Team 7 and the Sand siblings. Kakashi noticed my reaction to the clone. I started to explain, but he waved the matter aside and pulled out a worn, risque book. I scolded him for still reading it and laughed at how it made him look. Kakashi feigned offense, then slipped the book away and said that my reaction showed I had not changed. I joked that if my mother were here she would have taken the book and punished him. Kakashi agreed that she would. Kakashi then mentioned hearing that I had gone on a date with Ayam. I blushed and tried to downplay it as a one-time thing. Kakashi teased me about being shy, and I protested, embarrassed. A messenger bird from the Hokage arrived, calling a meeting for the Jonin. Kakashi suggested they go to the meeting immediately, and I agreed. When we entered the meeting room, all the Jonin were assembled and the Hokage sat at the front. The Hokage welcomed Kakashi and me. He announced that it was time to choose candidates for the Chunin examinations. Kakashi whispered to me about whether Naruto should be put forward as a candidate, and I told him I would support whatever he decided. The Hokage asked the Jonin in charge of rookies to step forward: Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. He asked whether any of their squads had members ready for the exam despite limited experience. Kakashi identified his squad Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha and recommended them for the Chunin exams. Iruka reacted audibly behind me, clearly unhappy. Kurenai and Asuma recommended all of their students as well, and murmurs spread through the room. Iruka objected to the Hokage, arguing that the young genin needed more experience and would likely fail if they tried the exam now. Kakashi countered by pointing out that he and I had become Chunin at very young ages and that age did not determine readiness. Iruka insisted that Naruto was not like Kakashi or me and worried that putting him in the exam would be dangerous. Kakashi suggested that denying Naruto the exam might prevent him from learning important lessons. He argued that Naruto needed the experience of challenge and failure to grow, and that even if I wanted to shield him, Naruto had to do things his own way. Kurenai tried to intervene, but Kakashi kept speaking, telling Iruka that the students were no longer his students alone. He emphasized that Naruto was no longer a child and needed to face things independently. Angered by Kakashi's words, I began to curse at him, but the Hokage cut me off. I clenched my fists and could not contain my frustration. I left the meeting room and walked out of the building. Later that day, I stood on the railing of an apartment building, watching people pass below. I needed to clear my head after the meeting and tried not to think about what Kakashi had said. I realized I had forgotten to check on the clone I had left to watch the others and worried about what might be happening back with the team. I summoned a clone, and it appeared beside me. I ordered the clone to tell me what had happened while I was gone. The clone smirked and reported that Naruto had stopped a bully with a decisive move. I reflected that instead of yelling at Kankuro, Naruto had actually fought back, and the clone added that Gaara had even wanted to learn Naruto's name. I asked if Naruto was home now. The clone confirmed that Naruto had been looking for me and had probably gone to bed when he couldn't find me. I released the jutsu and headed straight home as twilight fell. At the front door, I reached for my keys and held the handle until I sensed chakra behind me. I pulled my sword and placed it at the stranger's neck. It was a familiar presence. I turned and saw Sasuke, hands lifted in a placating gesture and a blank expression on his face. I lowered the sword and invited him inside. I told Sasuke to sit on the couch and went to check on Naruto. His door opened to reveal him sleeping. I smiled and closed the door gently. Back in the living room, I watched Sasuke with his hands together and arms resting on his thighs and offered him something to drink, explaining that there was only water. Sasuke muttered that he didn't understand something. I leaned in and asked him to clarify. He looked embarrassed and struggled to put it into words. He said he couldn't understand how I could be related to Naruto when they did not look alike and when our backgrounds were different. He wanted to know why Naruto was so important to me, why Naruto mattered more than Sasuke. He said I had never told him anything. I sat down inside, telling Sasuke that I understood his confusion but that the full story was difficult to explain. He demanded to be told, saying he was done waiting. I made clear that Naruto was not the only person important to me and that Sasuke was important to me as well. I explained that I cared about Kakashi, Sakura, the whole village, that I cared about many people. I assured Sasuke that I cared about him just as much as I cared about Naruto. Sasuke turned back slowly and looked at me with softer eyes, asking if I was telling the truth. I said that if my honesty would stop him from avoiding me and giving me the cold shoulder, then I was telling the truth. We stared at each other for a long moment without moving. Sasuke sighed and nodded, conceding that he believed me, but he also made clear that his hatred for what I had done still remained. I chuckled and suggested that since things were calm between us for the moment, we do a quick spar for the hell of it. Sasuke was surprised but smirked at the idea. I proposed a bet. If I won, he would train me until the Chunin exams without excuses. If he won, we would spend time together and catch up without him being so quiet and distant. Sasuke agreed with a smile and said he couldn't wait to beat me. That smile stayed with me as we headed to the training ground. We sparred for about an hour and a half. Sasuke was not bad. He was driven and dangerous, but his frustration showed in his style. He focused too much on taking me down rather than guarding himself. His determination to get stronger and to settle things with Itachi made him reckless. He prioritized offense over defense. I was winded but fine. Sasuke sank to his knees, breathing hard and marked by bruises and scuffs from the training. He struggled to stand and glared at me in frustration. I told him he needed a break. He protested that he could still fight, but I insisted he stop, warning that he had used too much chakra and might lose consciousness. Sasuke lunged at me in a final burst, yelling that it was not over, and then began to falter. I teleported and caught him before he fell. He went limp in my arms, unconscious from exhaustion and depleted chakra. I shook my head with a small, weary smile, thinking that I had warned him. I carried Sasuke on my back to his apartment. He was lighter than Naruto, a fact that struck me as odd. Perhaps his intense training and rigid diet made him leaner. I took his keys from his pocket, opened the door, and set him down on the bed in his modest, comfortable place. A quiet evening settled over the apartment as Sasuke slept. I tucked him into bed and watched him sleep for a minute. I told myself that I wished I could tell him the truth about his brother Sasuke, but he was still too young to know everything, and I had promised Itachi that I would protect him with my life. I was about to leave the apartment when something caught my eye in the closet, something hanging out. Curious, I reached in and pulled out a notebook. It was in perfect condition. After making sure Sasuke was still sleeping, I opened it and began to read. The notebook began with someone rejoicing that big brother Yukine had come home. The writer said they had missed home and had wanted to see him, but when they first saw him he was with Naruto, and the writer felt confused and hurt that Naruto called Yukine big brother. The entry went on to question why Yukine was with Naruto and to accuse him of lying, ending with a vow never to trust him again. The final paragraph was stained with tears. I kept looking at that last sentence and could not take my eyes off it. I clutched the notebook until my eyes watered, then put it back in the closet. I teleported quickly to my room and collapsed onto my bed, burying my face in the pillow and sobbing, repeating words of frustration under my breath. I never liked seeing people alone or watching them suffer. It felt wrong to leave someone to bear everything by themselves. I thought I should have brought Sasuke with me so he would have been more open and less withdrawn. Even if others disagreed, I was willing to accept the consequences. If I had to sacrifice myself to make him happy, I would. Anyone who had done wrong or carried a heavy burden deserved a second chance. No one should have to suffer the way I had watched others suffer. I lay on my bed thinking about what had happened at Sasuke's place. I was glad Sasuke was finally cordial with me, but the notebook had left me feeling like a hypocrite. Everything written in it had devastated me. Sasuke had been so happy when he heard I had returned home, but then he saw me with Naruto and his jealousy and hurt had taken over. I did not know how to fix it in that moment. I told myself I would try to figure it out later. There was still one more thing I needed to know. I told Naruto that he did not need to eavesdrop and invited him in. Naruto gasped from the other side of the door. I waited until he opened it slowly and peeked his head out, wearing the old beanie I had given him when he was little. He asked how I had known he was at the door. I got up, sat at the edge of the bed, and motioned for him to sit next to me. Naruto hesitated, then walked over and sat down. The room fell quiet until I asked whether he had been sleeping when I came home. Naruto looked guilty and admitted that he had pretended to be asleep after hearing the front door open earlier. He said he had taken a peek and seen me and Sasuke, and then had run back to his bed and pretended to sleep. I asked whether he had been listening to our conversation and followed me when I walked away, and he nodded slowly. I asked whether he had heard me crying when I had come home. Naruto hesitated before asking whether everything Sasuke had said was true. I sighed, stood, and placed a hand on the window, looking out at the Hokage monument. I reminded Naruto of the time I said I had to visit an old friend and how I had seemed rushed and worried. I told him I had been heading to the Uchiha compound and that he probably knew what had happened there because he had been silent. I said I had been too late to prevent the incident. The compound had been attacked and everyone had been killed except for Sasuke. I had found Sasuke alive among the aftermath, brought him to the Leaf Hospital, and taken care of him for several days before returning to Naruto. I closed my eyes and turned toward Naruto, explaining that when Sasuke was well enough to leave the hospital, he had been waiting at the entrance and had been upset that I was leaving the village. Naruto interrupted to say that when we returned, Sasuke had seen us together and had been angry. I chuckled and told him that he was perceptive, but that Sasuke's anger was more complex. Sasuke had been devastated because I had told him I would be there for him, and seeing me with Naruto had made him feel abandoned. Naruto fell silent, unable to believe what I was saying. I told Naruto that he did not need to say anything and that he had every right to be upset with me. I admitted the burden was mine to carry and I did not want to drag him into it. Then I told him to go back to bed and forget what had happened for now so he could rest and have energy in the morning. Naruto resisted, but when I shook my head he nodded and got off the bed. Once Naruto opened my door, he looked back at me with worried eyes and I gave him a sad smile. He looked down, passed through the doorway, and closed the door. As the door shut, I flopped onto my bed and sighed heavily. I told myself that I had really managed to make someone sad, especially my younger brother. The next morning I woke early and left Naruto some breakfast. Stress weighed on me from everything Kakashi's words at the meeting. Sasuke left behind because of me. I had not felt this tense in a long time. Mr. Tucci noticed my mood and asked if I was alright, observing that I seemed to be overthinking a lot of things. I sat in Ichiraku with my hand to my head. The place always helped me sort things out. I apologized to Mr. Tucci and explained that I was still shaken from yesterday and struggling with complicated issues that felt unsolvable. Mr. Tucci nodded and told me I had time to work through my problems, and asked if I wanted ramen. I declined and asked for water instead. He set a cup of water in front of me and advised me not to overthink because it was bad for my health. I thanked him. Ayam greeted me warmly and called me Yuki, which made me wince and look behind me. I returned her greeting and took another sip of water. She noticed I seemed down and sat beside me, offering to listen. I said I was tired from the previous day and declined to talk about it. When I asked Ayam why she called me Yuki, she admitted she did not know and thought the name suited me. I said I was just curious and told her to forget the question. She stood and said she had errands to run for her father and would see me later. I nodded and watched her leave, thinking about what I had done to her. Mr. Tucci, concerned, asked whether something was going on between Ayam and me. I panicked briefly and insisted there was nothing wrong and that I had not done or said anything to upset his daughter. Mr. Tucci reassured me he was not angry and simply wanted to know if anything had happened between us when we had dated. I explained that Ayam calling me Yuki had reminded me of someone from my childhood and made me feel unsettled. Mr. Tucci listened and, when he understood that I had been close to that person and that the memory was affecting me, he smiled and said that was all he wanted to know. He said I probably needed rest and my favorite ramen, and offered to make a fresh bowl whenever I wanted one. His easy calm caught me off guard and I felt somewhat relieved. Kakashi arrived and said it was about time he had found me. I told him then that if he had come to apologize for yesterday, I did not want to hear it. Kakashi asked to at least explain why he had said what he did. I said I would rather not listen, fearing it would only irritate me more. Kakashi sat beside me and explained that Naruto had made his decision to pursue becoming Hokage and wanted to move closer to that goal. He pointed out that I could not always step in and make decisions for Naruto. Sometimes he needed to do things on his own. He asked whether I thought it was time to let Naruto and his team follow their own path. His words made sense. I realized I had been directing Naruto's life too much and denying him chances to make his own choices. It was unfair to him and to myself. I apologized to Kakashi for snapping at him and admitted I might have helped Naruto too much, effectively controlling his life. Kakashi patted my back and said I had probably misunderstood his words and that everything would be fine. He said he was sure Naruto would do well. I asked whether Kakashi had given the team the application forms for the Chunin exams. Kakashi confirmed he had and added that Naruto had been excited. He told me the exams would start in 5 days and mentioned that Sasuke had been looking for me and asked whether I could help him with training and maybe hang out. I raised an eyebrow at the unexpected request, noting that Sasuke rarely asked for help. Kakashi then fished his reading book out for a moment before laughing nervously and putting it away, and I felt a small smile return. A teammate teased Yukine that he could read his pervert book when they were not around. Suddenly, Yukine felt as if someone were crying for him and his heartbeat slowed. The sensation felt painfully familiar. Kakashi waved a hand in front of Yukine and asked if he was okay. Yukine rubbed his head, laughed nervously, and said that he had only been daydreaming. Hokage Monument. Ayam stood on Minato's head and wept. She said in agony that she could not take it anymore and that she had to tell him. A consoling voice in her head urged her to calm down and relax. Ayam replied that she missed him terribly, that she had not seen him for years, and that she regretted disguising herself. The voice asked if she was sure about what she intended to do. Ayam answered that he needed to know. The voice warned Ayam that she would not return to that place if she perished. Ayam accepted the consequence, saying that when she died she would always be in his heart, and smiled. Aisha, the guiding voice, then performed a ritual to release Ayam's soul back to its original body. Ayam's body glowed as the soul left and coalesced into the form of a girl. Ayam's body fell to the ground. When the transformation was complete, the girl opened her eyes, smiled, and let a single tear fall from her right eye. Aisha's presence faded from the girl's mind with a final warning to be prepared for the consequences of what she would do next. The girl thanked Aisha for giving her the chance to see him again, then prayed and looked upward. Yukine woke at 9 in the morning feeling too tired to get out of bed. The first day before the Chunin exams made him uneasy. He questioned whether he should even be involved, worrying that it might be risky and could change the course of events. The thoughts kept running through his head until he finally rose, showered, fixed his hair, changed into regular clothes, and went to the kitchen. Yukine called for Naruto but received no answer. He noticed a note on the counter, picked it up, and read that Naruto had left early to train at the grounds with Sakura and Sasuke and that there was no need to worry. Naruto had signed the note as his little brother. Yukine smiled, put the paper back on the counter, and opened the fridge to find very little food. He muttered to himself about the forgotten groceries and decided to buy what was needed. He preferred cooking when Naruto was around because he liked the company. The village felt peaceful as he walked. There was nothing chaotic and everything seemed normal. At the store, Yukine gathered groceries, including vegetables for a salad his mother wanted Naruto to eat instead of ramen. At the cashier, Yukine greeted the clerk and asked how she was doing. The cashier bowed and said she was well, admitting she had wondered where Yukine had gone after the recent incident. She asked how he had survived. Yukine chuckled and replied that he had a few tricks up his sleeve. The cashier praised him, and he left a tip as he paid. Rather than walk home, Yukine teleported straight to his kitchen and began putting the groceries away. He felt someone behind him and addressed the person, telling them they must be in the wrong house. The voice behind him, high and young, insisted the opposite. The boy explained he was searching for two people who had found and cared for him during their journey. When the boy named Naruto Uzumaki and Yukine Narukami, Yukine turned and was shocked. The boy had short straight red hair and pale blue eyes and was smaller than Naruto. He wore a gray shirt under a black jacket, black pants, red ninja sandals, bandages on his hands, a red belt holding a kunai pouch and a sword. Yukine could hardly believe who stood before him, and a flashback rushed through his mind. During Yukine and Naruto's journey, Yukine had explained to Naruto that they were heading somewhere quiet so Naruto could focus on his training without distractions. Naruto complained about being tired and hungry even though he had just eaten. Then Naruto suddenly stopped and stared ahead. Yukine followed his gaze and saw several buildings burned to the ground. Naruto asked if they could check it out, and despite Yukine's reservations and warnings about danger, Naruto had run toward the ruined settlement. Yukine chased after Naruto, calling for him and trying to stop him from entering the dangerous area. While searching, Yukine noticed a symbol on one of the buildings and, underneath it, some writing that read Matsudaira. He had not heard of that clan before, and he continued to look for Naruto, calling his name. He found Naruto kneeling in front of a fallen woman and a small boy. The victims lay motionless and appeared to have been killed recently. Naruto began to cry and clung to Yukine's shirt. Yukine tried to comfort him, rubbing his back and acknowledging that the boy had died by his mother's side. Yukine urged Naruto that they could not stay, they needed to leave, though Naruto insisted they give the victims a proper burial. As Yukine agreed and began to move, a weak cough came from near the fallen people. Yukine Narukami and Naruto found the boy as he slowly opened his eyes. Yukine gently moved the boy's mother off him and set her beside him, then checked the boy for injuries. A small cut on the right arm needed bandaging, So Yukine wrapped it and told the boy not to move, asking him to nod if he could hear him. The boy nodded weakly, and relief washed over Yukine. When the boy realized his mother's condition, his face went blank with shock and he tried to get up but failed. He called for his mother in frantic, uneven breaths. Yukine urged him to calm down, but the boy kept gasping and clutching at his chest. Naruto warned that the boy was hyperventilating and urged Yukine to do something. The boy's breathing grew faster until he passed out. Yukine checked his pulse and explained to Naruto that the boy had merely fainted from hyperventilation. Naruto breathed with relief. Yukine looked at the mother and realized she had protected her son from masked attackers and had sacrificed herself to keep him safe. He searched the area, found a shovel, and dug a simple grave. He felt the weight of what Naruto had seen and regretted that Naruto had to witness such a thing, but also knew they had saved the boy's life. After burying the mother, Yukine and Naruto carried the boy back to the hotel and waited for him to wake. They sat beside him with worried expressions. Naruto wondered if the boy would wake up. Yukine explained that it might take a while after hyperventilation. Naruto asked if Yukine knew what had caused the destruction of the boy's clan, and Yukine suggested masked rogues might be responsible, though he was not certain and planned to investigate later. A groan came from the boy and he opened his eyes, looking around in confusion and asking where he was. Yukine explained they had found him at the scene with Naruto. The boy suddenly remembered his clan and his mother, and began to tremble. Yukine delivered the painful truth that his mother had not survived. The boy was struck silent by grief. Naruto sat beside the boy and enveloped him in an embrace. Yukine rested a hand on the boy's shoulder as he cried. Both men understood the deep pain of losing someone precious, even if Naruto had not experienced the same losses in his past. After several minutes the boy's sobs subsided, though tears still tracked down his cheeks. Yukine wiped them away with a tissue and introduced himself and Naruto. Yukine identified himself as Yukine Narukami and introduced Naruto as his younger brother, Naruto Uzumaki. He then asked the boy his name. The boy answered that his name was Akashi Matsudaira and that he was 6 years old. Yukine replied that Naruto was 8. When Yukine asked if Akashi remembered anything from before he lost consciousness, Akashi said he only recalled people wearing masks and all-black clothing. Yukine considered the description and thought it could apply to many possible attackers. He resolved to look into it later. He also realized that Akashi, at his age, could not survive alone. Naruto tapped Yukine's arm and gave him a concerned look. Yukine turned to Akashi and offered to take care of him. Akashi was surprised and asked if they truly wanted him. Yukine explained that he was too young to be alone and was welcome to stay with them. Naruto added that they could be like older brothers. Tears of a different sort formed in Akashi's eyes, this time from relief and gratitude. He removed his blanket and threw himself into a group hug with Yukine and Naruto, declaring that he wanted to be with them. Yukine and Naruto smiled and hugged him back, both welcoming him into their makeshift family. 2 years later, Akashi had made progress but still struggled with nightmares about the attack on his clan. On nights when the memories overwhelmed him, he would go to Naruto's room and ask to sleep there. Naruto always agreed, and those nights helped Akashi rest more peacefully. Akashi grew to admire Naruto as an older brother, and Naruto looked after him with affection. Yukine felt proud to see Naruto caring for Akashi. The bond between them had become inseparable. Over time, Akashi became more open and comfortable living with them, and their small family moved forward together. Yuki had learned a lot about Akashi over the past 3 years. Akashi loved cats and always squealed and tried to pet them, which frightened the animals and made everyone laugh. He also loved to cook and had begged Yuki whenever the older brothers were preparing food, asking to be taught. Yuki had been unable to refuse, and while Akashi's first attempts were clumsy, he had tried his best. Yuki had also done some research and discovered that Akashi was partly Uzumaki, his main clan being Matsudaira, which explained his red hair. To Yuki's surprise, Akashi was related to Naruto, likely cousins. Akashi's Kekkai Genkai was strong. He could manipulate ash to form impressive techniques, and he was skilled with swords. Despite his youth, his abilities were remarkable. Everything had seemed fine until Yuki and Naruto found Akashi standing on a trail, staring back at them with determined eyes. Yuki asked Akashi why he wanted to travel by himself and warned him about how dangerous the world could be. Akashi apologized and explained that he had to do this to become stronger and protect them. Naruto objected angrily, telling Akashi that he did not know what he was up against and that he would get hurt. Akashi insisted that he could take care of himself because Yuki and Naruto had taught him survival skills and that he needed to be trusted. Yuki softened at the sight of Akashi's resolve and, after a long sigh, reluctantly agreed to let him go. Naruto reacted with disbelief and fear, accusing Akashi of throwing his life away to become stronger. Akashi responded with a hug, which made Naruto gasp, and he reassured them that he would be fine. Tears fell onto Naruto's shoulder as he hugged back, unable to accept the danger. Akashi said that if he had to sacrifice himself to protect them, he would not hesitate, but he also promised that this was not goodbye and that he would see them soon. Yuki stepped forward to hug him as well, wishing him a safe journey and offering help if it was ever needed. Akashi thanked Yuki and insisted he would be okay. The three of them shared a final, tight group hug. When they finally let go, Akashi picked up his backpack, smiled, and told them he would never forget what they had done for him and that they were his family. He walked away without looking back. After Akashi disappeared from sight, Naruto hugged Yuki, and Yuki prayed silently for Akashi's safety and strength. The memory faded. Akashi returned with a grin and announced that he had found them and that he was home. He ran up to Yuki and hugged him tightly. Yuki felt warmth and relief as he placed Akashi's head against his chest, then stepped back and laughed at how much taller Akashi had become during his travels. Yuki asked how long it had been, and Akashi confirmed it had been exactly 2 years. Akashi explained that he had come to stay for good. He admitted he had become homesick shortly after leaving last time and could not stop thinking about Yuki and Naruto, so he decided it was time to come back. Yuki welcomed the news and invited him to sit on the couch, offering him a glass of water. Yuki asked about Akashi's journey through the ninja world over the past years. Later that day, Yuki expressed admiration that Akashi had taken on 10 bandits alone to help a little girl, calling him brave. Akashi blushed and shrugged off the praise, saying the attackers had not been able to land a hit because of what Yuki had taught him, and that he had simply done what he had to do to help. Yuki told him he had made the right choice, and Akashi thanked him using Yuki's nickname. A comfortable silence settled over them as they smiled at one another. Akashi admitted how much he had missed them. Yuki told him they missed him too and that Naruto probably missed him the most, since Naruto kept bringing him up and hoping to see him again. Akashi looked surprised and pleased to hear that. Yuki teased that Naruto could be clingy and joked about hoping Naruto would not smother him with hugs. Akashi laughed and said he would be fine. At that moment the front door opened and Naruto announced his arrival. Yuki called him to the living room and told him that someone wanted to see him. Naruto walked in with his head down and then froze when he looked up and saw Akashi. He was visibly shocked and surprised. Akashi approached Naruto with his eyes closed and a peaceful smile on his face. Akashi had started to say hello when Naruto tackled him in a hug. Naruto was shocked at first, then returned the embrace. Naruto clung to Akashi's shirt, tears running down his cheeks as he told him how happy he was that Akashi had come home. Akashi smiled and told them how glad he was to be back with his big brothers as they walked together. Yukine explained that Akashi had only traveled for 2 years and missed them, especially Naruto. Yukine added that Akashi also wanted to stay with them for good. Naruto was astonished, but Akashi nodded and Naruto hugged him again. Yukine reminded them that they would need to speak with the village leader and request that Akashi be allowed to live in the Hidden Leaf Village. Later, the three of them went to the village leader's office. The village leader asked if they wanted Akashi to live in the village and whether he intended to become a ninja. Yukine confirmed both, and the village leader asked Akashi to step forward. He praised Akashi's file and said that, despite his skills, Akashi would have to begin as a rookie ninja, then asked him to demonstrate 3 clones. Akashi performed the signs, and 10 clones appeared around him. The village leader smiled and retrieved a blue forehead band from his drawer. He formally welcomed Akashi Matsudara as a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village and presented him with the band. Akashi bowed and thanked the village leader. Naruto hooked an arm around him, exclaiming that he was a ninja now, and Yukine congratulated him, patting his shoulder. Akashi thanked them both. Naruto suggested celebrating, and Yukine proposed going to a dumpling shop since Akashi liked dumplings. Akashi's eyes lit up and he pulled them along, eager for dumplings. They thanked the village leader as they left, and the village leader waved for them to have fun. Later that evening, after they had eaten at a dumpling restaurant, Yukine found himself sitting next to a young man who was unconscious outside a bar while Naruto carried Akashi. Earlier that night, after consuming a dozen dumplings non-stop, Akashi had become overly energetic. Yukine had told him he had enough and that it was time to go home, but Akashi protested loudly, jittery and ecstatic at finally eating dumplings again. Naruto wondered how they would get him home, and Yukine stepped behind Akashi and, with a quick, practiced pressure point, eased him into a deep, immediate sleep on the table. Naruto protested at the abruptness, and Yukine pointed out that leaving Akashi to cause trouble in the village would have been worse. They picked Akashi up and Naruto carried him home, thanking the store clerks as they left. On the way they passed a bar where a clerk was throwing a drunken man out for disturbing customers. The man landed hard and did not move. Yukine approached and asked what the problem was. The clerk explained that the man had been causing a ruckus and disturbing patrons. Yukine offered to take responsibility for the man. The clerk agreed and sent them on their way. Yukine told Naruto to take Akashi home while he would find where the drunk man lived. Naruto asked if Yukine was sure he could handle it and whether he even knew where the man lived. Yukine reassured him that he would manage and Naruto left with Akashi. Yukine found himself waiting on a bench with the unconscious man. He checked the time. It was 5 in the morning and dawn was beginning to break. He checked the man's temperature and found him stable, then decided to look around the small apartment to make sure there were no immediate dangers. The place was cluttered with bottles and a couple of ashtrays, and there was little in the way of fresh food. In a dusty closet he found an untouched box and, after ensuring the man remained asleep and peaceful, put the box on the table and opened it. Inside, he found a number of personal items and felt a quiet moment of surprise at what the box contained. Yukine found a pile of love cards, pictures, stuffed animals, and other keepsakes. Tucked beneath a teddy bear, he discovered a clean photograph and was surprised by what he saw. On the back of the photo was a short message declaring that the sender would never leave the recipient's side, signed Mori. The name struck him. Before he could think further, he felt a fist coming toward him. Yukine reacted quickly, intercepting the blow, seizing the attacker's arm, and using a practiced motion to pin him against the wall. The man glared at him with fury in his eyes. Yukine told him that it would have been better to ask who he was instead of trying a sneak attack. He explained that he had found the man unconscious on a trail in front of a bar and had brought him home. The man demanded to know who Yukine was and accused him of snooping. He threatened harshly, though Yukine reminded him that if he had not intervened the man would have been left to sleep on the streets. Yukine then asked him to calm down and return to bed. The man refused, insisting a stranger had no right to be in his home. Yukine replied that the stranger had helped him and, speaking firmly, ordered him to be quiet and lie down. The man scoffed but lay back. Yukine handed him water and asked his name. The man refused at first, and Yukine began to leave the room. Moments later he paused and returned. The man then gave his name as Raiden Kaminari. Yukine introduced himself as Yukine Narukami and said he had stayed to care for him through the night. Raiden said he should have been left to sleep outside. When Yukine objected, Raiden said that things had been terrible and that he had felt powerless. He admitted he had intended to drink himself to death and produced a cigarette. Yukine removed it from his mouth and warned him against smoking while recovering. Raiden dismissed Yukine's concern and demanded that he leave. Yukine refused to go until he understood what had driven Raiden to this point. He asked whether Raiden had lost someone, and Raiden denied it. Yukine pressed, naming Mori from the photograph. Raiden exploded, shouting that Yukine had no right to speak about her and that Yukine could not know what it was like to lose someone close. Yukine told Raiden that he did understand loss. He revealed that he, too, had lost people he loved, his clan, his parents, and his adopted parents, and that the pain was familiar. He told Raiden that he would be at the training ground if Raiden wanted to talk, and that otherwise, Raiden could continue drinking and smoking his life away and become a miserable man. Yukine left the house and walked toward the training ground. Yukine walked with his hands in his pockets, thinking that Raiden needed to stop living in the past and move forward. He admitted to himself that he could not entirely blame Raiden, remembering how devastated he had been when Rin left him. He continued on to the training ground, replaying the confrontation in his mind. Back at Raiden's apartment, Raiden remained where Yukine had left him, replaying Yukine's words. He paced between anger and sorrow, grabbed a bottle in a burst of emotion, and hurled it against the wall. The glass shattered on the floor. Raiden told himself that Yukine did not know him. He felt overwhelmed by all that had happened in his life. The emotions left him shaking and unsure what to do next. He tried not to think about it, but the dark past continued to haunt him and he found himself deciding what to do next. He wished every day that his girlfriend Mori would come back. His sorrow was overwhelming. Mori was the only person who had ever understood Raiden. Raiden slowly regained control when he noticed a box in front of him. He stared at it and could not look away. He picked it up and carried it to the closet. Suddenly the bottom of the box tore and a pile of things fell to his feet. He sighed, bent down, and picked them up one by one, laying them out neatly. Among the items he discovered a sealed envelope with his name on it. He hesitated, then curiosity won out and he reached for it. His hands trembled as he turned the envelope and tore the flap open. Inside were a sheet of paper and a photograph. He felt a mix of confusion and anticipation as he unfolded the letter. The letter began with his name. As Raiden read, shock spread across his face. Mori had written that if he was reading the letter, it meant she had passed away. She explained how everything had been when they first met, how she had been bullied by 3 girls at the academy and had felt utterly alone. People had laughed at her, and she had cried on the swings in the park. Mori recalled that Raiden had approached her with a bright, unexpected smile and introduced himself, offering friendship. She admitted she had panicked and run away at the time, one of her deepest regrets. Mori wrote that she had avoided the academy for 2 weeks and had stopped caring for herself, but Raiden had been the only one who truly worried. He searched for her after the academy and eventually tracked her down by sensing her chakra. She remembered that warmth and how it had changed everything. As Raiden read, a flashback returned to him. In the flashback, Mori was being led through a dark forest by 4 kidnappers and had resigned herself to a grim fate. One of the kidnappers demanded to know who was nearby and accused her of bringing someone. He struck her, and another grabbed her roughly by the hair, causing her to cry. Then one of the kidnappers was suddenly knocked out, which threw the rest into panic. A shadow moved quickly and took out 2 more of them in a swift, stylized burst of motion that resembled an action scene from an anime. The last kidnapper held a blade near Mori to keep her as leverage and threatened to harm her. The shadow vanished from sight for a moment. The kidnapper hesitated and took a quick look. In that instant he was struck and fell unconscious. Mori stumbled and limped, shaken. When she looked up, the shadow stood before her. Moonlight revealed Raiden stepping out from the darkness. Raiden told her that he had finally found her. Mori smiled weakly until her legs failed and she began to fall. Raiden caught her and carried her in his arms. Everything felt slowed down to her, and her heart raced as she looked at him with surprise. Mori asked how he had found her and how he had known she was kidnapped. Raiden explained that he had sensed her chakra when she stopped coming to the academy and had searched until he felt that familiar warmth. He told her that no one else's chakra felt like hers. Mori blushed and looked away. Raiden stopped on the highest branch of a tree and held her securely. Mori admitted she had wanted to give up because she felt she had no one left. Raiden was taken aback by the confession but smiled and told her that the world was not as bad as she believed, and that she still had him. Mori was astonished and comforted by his answer. End of flashback. Mori continued in the letter that since that day she had changed a lot because of Raiden. People had stopped bullying her and had begun to care. Those same girls had altered their behavior toward her. She believed that without Raiden's rescue and kindness she might not have survived. Raiden sobbed as he remembered that time. Tears streamed down his face and fell on the letter. Mori had addressed him as her love and urged him to stop mourning every day. She wrote that some things in life happen that cannot be changed, but she would always be with him in spirit and would never really leave his side. Raiden whispered Mori's name as he trembled. Mori thanked him for everything, for giving her a second chance, for caring for her, for being there, and for loving her. She promised to watch over him as he lived his life without her. The letter had said that she would miss him and love him forever, signed Mori. After Raiden finished reading, he picked the photograph from the envelope and began to cry. On the back of the picture a note stated that as long as she loved him she would always be in his heart. Raiden whispered Mori's name, pressed the photograph to his chest, and sank to his knees. Later that day, Raiden decided to find Yukine at the training ground. He walked until he reached the clearing and saw Ricky standing in front of the KIA stone. Yukine invited him to talk, but when Yukine turned, Raiden unexpectedly struck him and launched into a furious series of blows. The exchange played out like an intense, anime-style sparring scene. Raiden moved with raw anger and speed, and Yukine allowed the assault to land without putting up a full defense. When Yukine finally fell back, Raiden continued to press the attack until he began to tire and slow. Yukine asked whether Raiden was done as Raiden caught his breath. Raiden's face darkened and he demanded to know why Yukine had helped someone he barely knew, why Yukine had not left him to die in the streets, and why anyone would care about him. Yukine's form seemed to vanish for a moment, and Raiden wondered if he had been fighting a clone. Yukine then emerged from behind a tree and explained that the world was not as hopeless as Raiden believed and that losing someone did not mean they were gone entirely. Yukine said that Mori's spirit could still be with Raiden, and that the reason he had intervened was simply because he had wanted to help. Raiden's eyes widened at those words. They were the same consolation he had desperately needed to hear. He rose slowly and approached Yukine. Yukine bowed his head and apologized for snooping through Raiden's things, calling it the stupidest thing he had ever done and promising it would not happen again. Raiden laughed in spite of himself, then forgave him and eased the tension between them. Yukine proposed a sparring match without clones, and Raiden agreed, insisting on no ninja techniques or illusion techniques, just old-fashioned hand-to-hand combat. Yukine added a wager that the loser would buy lunch, and Raiden countered that Yukine would be the one paying. They clashed again, this time as a fair contest. Afterward, Yukine reflected that Raiden's hand-to-hand skills were genuinely impressive. The speed and power in his movements were remarkable. Despite that, Yukine had a few tricks up his sleeve and ultimately came out on top. Both men sat on the ground, panting. Raiden conceded in a tired tone, and Yukine teased him about being a drinker and smoker. Raiden chuckled in response. Yukine asked when Raiden had started drinking and smoking, and Raiden admitted that the habits had begun after his girlfriend's death. He had fallen into depression and picked them up at 15. Yukine reacted with surprise. Raiden explained that Mori's death had haunted him, but that she had left a letter telling him to move on and live for her. Without that message, he believed he might have destroyed himself. He thanked Yukine for intervening and for keeping him from making more dangerous mistakes. Yukine nodded and said he was glad he had helped. Raiden clarified that he would not stop his habits immediately and that quitting would be a long process. Yukine encouraged him that he would stop eventually and offered to buy lunch. Raiden accepted, claiming he had only gone easy during the match, and Yukine responded with a teasing remark. Raiden then produced a small book. Yukine recognized it as the notorious perverted romance novel and reacted with exasperation, complaining about how everyone seemed to read that kind of trash and cursing the pervy sage who had written it. Yukine later reflected that the previous day had been interesting. Meeting Raiden had left a strong impression. At first Raiden had seemed obnoxious and careless, indulging in drinking and smoking and neglecting himself, but after Yukine saw the photograph of Mori and learned of Raiden's grief, everything made sense. Raiden had been trying to drown his memories, and denial had kept him from accepting her loss. Yukine had tried to help and, although things had not immediately gone as planned, Mori's letter had finally snapped Raiden back toward life. After that turning point, Raiden opened up, and they spent time eating, talking about their lives, and laughing. When Yukine mentioned his reputation as a prodigy in the village, Raiden was skeptical at first but quickly became curious about the things Yukine had done. Yukine thought that Raiden's personality also had a childish side and that he enjoyed making jokes, even if they were bad. Later, while Yukine was in the living room drawing Naruto, a loud crash came from Naruto's room. Yukine stopped drawing and went to check on the source of the noise. When Yukine peeked into the room, he saw Naruto and Akashi playing while a bunch of things were scattered everywhere. Yukine called out and asked what was going on. Naruto smiled, embarrassed, and said they were just playing around. Yukine noted that they had made quite a mess. Naruto and Akashi laughed when they spotted the notebook Yukine was holding. Naruto pointed at it and asked what it was. Yukine explained that he had been bored and had drawn some random things. Naruto asked if he could see it. Yukine sat between them, opened the notebook, and flipped through a few pages. Naruto reacted with amazement at a detailed drawing of himself, and Yukine said he had drawn it out of boredom. Naruto grinned and complimented him, and Akashi praised Yukine as an amazing artist. Yukine thanked them and admitted he had not drawn in a while. Yukine turned the page to reveal a drawing of Akashi. Akashi's eyes widened in appreciation and he complimented Yukine on capturing his hair color. Yukine shrugged it off modestly, but Naruto insisted the drawings were incredible and that they had not realized Yukine was an artist. Yukine waved it off, saying he liked to draw when he had nothing to do. A knock came at the front door. Yukine set the notebook down and stood up to answer. An Umbu wearing an animal mask stood there. Yukine asked the reason for his arrival, and the Umbu replied that the Lord Hokage wanted to speak with him immediately and that it was urgent. Yukine dismissed him with thanks, and the Umbu nodded and vanished. Yukine went back to Naruto's room to tell them he was heading out. Naruto and Akashi were looking at a particular picture that was neither of them nor Yukine. Yukine snatched the notebook back and put it in his bag, prompting both Naruto and Akashi to demand an explanation in unison. Yukine explained that the Lord Hokage had requested him and asked them to stay home until he returned, specifically telling Naruto not to spy. He asked Akashi to keep an eye on Naruto and then teleported to the Hokage's office. Yukine landed in front of the Hokage's desk and informed him that he had arrived. The Hokage said he had a task. A Jonin had seen a mysterious shadow around the training ground and been attacked by it. Yukine asked if the shadow might have been controlled by the Nara clan, but the Hokage said no one had been controlling it, according to the Jonin. The Hokage asked Yukine to investigate and figure out what was happening. Yukine bowed and accepted the mission. As the Hokage returned to his paperwork, Yukine suggested summoning clones to help with the workload. The Hokage admitted he had not thought of that and thanked Yukine, rubbing his eyes in relief. Yukine smiled, said goodbye, and teleported to the training grounds. Back in Naruto's room, Akashi asked Naruto if he had noticed when Yukine had taken the notebook away. Naruto confirmed he had and wondered who the girl in the drawing was. Akashi suggested that, given the level of detail, she might be someone important to Yukine, perhaps a girlfriend. Naruto thought the way Yukine had snatched the notebook away and his expression might indicate the girl Yukine had mentioned before, Rin. At the training grounds, Yukine searched for anything unusual. After about 2 hours without finding anything except normal shadows from trees, rocks, and people, his stomach began to growl. He remembered the bento box he had packed in a scroll, sat under a tree, unrolled the scroll, and produced the bento box. He said he would enjoy the meal and began to eat. A sound behind him made him look up, but he saw no one. When he turned forward again, he found a shadowy figure eating his food. The two stared at each other in silence until the shadow reached for the last piece of barbecued chicken. Angry, Yukine leaped up, shoved his empty box aside, and yelled at the figure, calling it a thief. He warned that no one took his food without consequence. Yukine clenched his hands, prepared to act, and formed 2 shadow clones beside him. The 3 of them launched at the shadow in coordinated movements, but the shadow moved with surprising agility and avoided each strike. As the clones engaged it, a dark form coalesced into a dragon made of shadow and lunged toward the clones, scattering their attacks. Yukine stepped back to study the enemy's technique. The shadow used its surroundings to form jutsu and summon constructs from darkness, an approach similar in concept to the Nara clan's shadow abilities but different in execution. Yukine readied himself to learn the pattern and find a way to counter it. He realized the figure used shadows to travel from anywhere and decided he'd seen enough. He put his hand in his bag and pulled out a flashlight, thinking that if it used shadows, light must be its weakness. Surprisingly, a flashlight had become useful. When the shadow figure had been able to defeat his clones, Yukine shouted to startle it, causing it to look away, then swept the flashlight straight at it. The figure could not handle the light. He ran forward, grabbed it and slammed it to the ground. Yukine landed on top of it and pressed his dagger to its neck until it stopped moving. He took a deep breath and accused it of having the nerve to eat his food in front of him, demanding it show its face or he would end its life. The shadow covering the person's body began to fade. When the shadow was gone, Yukine saw a boy he had never seen in the village before. The boy wore no headband or symbol of origin. He had black hair with red tips, golden eyes, pale skin, and a scar on his forearm. Yukine asked whether the boy was from the village and noted that he had never seen him around. The boy said nothing. A single tear fell from his right eye and he sniffed. Yukine sighed, realizing he had gone too far, and slowly told the boy to get up and not try anything stupid. The boy rose, wiped his eyes, and stood in front of Yukine. Yukine asked who he was and what clan he belonged to, but the boy remained silent. Yukine then put his dagger away and explained that he would not harm him if he answered. After a long pause, the boy finally identified himself as Kitsune Ito. Yukine asked where Kitsune had come from and why he had eaten the food. Kitsune said he had been hungry and had no money. He explained that his clan had been destroyed near the Hidden Leaf village and he had struggled to survive on his own. He had stumbled upon the village and lived there in secret for years. Yukine reprimanded him for trespassing, saying that Kitsune should have come to the village leader for help. Kitsune insisted he did not want anyone to know about him and that he could not trust others. He looked at Yukine with painful eyes and tears running down his cheeks as he described losing his clan and everyone he had loved. He said that losing them had left him unable to trust anyone and that he had suffered a great deal. Yukine recognized the loneliness and loss in Kitsune's words. He knelt in front of him and said that he understood. He, too, had experienced a similar loss. Yukine told Kitsune that some people can remain in the heart even when they are gone from life and that, despite not knowing him well, he cared about other people's lives. Kitsune's posture loosened and he looked at Yukine with surprise. Yukine then told him that he planned to take him to the village leader and would try to convince the leader to let Kitsune stay. Kitsune lowered his head in astonishment. Yukine stood, slipped his hands into his pockets, looked back, and asked if Kitsune was coming. Kitsune ran to catch up. Later, in the village leader's office, the village leader asked whether that explained the attack on one of the high-ranking ninja. Kitsune bowed and apologized, saying he had only tried to remain unnoticed. Yukine nodded in agreement. The village leader expressed that even though he had heard of the Ito clan and felt sorry for what happened, living in the village for 5 years without anyone knowing counted as trespassing. Kitsune admitted he should have spoken up. Yukine interrupted to tell the village leader that he believed Kitsune should be allowed to live in the village because he did not seem like a threat. The village leader acknowledged Yukine's concern and, after a moment of thought, agreed on one condition. Yukine would keep an eye on Kitsune and ensure his protection. Yukine and Kitsune smiled and bowed in thanks to the village leader. The village leader handed Kitsune some money and the keys to a new house and instructed him to return the next day for a test to determine whether he could become a junior ninja. The Lord Hokage demanded to know if he had made himself clear. Kitsune swallowed and nodded, stammering that he understood. The Hokage smiled and welcomed Kitsune Ito to Konoha. Kitsune thanked him and bowed again. As they were about to leave, the Lord Hokage asked Yukine for a word. Yukine nodded and instructed Kitsune to wait outside. Once the door closed, the Hokage addressed Yukine directly, acknowledging that Yukine was satisfied the boy could live in Konoha but reminding him that the village could not help everyone who had suffered. Yukine began to object, but the Hokage asked him to let him finish and explained that sometimes people would destroy themselves no matter how much help they were offered. Yukine fell silent, unable to reply. The Hokage stood and looked toward the window, telling Yukine that caring for others required effort and that some people could not be helped unless they helped themselves, then asked if Yukine understood. Yukine looked at the ground with a guilty expression and affirmed that he understood. The Hokage dismissed him, and Yukine bowed before leaving the room. It was 3 days before the Chunin exams concluded. He mumbled that one day he would be in that world. Mr. Yamada, the teacher everyone called Duckhead because of his constant quacking and dutiful lectures about this generation, shouted for Narukami Yukine to wake up. Yukine groaned, raised his head, and looked up at the man who had made his life at school feel like a small kind of hell. Yukine found the nickname fitting. Mr. Yamada would not stop quacking on about how students these days were lazy, and his loud, preachy manner grated on everyone. Yukine often felt like he might snap from the constant noise, and he imagined confronting the teacher one day, though he never followed through. Mr. Yamada scolded him again about sleeping in class and complained that he could not have a lazy student dozing off during a lesson. Yukine let out a heavy sigh, put his hand to his forehead, and pretended to listen as the lecture droned on. His attention drifted away. He dozed and retreated into a daydream about his favorite anime, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki had always been Yukine's favorite. Other characters like Minato, Itachi, and Kakashi were impressive, but Naruto resonated with Yukine in a deeper way. He admired Naruto not only for strength or skill but because Naruto's loneliness, need for recognition, and attention-seeking antics felt familiar. In his previous high school, Yukine had been known as the prankster, a label he had earned by pulling stunts to get noticed. It had sounded corny even to him, but the pranks had been his clumsy attempt to get out of the shadows. Those attempts backfired. A few people enjoyed his jokes, but most resented him and gave him cold looks. The pranks made him an outcast, and eventually they cost him his place at school. He had been expelled and forced to start over in Tokyo, sent to live with his mother's brother when his parents said they could not handle him anymore. He had mixed feelings about that move. His parents had been harsh and dismissive, treating him like a burden, but his uncle proved to be understanding and kind. Living with his uncle had been a relief. The man accepted him and offered stability he had not had before. Yukine sometimes wished his parents could have been more like his uncle, but that possibility felt closed. Mr. Yamada's quacking snapped Yukine back to the classroom again. The teacher accused him of daydreaming and made it clear this was not the time for fantasies. Yukine forced himself to focus and to ride out the remainder of the lecture. By the time school ended for the day, Yukine was ready to leave. He rose from his seat, put his earphones in, started a chilled playlist, and walked out of the classroom without speaking to anyone. Yukine sang quietly to herself a carefree line about driving with the top down in winter. The words meant only for her. Even Naruto and the others did not know she could sing. She was not a public performer and felt shy whenever others were around. She had finished delivering a scroll and was wandering the village, inspecting the streets and alleys. It was a pleasant, small place, and she had time to look around. The peacefulness broke when she spotted a group of bandits chasing a man through the square. She decided to see what was happening and followed their direction, climbing a tree to watch from above. The bandits taunted the man, saying he had a lot of nerve to stand up to them and threatening to tear him apart. Yukine studied the man, intrigued. She noticed his unusual shoes and raised an eyebrow. The man tried to defuse things by saying they had it all wrong and that he had no intention of offending anyone, then mocked their clothes in a dry tone. Yukine almost laughed at his insult, but she stifled it to avoid revealing her position in the tree. The man continued to ridicule the bandits' appearance, pushing their buttons. The bandits reacted angrily and charged at him, shouting that he was dead. The man planted his feet and struck the ground with a single, powerful blow. The impact sent a shockwave through the earth in a dramatic, anime-style display, shaking the surroundings and sending the bandits stumbling and skidding across the dirt. They looked terrified and scattered, then fled as fast as they could. The man murmured that this was the part where they ran, dusted off his hands, and watched them go. Yukine thought his strength rivaled that of Lady Tsunade and decided she should leave before things escalated. At that moment, the branch she was sitting on cracked. She cried out as it gave way and she tumbled down, landing on her back and rolling across the ground. She muttered in frustration that his hit had been enough to break the branch. The man called out to get her attention. She got up and turned around to face him, nervously waving and greeting him. He asked who she was and whether he had seen her before. He then looked closer and recognized her, calling her Narukami. She was startled and tried to ask how he knew her name. He told her it was him, and she realized she did not immediately recognize his face. He explained that he had changed his appearance when he came here. He performed a hand sign and surrounded himself with smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yukine was stunned by the sight. The face triggered a flashback to 5 years earlier. 5 years ago, in their old world, their classroom had welcomed a new student. The teacher introduced the new arrival and asked him to introduce himself. The new student announced his name as Tadashi Yashiki with a big, confident greeting and winked at the class. The teacher chastised him for manners, and Tadashi teased the teacher, comparing his voice to a duck and making a quip about the teacher's hairline. The class erupted in laughter. The teacher grew angrier and threatened punishment for the new student, but Yukine interrupted and asked if the new student could sit next to her. The teacher directed him to her seat, and Tadashi thanked her, making a small joke under his breath that the class found amusing. After he sat down, Yukine explained that he was the first person to say anything about the teacher's hairline and that none of the others had dared to comment. Tadashi introduced himself as a risk-taker, set his feet up on the desk, and declared his name again. Yukine introduced herself as Yukine Narukami, and they shook hands. From that day on, Tadashi and Yukine became best friends. He was the first male friend she had made, and they saw each other every day. Tadashi had been born in Fukuoka with his mother, and after she died of illness he moved to Tokyo to live with his cousin at 15. He kept his cheerful personality despite the loss and always knew how to cheer Yukine up. He made jokes and found places where they could talk. He was also a huge Naruto fan and became excited whenever Yukine read Naruto books. They talked about the series often. One afternoon they walked under cherry blossoms at Sumida Park. Tadashi asked Yukine if she had ever wondered what it would be like to be in the world of Naruto. Yukine admitted she often thought about it and called it a savage but thrilling journey to meet their favorite characters. Tadashi said he would be happy to be one of the Uchiha. When Yukine asked why, he replied that he liked the abilities like the Sharingan and Susan. Yukine said they were fine, and Tadashi reacted in mock horror. He pressed her on what clan she would belong to, and Yukine answered that she would pick Uzumaki Namikaze. Tadashi argued that being Hokage did not automatically make someone stronger than the Uchiha, and they bantered like that often. Back in the present, Yukine stared at Tadashi's familiar face and remembered all those moments. The scene under the tree had brought them together again in this unexpected place. They stood there, both taking in the reunion and the quiet aftermath of the confrontation. A brief, calm moment bridged the shock and the next steps they would take. Yukine joked that she could Rasengan him, pretended to form the technique, and shoved at Tadashi's stomach. Tadashi tackled her and they both collapsed onto the ground, laughing as they lay beneath the cherry blossoms and watched the petals drift by. Tadashi called her name softly, and Yukine answered yes. Tadashi then told her that if they ever died, they should pray to end up in Naruto's world. He grinned and offered a fist bump. Yukine returned the gesture, and they agreed that they would go to Naruto's world together. The memory faded and returned to the present. Yukine trembled and spoke Tadashi's name, unable to believe what she saw. Tadashi grinned and walked toward her. They ran into each other and embraced tightly. Yukine told him she could not believe he was here, and Tadashi said he could not believe she was here either. They held each other for a long moment before letting go. Yukine asked how he had gotten to this world. Tadashi scratched his head and tried to explain that after Yukine went missing he had fallen into a deep loneliness and depression. One day while walking home he had found a bookstore filled with Naruto memorabilia that reminded him of her. He said he had been browsing when he saw a book on the ground titled Big Bro. When he opened it, a light appeared and a small vortex formed in the pages, and then someone pushed him into it. Yukine realized he had been pushed into the book as she had. Tadashi went on to describe waking up in a stranger's room and having someone else's memories flood his mind. He recalled being at a friend's house and being told that his clan had been the target of a devastating attack. When he went to the site, he found yellow tape and destroyed buildings. Tadashi admitted that those memories carried hatred and pain. They had made him understand, in part, what Sasuke might have felt after Itachi's attack on the clan. Yukine asked him to calm down and reminded him that there were reasons behind those events and that Itachi had not had a real choice. Tadashi acknowledged the explanation but confessed that he still felt he held a grudge. Then Tadashi demanded to know where Yukine had been, saying he had been lonely and worried and had missed her jokes about Duckhead. Yukine looked down, sighed, and told him that she had also been pushed into this world. Tadashi was shocked. Yukine guessed the person who had pushed them might have been a girl who somehow recognized her and had made her dream world come true. When Tadashi asked what had happened to her when she woke up, Yukine said she would explain everything at the Leaf Village and not there. She told him to put his hand on her shoulder. He hesitated but then shrugged and did as she asked. The moment he touched her shoulder, they were instantly teleported to the top of the Hokage Tower. Tadashi panicked at the sudden change in scenery, asking where they were. Yukine explained that she had teleported them to the top of the Lord Hokage's office and chuckled at his reaction. Tadashi complained that she could have given him a warning. Yukine told him he would get used to it and offered to take him to see the Hokage. Tadashi then said he could not show himself as he really was. He pointed out that he was an Uchiha and worried that if the Hokage recognized him, it would spark questions and rumors about a surviving Uchiha, possibly leading to interrogation. Yukine reassured him and suggested he change his appearance to avoid trouble. Tadashi altered his appearance. He now wore black hair with a gray streak, a red shirt beneath a black jacket, a blue necklace, black pants, and a pair of Jordan 1s. He struck a few poses and grinned. Yukine teased that back in America people might call that a hype beast. Tadashi retorted and then announced that, since others had called him Tadashi Uchiha when he arrived, he would go by Takashi Devura. Yukine called the name lame, and Tadashi playfully responded with an exaggerated, flustered expression. They both laughed and set off. When they reached the front door of the Lord Hokage's office, Yukine knocked and waited. The Hokage's voice invited them in, and they entered and stood before his desk. The Hokage smiled and asked about Yukine's mission. Yukine nodded and reported that the mission had been successful, then bowed. The Hokage handed her an envelope as pay, and she put it in her pocket. The Hokage then noticed Tadashi standing beside her and asked who he was. Yukine introduced him as her longtime friend, Takashi Devura, saying he had returned from a long journey through the ninja world. Takashi bowed politely and greeted the Hokage, expressing that it was a pleasure to meet him. The Hokage returned the courtesy and asked Yukine how she knew Takashi. Yukine explained that she had encountered him in trouble with some low-life bandits on her travels and had come to his rescue, hoping the story sounded convincing. The Hokage listened and nodded, studying Takashi with a thoughtful expression as the conversation continued. The Hokage observed that Takashi looked like the sort of person who knew how to fight and asked if he did. Takashi answered that Yukine had taught him some moves and helped him with his chakra. The Hokage noted that Takashi had never been assigned to villages like the Sand or the Mist and offered him the chance to represent the village as a leaf shinobi. Takashi looked surprised, and Yukine nodded and accepted on his behalf, stating that it would be an honor. The Hokage instructed them to be at the training ground 3 days later to test Takashi's eligibility for promotion from Chunin to Jonin and made a note for himself. Takashi thanked him and bowed. The Hokage warned that his men would not go easy on him, and Takashi vowed to train hard and saluted. After the Hokage dismissed them, they bowed and left the tower. Takashi celebrated the prospect of becoming a leaf shinobi, punching the air with excitement. Yukine smirked and reminded him that he would still have to pass the test. They laughed together and wandered through the village. Time passed. Yukine and Takashi stood on the Hokage monument, watching the sun sink and taking in the view of the Leaf Village. Takashi marveled that they were actually there, and Yukine agreed that their dream of being in the Naruto world had come true. Yukine asked Takashi to tell him about the moment he woke up in this world. Takashi cleared his throat and began at the beginning. He had woken up thinking it was a prank, panicked, and felt terrified. Yukine teased him about being little terrified, and Takashi playfully pushed him. Later, Takashi remarked that it sounded like Yukine had been taking care of Naruto for years and asked whether Yukine had really adopted him as an older brother. Yukine confirmed that Naruto had called him Big Bro. and that a strange book they encountered echoed the same words. Takashi suggested that perhaps the book had been meant to guide Yukine's story and reminded him that the anime had helped Yukine through a dark time, giving him a chance to live in the world he had dreamed of. Yukine wondered whether the girl who had pushed him into this world might know him, and Takashi conceded that it was possible but not certain. As the sun set, Yukine offered Takashi a place to stay, saying that since he had nowhere else to go he could sleep at Yukine's house. Takashi worried about being a burden, but Yukine reassured him that they were friends. They clasped hands, and Yukine teleported them to the front door of his house. Takashi admitted it would take some getting used to, and Yukine laughed as he opened the door and asked if Takashi was ready to meet Naruto. Takashi said he had been waiting for the moment. A few days later, it was the last day for Team 7 to attend the Chunin exams. Yukine felt slightly worried about Naruto but trusted that he would do his best. His best friend Takashi Deviura, also called Tadashi, Naruto, and Akashi were at the training grounds preparing together. Yukine had decided they should help Naruto get ready for the exams. Akashi was eager to assist, and Takashi wanted to practice his skills. The previous day, when Takashi had first met Naruto and Akashi, Yukine had opened his front door and called for them. Takashi introduced himself cheerfully, saying he had heard a lot about Naruto and Akashi from his longtime friend. Yukine then explained how he had first met Naruto. While helping with training, he had seen a ruined, burned-out area and had watched Naruto rush toward it. Yukine chased after him and had found a woman lying still near a little boy. Naruto had been devastated and had briefly collapsed in shock. Yukine had heard a weak cough from the boy and had been relieved to find him alive, with only a small cut on his arm. When the boy regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was his mother, and he fainted again from the shock. Takashi had been wide-eyed at the story. Takashi asked if Yukine had invited the boy to join them, and Yukine confirmed that he had. Takashi noted that it fit Yukine's nature to help and care for others. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Naruto and Akashi tackled Yukine into a hug, welcoming him back. When they let go, both Naruto and Akashi looked puzzled at Takashi. Yukine introduced Takashi as his long-lost best friend, Takashi Deviura. Takashi waved and said he had believed Narukami had told him much about them. Naruto pointed out that Yukine had never mentioned him, and Yukine blushed, admitting that he must have forgotten to mention it. Takashi crossed his arms and called Yukine rude. Akashi asked curiously how Takashi and Yukine knew each other. Takashi laughed and said he and Yukine's older brother had known each other a long time and that the older brother had been a knucklehead when they first met. Yukine replied that Takashi had been a numbskull and a joker when he first saw him. Takashi playfully pushed Yukine's arm. Naruto observed that they truly were best friends. Yukine explained Takashi was staying at their place until he found his own home and asked them to make him feel at home, and Naruto and Akashi nodded. They enjoyed having Takashi in the house, and Takashi was happy to meet Naruto. Yukine and Takashi sparred. Yukine noted Takashi was a good fighter who used many fire techniques, as was common for his family. His illusion techniques were strong and had almost trapped Yukine. His hand-to-hand combat needed more work, but his ninja techniques were above average and had struck Yukine twice. Yukine called an end to sparring. Takashi flopped on the ground and admitted Yukine had not been joking about his strength. Yukine wiped sweat from his forehead, smiled, and asked if Takashi had practiced since he arrived. Takashi grinned and said he always wanted to test his skills. Yukine reached out his hand, Takashi took it, and Yukine pulled him up. Yukine suggested they check on Naruto and Akashi. They headed back and found Naruto and Akashi asleep together under a tree. Takashi put his arm on Yukine's shoulder and said they looked tired from training. Yukine agreed. Takashi told Yukine he had made the right decision for Naruto. Yukine explained Naruto deserved more than being alone, and said he would do the same. Takashi promised he would never let Naruto be alone or hurt by those bullies, and he added that he would protect Akashi as well. Witnessing family members killed and a home destroyed at such a young age had been deeply traumatic. Yukine could not argue and acknowledged the truth. Takashi patted Yukine's shoulder and called him a good man, and Yukine returned that he was a great friend. Takashi laughed and agreed. Yukine suggested bringing Naruto and Akashi home, and Takashi agreed. Yukine carried Naruto on his back and Takashi carried Akashi. On their way home they saw Kakashi talking to someone. Takashi muttered about the other person having animal ears and wondered how that could be, and Yukine said they should go take a look. Takashi caught up to him. Yukine greeted Kakashi, who recognized him and did not expect to see him there. Yukine explained they were taking Naruto and Akashi home, and Takashi stood beside him. Kakashi glanced at Takashi and remarked that they had not met. Takashi introduced himself as Takashi Devura and bowed politely. Kakashi nodded in return. Kakashi explained the other man was Kirku, part of the Hidden Sand siblings. Yukine realized that meant Kirku was associated with Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, and he smiled as he greeted Kirku. Kirku responded rudely. Takashi asked if Kirku was part of Gaara's team, and Kirku snapped at him, asking if he had a problem. Takashi raised his hands and said he had only been trying to make conversation and did not mean to offend. Kirku walked away, and Takashi commented on how strange the interaction had been. Yukine sarcastically called Kirku charming. Kakashi explained that Kirku did not like people talking about Gaara because they were very close, and he advised against bringing up Gaara when Kirku was around. Yukine watched Kirku walk away and thought things were going to get interesting. The last day before the mid-level ninja exams had arrived. A memory came back to Yukine. Rin had begun to speak but he had interrupted her and handed her a rose, telling her to keep it and look at it when she felt lonely to remember him. Rin was speechless, then smiled and promised never to lose it. They embraced one last time. Rin told him she loved him, and Yukine told her he loved her too and that he would see her again. Takashi waved his hand in front of Yukine and called his name, bringing him out of his reverie. Takashi told him he had been spacing out for more than 3 minutes and asked what had been on his mind. Yukine said he had been thinking about what had happened to Sasuke and the curse mark. Takashi sighed and assured Yukine there had been nothing he could have done then and that it was not his fault. Yukine insisted it had been his fault, remembering his promise to Itachi to protect him and his frustration that he had been unable to keep that promise when Sasuke received the curse mark. He slammed his head against the wall in despair and cursed his inability to keep his promises. When the mid-level ninja exams began, Yukine had been assigned to keep track of other village teams, especially those from the Sand Village. He observed that Kirku was very close to Gaara and preferred to stay by his side. Yukine did not know much about Kirku, but he seemed mysterious, having animal ears was rare, and Yukine wanted to learn more about him despite Kirku's rough demeanor. He decided he would talk to him another time. Yukine was surprised that Naruto had actually fought Rock Lee. Normally Lee was focused on Sasuke, but this time he had looked forward to fighting Naruto. Yukine had been watching to see if Lee's behavior would change. Naruto dodged every move Lee attempted, and then their teacher appeared and the scene shifted. 2 days earlier, their teacher had said he had to go and had encouraged Lee to show how much energy the youth possessed, waving as he left, when a shout interrupted the moment. I cursed under my breath as I lost my grip on the ceiling and fell to the floor in front of Naruto. Everything went quiet and everyone stared awkwardly until Naruto asked whether I was his big brother. I responded in pain and struggled to get back to my feet. Naruto asked what I had been doing on the ceiling. I told them I had been cleaning the ceiling, forcing a straight face while inwardly berating my own poor excuse. Guy and Lee reacted with surprise and Guy called my name in shock. I turned and saw the recognition on his face and remembered our connection. I smiled and greeted him, calling him Uncle Guy. The others reacted with surprise at the family remark. Guy laughed and said it was really me, remarking on how much I had grown. I returned the compliment and called him my Guy. Guy laughed again and said he had not heard from me since I was a child, then approached me and wrapped an arm around my shoulder. Naruto pointed out Guy's bushy eyebrows and Lee scolded Naruto sharply for mocking Guy. I explained that I had met Guy when I was little along with Kakashi, and Guy reminisced about my youth and suggested a spar to test my progress. I explained that I had been assigned an important task by the Hokage and could not accept. Guy accepted my refusal with good humor, waved, and said we would see each other around. I nodded and teleported away. I felt awkward about falling in front of them, but I trusted that Guy recognized me. After the incident with Naruto and Lee, Sasuke became increasingly jealous of Naruto. Watching Naruto and Lee fight only made Sasuke more determined. I watched the genin begin the written exam and felt a little nervous for Naruto because he hated writing and was struggling at first. My expectations were wrong, though. Naruto found a way to get the answers and carried on, focusing on the main objective. After the written exam came the Forest of Death. I do not like to dwell on it, but I will say that I could not stop Orochimaru from marking Sasuke because a mysterious person had blocked my path and prevented me from reaching them. The stranger bought Orochimaru the time he needed, and Takashi came to help when he could. By the time Takashi arrived, the masked man had disappeared. Later I found Sakura tending to Naruto and Sasuke, and I was furious with myself for failing to protect them. During the preliminary exam I was with Kakashi. Sasuke's match went as expected, and so did Sakura's and the other fights, but Naruto finished his match in 30 seconds, which shocked everyone. Now, Takashi and I walked around the village, both thinking about Sasuke. Takashi raised his voice and told me to stop blaming myself, insisting that what had happened was part of the path we were on and that I still had a chance to protect Sasuke. I looked away, considering his words, and eventually agreed. Takashi placed his hands on my shoulders and reminded me not to let it consume me, saying our current priority was the invasion and saving the Hokage. Naruto arrived out of breath, having clearly been running. I asked what was wrong. He explained that Kakashi was unavailable to train him for the Chunin exams and that his assigned trainer was unsuitable for the kind of instruction he needed. Takashi and I exchanged looks, and the trainer in question stepped forward and identified himself as someone who had served the Hokage before, expecting respect. Naruto muttered that the trainer had a poor reputation and looked dismayed. I asked what the problem with the trainer was, and Naruto said he found the trainer inexperienced and not helpful in preparing him. Takashi tried to hide a smile. I nudged him to stop. Naruto begged me to help him train for the Chunin finals, hands clasped. I regretted having to refuse and explained that I was dealing with many responsibilities and could not take on his training. Naruto pleaded that he could rely on no one else. I tried to repeat my refusal. Takashi interrupted and asked the trainer to assess Naruto's weakness. The trainer identified chakra control as Naruto's primary weakness. Takashi suggested taking Naruto to the hot springs to practice balancing his chakra in water, a method he believed would help. The trainer agreed with the assessment and invited Naruto to come along. Yukine told Naruto that they would head to the hot springs to maintain his chakra. Naruto protested with a small, hesitant plea to his big brother, but Yukine shook his head and reassured him that he would be fine without him. Naruto fell silent, sighed sadly, and walked with Ebisu toward the hot springs. Yukine muttered that maybe he should have helped Naruto. Takashi smirked and pointed out who was at the hot springs. The famed toad sage, Jiraiya, known for his eccentric research. Yukine and Takashi exchanged a teasing, matched proclamation about Jiraiya's reputation and laughed, then agreed they should find a quiet place to plan their preparations for the invasion. They walked to a secluded spot and discussed their strategy. Later that day, Yukine announced that they were wrapping up for now and would pick up where they left off tomorrow. Takashi admitted he was exhausted and would go home to rest, encouraging Yukine to visit Naruto. Yukine saluted playfully and teleported to Naruto's location. Yukine arrived to find Naruto speaking with Jiraiya about chakra and the Nine Tails. Jiraiya noticed that Naruto seemed pensive and asked if something was on his mind. Naruto confessed that he had been thinking about someone he wished had more time to train him, the one person who had adopted and protected him when he was a child. Naruto described how that person had rescued him from angry villagers and stood up for him when no one else would. Jiraiya grew thoughtful when Naruto revealed the name, Yukine Narukami. Jiraiya stepped back and struggled for words, explaining that he had not heard that name in a long time. When Naruto asked if Jiraiya knew his big brother, Jiraiya confirmed that they had been close and that he had not expected Yukine to still be alive after so many years. The memory triggered another flashback for Yukine. A young Yukine watched from behind a wall as his parents introduced a man he had never seen before. His mother explained that the man would be Yukine's godfather. The man smiled warmly, reached out to the nervous child, and accepted the title. Yukine timidly touched the man's long white hair and received a gentle chuckle and an affectionate ruffle. The man suggested they get ramen together, and the child eagerly agreed as he was lifted and carried to the shop. And a flashback. Jiraiya brushed off the moment and told Naruto that they would continue training the next day. After bringing Naruto home, Jiraiya sat on a railing, watching the boy sleep. He called out playfully for the child he always teased, sensing someone nearby. Yukine stepped forward and revealed himself. Jiraiya recognized him immediately and smiled, remarking that it had been a long time since he had last seen him as a child and noting how much Yukine had grown. Yukine observed that Jiraiya was one of the few who had not been surprised to find him alive. Jiraiya replied that he would never have expected Yukine not to survive. They exchanged a few light, familiar jibes about Jiraiya's ongoing research. Yukine noticed a telescope tucked in Jiraiya's jacket. Jiraiya flushed slightly and hurriedly tucked it away, explaining that it was for his studies. Jiraiya expressed relief that Yukine had taken Naruto in, saying that Naruto seemed grateful and that having Yukine in his life had made a real difference. Ebisu soon arrived to inform Jiraiya about Orochimaru, but Yukine paid little attention, having already heard the news. Jiraiya advised Yukine to get some rest, noticing how worn he looked. Yukine admitted he had been sleepless since the Chunin exams and yawned. Jiraiya waved off the concern and said he needed to return to his work. Yukine warned Jiraiya to be careful in his research, then began to walk away. Jiraiya called after him, and Yukine turned around to face him. A passerby told him that they were really glad he was still alive and taking care of Naruto. He thanked them and smiled as he continued to walk away. Today was the day of the invasion. Kakashi and he had been studying everything that had happened during the attack, the clash between the Lord Hokage and Orochimaru, Naruto and the team fighting Gaara. Kirku would probably be with Gaara to protect him. He planned to place Kitsune and Akashi to help Naruto, while he, Raiden, and Kakashi would handle any other attackers in the arena. He had not yet decided how to deal with the fight between the Lord Hokage and Orochimaru. Not even Tadashi could devise a plan for that. He only knew they would think of something to prevent the Hokage from being killed. The fight between Naruto and Gaara remained the same. He intended to be involved because Naruto needed to say something about feeling alone. He, Kakashi, Raiden, Akashi, and Kitsune were in his house finishing the plan. They had written down everything they were supposed to do. He asked if everyone knew their roles, and they nodded. He reminded them that today was the day and they had only one chance. He emphasized that they could not let anyone die, especially the Lord Hokage, and warned them to be alert for Orochimaru, who would be disguised as the Lord Kazekage. He explained that when certain feathers appeared, everyone had to release them or they would be knocked out. Raiden raised a question about how he knew the future. He replied that it was a special ability. He could see what might come, and it was not good. The others swallowed at that, and he moved the conversation back to the plan. He entrusted Kitsune and Akashi with protecting Naruto and asked them not to let Kirku interfere with Naruto's fight with Gaara. Kitsune assured him that they could be trusted and that they would do whatever it took to stop Kirku. He told Akashi that he knew the youngster was scared and the youngest in the group, but urged him to be strong because it would be a fierce fight and he would be risking his life. Akashi swallowed and became serious, promising that he would. Raiden then asked what they should call the group. He thought for a moment and said they would call themselves Task Force because they had a mission to accomplish. The others liked the name and agreed. Kakashi checked the time and remarked that it was almost time for the final round. He gave a short motivational speech, admitting his own fear but asserting that they were stronger together and would protect the village. He rallied them to stand tall and defend their home, telling them to be brave for the people they loved. He extended his hand and they all joined hands, pledging to never give up and to protect their home together. They counted together and shouted their oath. Kakashi then told everyone to head to their positions. As they left, Kakashi complimented his motivational speech and said he had never seen him like that before. He said that watching Naruto had given him that motivation. Kakashi then left for the arena with a salute. He cracked his knuckles and neck, pulled up his hoodie, and announced that the mission had started. He teleported to where Naruto was being chased by a stampede of bulls, grabbed Naruto, and teleported them both to the arena. They arrived in front of Genma and the other Genin finalists. A gasp ran through the crowd and whispers spread through the bleachers asking who the newcomer was and saying they could not tell his identity. Naruto looked surprised and called him Big Bro, asking what he was doing there. He explained that he had been in the neighborhood until he saw Naruto being chased, and Naruto laughed nervously, saying it was a long story. Shikamaru muttered that Naruto always made an entrance. Genma greeted him with a smile and called him Yukine Narukami, and he returned the greeting with a wave. Genma asked if he was there for the tournament. He replied that he was there to watch his younger brother Naruto and put an arm around him, predicting that Naruto would beat the others. Shikamaru asked what he meant by calling Naruto his baby brother, and he explained that he was Naruto's adopted older brother. The Genin finalists reacted in shock. He told Naruto to head up and wished him good luck. Bumping fists before teleporting away from the arena. Naruto grinned and promised that he would win and to believe it. Back in position, he activated his earpiece and reported that he was in place. Takashi confirmed his position, and Tadashi reported in as well. Akashi, Raiden, and Kitsune each acknowledged that they were in position. He reminded everyone that they had one objective, to protect the village, and that they would move when he gave the call. Raiden took a moment to speak before the operation began. He thanked him for helping him through a deep depression after his girlfriend had died, saying that if he had not been supported and prodded out of that darkness, he might have taken his own life. He expressed that he had found a reason to live again. He accepted Raiden's thanks with a smile and said he was simply glad Raiden had overcome that darkness. Kitsune also asked for a moment to speak, and he agreed to listen. Yukine asked what they had to say. Heidi replied that he had been very antisocial until he met Yukine and was overwhelmed that Yukine had allowed him to become a Leaf Village ninja and find a new place to call home. He added that he could not thank Yukine enough for helping him get back on his feet. Akashi agreed that Yukine and Naruto had welcomed him like a younger brother and that he would never forget that day, expressing heartfelt gratitude for what Yukine had done. Yukine was speechless. Takashi told Yukine that he had done a lot for the others and that their paths would have been very different if he had not met them. Yukine looked toward the arena and noticed Naruto standing opposite Neji. He silently encouraged his younger brother. Akashi cheered for Naruto, making everyone smile. Time passed after the fight. Genma announced Naruto Uzumaki as the winner and the crowd applauded and cheered. Raiden remarked that Naruto was stronger than he had expected. Akashi cheered again, and Kitsune commented on Naruto's stamina, noting how he was still energetic after the match. Yukine signaled Naruto by reflecting sunlight off a kunai to catch his attention. When Naruto saw him, he raised his fist and grinned. Yukine returned the gesture. Naruto celebrated that he had done it, and Yukine chuckled, thinking how proud he was of his younger brother. Takashi complimented Yukine on his training. Yukine teasingly offered to train Takashi as well, and Takashi laughed and called him an idiot in a playful way. Kitsune asked if they had heard something. A scream drew their attention and they saw Shikamaru on the ground. People fell quiet for a moment, then began tossing garbage in his direction as a joke. Takashi snickered at how Shikamaru was just lying there while trash was thrown around him. Yukine tried to protest in a straight face but ended up laughing and pointed out Shikamaru's expression. Raiden sighed and told them they were acting like children, teasing even Akashi about pretending to be mature. Akashi laughed and apologized while still chuckling. Raiden mumbled that Kitsune did not seem to find the situation funny and sighed that he had spoken too soon. Time passed again. Shikamaru suddenly declared that he gave up, which shocked the crowd and drew boos. Yukine smiled, shaking his head, saying it was just like him. Kitsune noted how surprising it was that Shikamaru had given up despite having the upper hand. Takashi reflected on how unpredictable tournaments could be. Raiden muttered that Shikamaru was lazy but admitted he could not really blame him. Akashi asked Yukine how long it would take for Sasuke to arrive, worried about the dwindling time. Yukine assured him that Sasuke would be there soon. Genma announced that time had expired. Raiden checked with Yukine, who told everyone to wait. Leaves suddenly spun near Genma, Naruto, and Shikamaru, and when they settled, two figures stood in the clearing, Kakashi and Sasuke. Yukine smirked that they had arrived just in time, and the crowd cheered for Sasuke. Takashi muttered that Sasuke was a show-off. Yukine told everyone to be ready to move and instructed them to release their feathers and head to the bleachers when they saw them. The group acknowledged the order. Yukine reminded them to protect each other and keep civilians safe, then watched Sasuke prepare to fight. Sasuke climbed the arena wall and charged with Chidori. Yukine braced himself as Sasuke dashed at Gaara's sand defenses and struck. Gaara cried out in pain. Sasuke struggled to pull away from the defenses. A strange, monstrous arm emerged from Gaara's defenses and then retracted. When the defenses finally fell, Gaara clutched himself where he had been struck and stumbled backward. White feathers began to fall through the air. Yukine ordered everyone to break the genjutsu and head for the bleachers. He teleported behind the bleachers and found many people knocked out, including Naruto. His squad was beside him. Raiden cursed the sand and sound shinobi and vowed to take them down, but Yukine cautioned him not to push himself and reminded the team that they needed to protect the villagers. They nodded and moved. Sakura warned Naruto about something behind him. Yukine dashed toward them and saw Guy rushing in as well. They exchanged a quick nod and together struck a sand ninja into a wall, creating a large hole. The sand ninja grunted at their speed and strength. Yukine and Guy noted the same in unison. Naruto and Sakura called out to them. Yukine hugged Naruto and expressed relief that everyone was okay. Naruto asked what was happening, and Yukine promised to explain later. Kakashi arrived and asked where Yukine had been. Yukine said he would inform them later and began to give instructions, then shouted a warning as 3 sand Ninobi appeared in front of Kakashi. Before Kakashi could respond, Akashi and Takashi intercepted them. Naruto called out to the newcomers. Takashi saluted Naruto as Kitsune and Raiden arrived. Kakashi questioned why they were there. Yukine explained that he had asked them to help. Kakashi then laid out the mission, telling them to find Sasuke and stop him if necessary, then find a safe location and await further orders. Yukine added that he would send Akashi and Kitsune along as backup. They nodded and left. Guy asked about the 3 of them. Tadashi replied that they were heading to the Hokage and Orochimaru. Kakashi objected and insisted the Hokage could handle Orochimaru alone. Yukine argued that the Hokage could not face Orochimaru by himself and that he had a trick to help. Kakashi ordered Yukine not to interfere. Yukine apologized, produced a smoke bomb, and he and the others vanished toward the barrier. At the barrier, Yukine called to Tadashi and Raiden. Tadashi and Raiden laid a scroll on the ground and unrolled it. Yukine formed the hand signs and pressed his palm to the scroll. Seals spread across his skin and he tightened his fist. Raiden warned that they had only one chance. Yukine nodded. Tadashi and Raiden readied kunai rigged with paper bombs and struck at the barrier while evading the recoil. As the paper bombs neared detonation, Yukine drove his fist into the barrier and released his technique. The paper bombs detonated on impact, shattering a section of the barrier. Yukine dove through before it resealed itself. Standing inside, he rose to face Raiden and Takashi when they realized the barrier had repaired exactly as Yukine had expected. Takashi cursed their missed opportunity to leap with him. Raiden asked how Yukine could be inside without them. Yukine closed his eyes, acknowledged that only he could enter this space, and told them not to worry and to go help Kakashi and Guy. Takashi reacted with disbelief and anger, demanding to know why Yukine had kept this from everyone and how they could possibly assist with him trapped behind the barrier. Yukine said he would help the Hokage alone and insisted they head back. Takashi's frustration erupted. He accused Yukine of withholding vital information and shouted that there had to be another way. Tadashi tried to calm the situation and reassured Yukine that he would be fine, but Takashi refused to accept it and threw his frustration into the ground. Yukine stepped closer and told Takashi that there was truly no way past the barrier and that they had to accept it. Takashi's voice trembled as he fought to hold back tears. Yukine, half teasing, remarked that he never expected Takashi to be so emotional. Takashi snapped for him to be quiet and wiped his face as tears fell. Takashi berated himself for not being told sooner and for feeling weak. Yukine used Takashi's real name, and when Takashi looked up, he saw Yukine smile in a way that made him speechless, an expression he remembered from before Yukine had come to this world. Yukine reassured Takashi that everything would be all right and promised to stop their enemy. He asked Takashi to tell Naruto and Akashi, and to tell his boys that their big brother loved them very much, and to pass along his feelings to the rest of the team. With that, Yukine vanished in a flash of teleportation. Takashi screamed Yukine's name and pounded the barrier in a futile attempt to break through. Raiden pulled him back and urged them to leave immediately. Elsewhere, Pakken reported that Sasuke was nearby and warned the group to keep watch. Naruto expressed concern for Shino, and Kitsune reassured him that Shino could handle the opponent. Naruto noted he had never seen Kitsune in the village before. Kitsune explained that he kept to himself. Shikamaru asked how Kitsune had entered the Leaf Village without being noticed. Kitsune smiled and said he had his ways. Sakura then asked how Kitsune had become a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Kitsune closed his eyes and credited their sensei for helping him. Naruto was surprised that their sensei had intervened. Kitsune recounted a youthful episode at the training ground when he had stolen the sensei's bento out of hunger. The sensei had caught him and reacted angrily, but Kitsune survived the encounter and was able to tell the sensei about his struggles. He admitted that he had long carried trust issues, afraid that people would betray him, and that those fears had deepened after his clan perished. The others listened in stunned silence as Kitsune described how young and alone he had been when he discovered the Leaf Village and decided to make it his home despite his difficulty in asking for help. Kitsune confessed that he had snuck into the training grounds and lived there his whole life without anyone noticing. Nobody spoke up. They hesitated, unsure if it was right to question him, and let him continue. He told them that once he had revealed himself to Yukine, he doubted Yukine would help, but Yukine said he had been in the same situation. Yukine had said that even without knowing him well, he would still care about everyone's life. Kitsune had been left speechless. Ever since then, Kitsune felt indebted to Yukine and promised never to forget what he had done. They exchanged looks and smiled. Kitsune turned to Naruto and said that Naruto and Akashi should be grateful to have Yukine as an older brother. Naruto felt lucky, and Akashi agreed. Suddenly Pakken gave a sharp warning and everyone leapt aside as a volley of shuriken nearly struck them. When they landed safely, they saw who had sent them, Kirku. He stood with an unreadable expression and blocked their path. Naruto insisted they would not be stopped and that they were going to Sasuke. Kirku accused them of lying and said they intended to hurt Gaara. Pakken made it clear their target was the Uchiha, not Gaara. Kirku refused to let them leave and took a fighting stance. Sakura explained that Sasuke would be killed if they did not get to him in time. Akashi called to Sakura, Naruto, and Shikamaru and told them that he and Kitsune would distract Kirku so the others could reach Sasuke. Shikamaru asked if they were sure. Kitsune smirked and said they had been ordered to engage Kirku while the three of them found Sasuke. Naruto entrusted the mission to them and began to move toward Kirku. Kirku tried to stop them, but Kitsune used shadow travel to appear in front of him and physically block him from following. Kirku snarled at the interference. Akashi sprang forward and struck Kirku, who fell and rose almost immediately, wiping his mouth as he prepared to fight. Kirku summoned a pack of animals to his side, surprising Akashi. Kitsune warned Akashi that this would be a difficult fight and activated his radio to inform their ally that they were facing Kirku and would be careful. A moment later, Yukine acknowledged the message and warned them to stay safe, saying he would be off the radio for a while. Kirku and the animals charged, and Akashi and Kitsune met them in a fast, anime-style clash of movement and technique. Meanwhile, in the village, Yukine moved toward the leader's whereabouts and found the village leader confronting Orochimaru, with the first and second predecessors close behind. Orochimaru declared that it was time to end things. As the two predecessors dashed at the village leader, Yukine leapt in, sending them away and landing between Orochimaru and the village leader. The village leader looked at Yukine with surprise. Orochimaru sneered and taunted, and Yukine answered defiantly. After a fierce confrontation, Orochimaru and his followers retreated from the village. The village leader remained on the rooftop with Yukine. The leader used a powerful sealing technique against Orochimaru, and the effort cost him his life. Yukine was left collapsed and unconscious, his condition grave. High-ranking ninja rushed up to the rooftop in alarm. Kakashi, Raiden, and Takashi stood in shock at the sight of Yukine lying beside the village leader. Tadashi ran to Yukine and shook him, crying out in anguish as he tried to wake him. Takashi pushed others away as they feared further disturbance might worsen the situation. Instead, they stepped back and supported Tadashi as he sobbed. Kakashi checked for a pulse and found one weekly present. He ordered Raiden and Takashi to bring Yukine to the hospital immediately. The three of them transported him there. In the hospital, medics and doctors responded instantly. They placed Yukine on an emergency bed and moved him toward intensive care. The lead doctor instructed everyone to stay back and took charge of the resuscitation. Tadashi watched from the corridor, pleading silently and letting tears fall. Raiden tried to reassure him that the medical team would do everything possible. Overcome with guilt and grief, Tadashi slammed his fist on a wall and shouted that they should have gone with Yukine. Raiden took his hand and guided him down to the floor, offering a steadying embrace. Tadashi sobbed, calling Yukine an idiot and asking why this had happened. Elsewhere, Naruto felt relief that he had been able to stop Gaara. He understood Gaara's loneliness and the burden of being feared by others. Naruto believed Gaara could change after their encounter. He walked back toward the village with his team, joined by Akashi and Kitsune. They found the two of them perched on branches above a building that had been damaged by the battle. A sudden unease washed over Naruto, as if someone nearby was dying. He searched for his older brother and checked the arena, but Yukine was nowhere to be found. From a distance he noticed a cluster of high-ranking ninja gathered on a rooftop, including Kakashi. Naruto and his teammates leapt up to the rooftop and approached them, bracing for the news they feared. As they approached the scene, Naruto saw someone on the ground and froze in shock. It was the Hokage. Naruto demanded to know what had happened. Kakashi looked at him, face falling, and explained that the Hokage had fallen in a confrontation with Orochimaru. Naruto, stunned, immediately asked where his older brother was. Kitsune and Akashi checked their earpieces and, shocked, told everyone they needed to get to the hospital right away. Akashi, trembling, told Naruto that it was Yukine. In the hospital waiting room, Tadashi and Raiden sat silently, both consumed with worry for Yukine. Tadashi kept praying, while Raiden tried to remain calm and hopeful. The front doors slammed open as Naruto and Akashi burst in. Naruto, tears in his eyes, raced forward and demanded to know where Yukine was. Tadashi struggled to speak, and Raiden told Naruto that Yukine had been fighting Orochimaru alongside the Hokage and that, when the team returned after Orochimaru fled, they had found Yukine unconscious and badly injured. They had rushed him to the hospital where medical staff were now treating him. Naruto tried to run toward the treatment rooms, but Tadashi grabbed his arm. Naruto tore away and searched the halls, calling for his brother and drawing the worried looks of nurses and staff. He moved from room to room until he reached the door to Yukine's room, where Kakashi and several others were already gathered. Naruto pushed forward, desperate to see him. Kakashi, Akashi, and Tadashi held Naruto back, telling him he could not go in. The medical team needed space to work. Exhausted, Naruto sank to the floor and sobbed. Akashi knelt beside him, hugged him from behind, and urged him to try to calm down, insisting that they would do what they could for Yukine. Naruto cried that he did not want to lose his brother. A few hours later, a small group of friends including Hinata, Jiraiya, Irika, and Konohamaru gathered for support, waiting with Naruto outside the intensive care unit. Kakashi and Jiraiya spoke quietly, and Akashi sat close, holding Naruto's hand. The doctor eventually emerged, looking tired and grave. He told them that Yukine was in a deep coma and had sustained severe internal injuries. Despite their efforts, he had lost a great deal of blood and the prognosis was poor. The doctor warned that Yukine did not have much time left and suggested they say their goodbyes. Naruto pleaded for another option, but the doctor, regretful and firm, said there was nothing more that could be done at that point. The others fell silent and gathered around Naruto, offering what comfort they could. Tadashi told Naruto to go see his brother while there was still time, and everyone agreed to wait nearby. Naruto wiped his face, nodded, and opened the door to the ICU. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. Yukine lay on the bed with a breathing mask and monitoring equipment in place. Surgical supplies and bandages sat on a nearby tray. The heart monitor beeped at a slow, steady rhythm as Naruto moved closer, tears falling as he reached for his brother. Naruto sat down beside his brother and looked at him with watery eyes. He saw that Yukine had been gravely injured, with wounds visible across his body and on his right hand. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke to him, telling him that he was his baby brother and that he would stay until the end. His voice broke, but he forced himself to continue, saying he would be there for him even if he could not hear. Naruto thought back over their memories together. He remembered Yukine ordering him to stay back and promising to protect him. He recalled Yukine insisting he was not adopting a monster, but a boy who needed someone to care for him. He remembered Yukine promising to protect Naruto with his life and to never let anyone hurt him again, to be by his side until the day he died. He remembered Yukine begging Naruto to forgive him when he had yelled, reminding him that he loved him with all his heart. He remembered Yukine celebrating him, calling him his baby brother and saying he was proud. Remembered Yukine assuring him that no matter what, Naruto would always be his baby brother. He remembered Yukine scolding him about teamwork, saying that if he had worked with teammates he might have had the advantage. He remembered Yukine insisting Naruto did not need to suffer, that he did not deserve to be treated badly because of what was inside him. He remembered Yukine telling him that to become Hokage he would need to be strong to protect the village and ready for anything. He remembered Yukine telling him he was not alone because of him and that he was loved in return. The heart monitor began to slow as Naruto continued. He thanked Yukine for everything he had done for him, for protecting him, for showing what it meant to be strong for someone, for caring for him, for feeding him, for accepting him. The monitor's beeps grew farther apart until a long, single tone sounded. Naruto screamed his gratitude and love for being his big brother. When the last tone ended, Naruto sat frozen in shock, staring at the monitor. He could not move. Seeing Yukine like that, Naruto felt utterly alone and went into denial. He began to cry harder than he ever had and shook Yukine, pleading desperately for him to wake up, reminding him of the promise to see him become Hokage and begging him not to leave. The room door opened and Kakashi, Takashi, and Akashi entered. They put their hands on Naruto to steady him. Some of them cried while others forced themselves to hold it in. Takashi rubbed Naruto's back and told him he was sorry. The others stood quietly, all eyes on Naruto as he mourned over his brother. Later that night, almost at midnight, Naruto lay with his head on Yukine's chest and his hand over his brother's. Tears continued to stream down his cheeks. Everyone else had left the hospital room except Takashi and Akashi, who felt they should stay until Naruto was ready to go. Naruto did not want to leave. He could not bear to be apart from his brother. A nurse entered with a clipboard and smiled kindly. She explained that they needed to ask the three of them to leave so the staff could take care of Yukine and promised they would be gentle. Takashi told Naruto they had to go now, and Naruto said he did not want to leave him. Takashi explained that they had to let the staff do what was necessary and that he would take them home. Akashi gently tugged on Naruto's jacket. Naruto asked for a minute alone to say goodbye, and they nodded and left. Naruto looked back at Yukine and promised that even though he was gone, Naruto would become Hokage for him. He said he loved him and held him one last time, pressing his forehead to Yukine's and staying like that for a few seconds before letting go. He asked the nurse to take good care of his brother. The nurse promised she would. Naruto then walked to the door, looked back at Yukine once more, and left the room with Takashi and Akashi beside him. The nurse watched them until they were gone, then closed the door and turned back to Yukine. The nurse placed her hands over Yukine's chest. A soft, glowing aura began to appear as she performed a mysterious jutsu. She smiled to herself and murmured that she would bring him back, not just for Naruto but for herself as well. She finished the technique and called his name Yuki. Where was he? What was this place? How had he gotten here? Everything around him was dark until a single light appeared ahead. He followed it until the brightness overwhelmed him. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in the middle of the Uchiha compound. Everything looked normal, which felt oddly wrong. How had he ended up here? He remembered lying beside the Lord Hokage, bleeding. The memory suggested something impossible. Mikoto recognized him and ran to embrace him, asking where he had come from and how he had gotten there. He answered that he did not know and then remembered the battle with Orochimaru, saying that he had been alongside the Lord Hokage during the fight. Mikoto repeated Orochimaru's name with concern. When he asked where they were, Mikoto explained that this place was heaven. He reacted with disbelief and panic, insisting the compound looked normal and that this could not be real. Mikoto asked why he thought she was there, and he asked if he had died. She admitted she could not tell for certain whether he was dead or not. Fugaku called Mikoto's name, and Mikoto and Fugaku both reacted when they recognized him. Fugaku was speechless at his presence and asked how this could be. Mikoto suggested taking him to see someone important right away, and Fugaku agreed. They asked him to come with them, saying there was someone he needed to see. He hesitated but had no choice and nodded as they walked away. Some time later they arrived at a familiar place. Mikoto announced their arrival and hinted that he would soon see who they had come for. Someone inside the house replied that they were coming, and the door opened slowly. When the door was fully open, the sight of the person waiting made his heart stop and left him frozen. The person at the threshold also looked shocked. Another voice from the house reacted in surprise, and then a woman inside dropped something that clattered to the floor. He could scarcely speak. The two people were not an ordinary couple. He recognized them and realized he was seeing his parents. His mother stood there with tears and ran toward him with her arms wide. She called his name and hugged him tightly. He felt her heartbeat and warmth, and his father joined them, putting a hand behind his head and embracing him as well. Their arms tightened around him, and he felt his own panic and sorrow begin to settle. He sobbed softly and hugged them back. After a long embrace, they pulled apart. His father remarked that he had grown since they had last seen him. His mother asked how he had arrived there, worried that something terrible had happened. He steadied himself and said it would be better to explain everything once they were inside. Later, they sat and he explained the battle. He told them the Lord Hokage had used the Reaper Death Seal to stop Orochimaru, sacrificing himself in the process. He said he could have saved him if he had not been so stubborn and weak. His father and mother reacted with sadness and concern. His mother told him not to blame himself, and his father agreed that it was wrong for him to shoulder all of the guilt. They reminded him that the Hokage had acted to protect his loved ones, including him. He wiped his face and said he only wished the Hokage were still alive. His mother asked what else had happened during the fight. He recalled that Orochimaru had struck him during the battle and he had blacked out. He then found himself in the Uchiha compound and wondered if that meant he was dead. His father examined him carefully, feeling his chakra and the state of his soul. He concluded that it was difficult to say, but that he seemed to be suspended between life and death, with both chakra and soul still present. He could not explain what was keeping them active. He fell silent for a moment, and then, looking for reassurance, he said his father's name. I asked my mother if she could see us from above. My parents looked at each other and smiled. My mother told me that of course they could see us. I asked my parents if they had seen me when I met Naruto. My mother said that she had, and that she had been angry to see the villagers treating him like a monster. My father placed his hands over my mother's and explained that he had been ashamed for sealing the 9 tails inside Naruto, but that he had had no choice. He said that when they saw me protecting Naruto, they could not believe I had been there with him. My mother added that she had thought the person helping Naruto was someone else until she recognized my face, and that seeing us grow up together made her feel everything was all right. I asked my mother to tell the story about the day we became a family. Both of my parents smiled warmly and she agreed to tell it. She began with the day I was able to leave the hospital. Kushina remembered being in the kitchen doing chores when her husband returned from a mission. He greeted her and she hugged him and placed a light kiss on his cheek. He replied that the mission had been rough and she asked why he had gone to the hospital. He hesitated and then said there had been an incident in a clan. When she asked which clan, he named the Narukami clan and explained that a disaster had left the village in ruins. He described how, when the village elders reported the incident, the team had rushed in. By the time they arrived, smoke and scorched remains scattered the ground. They split up to search for survivors but found no signs of life among the ruins. He went on to say that there had been one survivor, a little boy who had managed to get out. I pressed to know who the child was and my husband replied that his name was Yukine Narukami and he was only 5 years old. He said the boy had inhaled a lot of smoke and had minor cuts, but was otherwise all right and had been taken to the hospital. Before he could finish, someone knocked on the door. The door opened slowly and a small hand appeared on the frame, followed by pale blonde hair and a bright hazel eye peeking out. Minato told the boy it was all right and that he did not need to be afraid. Kushina noticed how cute he was as he stepped into the room hesitantly and made his way toward Minato. Minato introduced the boy as Yukine Narukami. Yukine greeted them shyly and Kushina, taken by how adorable he was, bent down and smiled warmly. Her praise made the boy blush and become even more shy. Yukine asked Minato why he had been brought there. Minato explained that since the boy had nowhere to stay, he thought it best that Yukine remain with them for the time being. Yukine could not believe the offer and asked if it was true. Minato turned to Kushina and asked what she thought. Kushina felt something familiar and instinctive when she looked at Yukine, as if he belonged with them. She asked the boy directly if he wanted to stay, but Yukine, uncertain, began to cry and suddenly ran away, leaving tears on the ground. Kushina and Minato exchanged worried looks and set out to find him as the sun dipped lower. Minato focused on his chakra and soon located the boy. He pointed toward the Hokage monument and they hurried there. When they arrived, they found Yukine sitting and sobbing with his hands over his eyes. Minato told Yukine that he had found him by sensing his chakra, which was surprisingly strong for a child his age. They sat beside him and Yukine confessed that he had not expected them to want him to stay, especially since they did not really know him. Kushina told Yukine that something about him had made her feel he should be with them, and Minato agreed. Kushina noted that the monument was a good place to take in the view, offering a quiet, gentle moment for them all. He said that he often came here to think about life. Minato added that he and Kushina had always loved coming to this spot to watch the sunset together since they were children. The narrator giggled at the memory and called it good times. Yukine began to cry again and mumbled, asking why they would say that when he was not their son and they were not his parents. The narrator looked over at Minato and they exchanged a look. When Minato smiled, the narrator understood what he was thinking and smiled back, then put an arm around Yukine. They asked in unison whether he would want them to be his parents. As they walked away from the Hokage's tower, Kitsune asked if something was wrong with Yukine. Yukine replied that it was nothing and told him not to worry. After listening to the Hokage speak about helping people, Yukine felt sad and a little angry. He cared about people's lives and wanted to help them, but the Hokage's point that you cannot help someone who will not help themselves had stayed with him. Not everyone wanted help. It reminded him of his time in the orphanage, when he had felt helpless and convinced that no one would show mercy or end his suffering. He had felt like a burden to everyone. Those experiences had forged a promise. He would not let anyone else suffer the same way. Seeing someone in pain without doing anything was unbearable to him. Even though he had endured such hardships for most of his life, he could not accept that another person be treated like dirt. Since coming to the village, the first person Yukine had helped was Naruto. Naruto had no parents, was alone, and was treated cruelly by others who saw him as a monster rather than an innocent child. Yukine recognized his own past in Naruto. Looking at him was like looking in a mirror filled with the same pain and suffering. Yukine told Kitsune to follow him and that he would take him to his lodging. They walked in silence. Yukine chose a longer route because he liked taking his time. Kitsune hesitated and then asked if Yukine had truly experienced what he had described. Yukine stopped and turned to ask why he asked. Kitsune admitted that Yukine did not look like the type of person who had been through such hardship and wondered if he had lied and actually had family. Yukine explained that appearances could be misleading and that he had indeed been in Kitsune's shoes when he was young. He added that he had things to do after dropping Kitsune off and urged them to continue. A few minutes later they arrived. Yukine indicated that this was Kitsune's place and welcomed him to his new life. Kitsune thanked Yukine for letting him stay. Yukine waved, asked him to let him know if he needed anything, and then teleported back home. The next day Yukine felt tired after finishing his tasks, until the Hokage summoned him again. The Hokage apologized for calling him after yesterday and requested that he deliver a scroll to a nearby village, explaining that Yukine was the only one available. Yukine asked why others could not do it. The Hokage answered that most Chunin and Jonin were occupied with missions and preparations for the upcoming Chunin exams. The village of Shadows was not far and would normally take a couple of hours to reach, but Yukine could travel instantly by teleportation. It was a C-rank mission. Yukine accepted the assignment. The Hokage gave him the scroll and instructed him to keep it safe from bandits or enemy ninja. Yukine bowed and left the office. At the front entrance, Naruto crossed his arms and urged him to come back home. Yukine laughed softly, rubbed Naruto's head, and reassured him that it was just a C-rank mission and he would return by the end of the day. Akashi spoke with a worried tone, asking Yukine to be careful. Yukine promised he would be careful, patted their heads, and then teleported to the village of shadows. Yukine heard her giggle and looked up in confusion. Rin giggled again and told him she had never seen him so angry, using the affectionate name Yuki-kun. He recognized the laugh and as she turned, he realized who stood before him. Rin smiled with her eyes closed and commented that she had not expected him to be so impatient. His whole body shook with emotion and tears came to his eyes. Rin observed that he was easy to move to emotion. Yukine rose and hugged her tightly, not wanting to let go. He told her that he had never imagined he would see her again and his tears fell freely. Rin laughed softly as she returned the embrace and said she had been waiting for him to say her name. In the hush of their embrace, Yukine felt their heartbeats fall into step, everything felt right. He was finally seeing her again. The mood shifted when Yukine suddenly realized something was wrong. He grabbed Rin by the shoulders and demanded to know where Naruto was. Rin answered with concern that Naruto was heading to the Hokage Tower with Tadashi and the others. Yukine asked if it was today, and Rin confirmed that it was the third Hokage's funeral and that a funeral had also been held for him. He gripped the blanket in disbelief and asked how long he had been dead. Rin said he had been gone for 3 days. When Yukine asked how he could still be alive, Rin admitted that she had been the one to bring him back. He reacted with astonishment and pressed her for an explanation, but Rin said she could not explain it then and advised him to go to the funeral. Her expression and posture made Yukine suspect she was hiding something, but he decided to postpone the questions until after the ceremony so he would not be overwhelmed by confusion and frustration. Yukine insisted they would talk later, and Rin flinched slightly before agreeing. He lifted her chin, smiled, and hugged her once more, telling her how much he had missed her. She smiled back, and they shared a quiet moment before getting ready. Rin helped him stand and told him to change into his clothes. She explained it would be easier if she assisted because he was still recovering from surgery. Yukine felt awkward about his vulnerability but accepted her help. Rin helped him into his outfit while he noticed bandages around his abdomen from the operation. She averted her eyes briefly and then steadied him with a comforting touch. Before they left, Yukine hesitated and asked if it was right to reveal that he was alive. Rin replied that it was important for Naruto and the others to know. Yukine confessed that he wished the third Hokage could still be alive, that he had not been able to save him. Rin gently reminded him that what had happened could not be changed and that they had to accept it. She offered him quiet consolation as they prepared to go to the funeral. Rin told him that the Lord Hokage would have been happy he was alive and that the Hokage had always protected those precious to him because he carried the will of fire. He looked at the window and watched the rain begin to fall. Rin put her hand on his cheek and turned his face toward her. She asked what the Lord Hokage had said to him when he died. He thought for a moment and replied that the Hokage had told him to take great care of Naruto. Rin nodded and hugged him, reminding him that although it was hard to accept, the Hokage had wanted them to be strong. He wiped his eyes and said it hurt so much. Rin urged him they would manage and that the Hokage was waiting for him. He nodded slowly, and they left the hospital. Time passed. Rin and he walked to the Hokage Tower in silence. It rained and Rin held an umbrella to shelter them both. His stomach ached with each step, but he managed to bear it. Villagers dressed in black moved quietly around them. At the Hokage Tower, a crowd had gathered. An Umbu stepped forward and held up his hand to stop them, demanding to know who they were. Rin moved the umbrella aside to reveal him. The Umbu gasped in shock at the sight of Yukine Narukami and expressed disbelief that he was alive. Yukine asked simply to be allowed to pay his respects to the Lord Hokage. The Umbu realized their intention and stepped aside. As they climbed the stairs, memories of the first time he had met the Lord Hokage returned. When they had first met, the Hokage had risen from his seat and welcomed him. Yukine had bowed and said it was an honor to meet him. The Hokage had offered a gentle, fatherly warmth and told him not to be so formal. Yukine had admitted to being nervous, noting the Hokage's legendary status. The Hokage had laughed, surprised to hear such praise after so many years, and teased that he was getting old and would soon need someone to become the fourth Hokage. When Yukine had impulsively called him wrinkles and then panicked, the Hokage had laughed even harder and told him not to worry. He had promised that he would soon announce who would be the fourth Hokage, and had accepted the teasing with good humor. The memory ended and Rin's voice brought him back. She had been watching him with concern. He said he had just lost his train of thought. She helped him up the remaining stairs and they reached the roof. On the rooftop, shinobi sat in two groups, all wearing black and carrying the weight of grief on their faces. Naruto stood near the center, tears on his cheeks and visibly shaken. Konohamaru cried openly. Friends and comrades clustered around Naruto for support. Akashi, Kakashi, Takashi, Kitsune, Raiden, Sasuke, Sakura, Irika, and many rookies and jonin were present. One of the village elders stood before a display of photographs honoring those who had fallen in the invasion, including a picture of Yukine Narukami. The elder spoke to the gathered crowd about remembering and honoring not only the third Hokage, but all who had sacrificed their lives for the village. The announcement made Yukine's chest tighten and his breathing quicken. Rin stepped close, placed her hands gently on his face, and told him to calm down and breathe slowly. Her eyes met his in a steady, supportive gaze that helped him focus until his breathing returned to normal. Naruto, composed enough to continue, stood and spoke about Yukine. He described Yukine as a loving and caring person whose advice about the responsibilities of a Hokage had stayed with him. Naruto explained that Yukine had taught him a Hokage must be strong to protect others and be ready for anything, and that this guidance had given him the courage to never give up. Naruto conveyed how Yukine had been an inspiration to everyone he met and had cared for people even when they were strangers, always being there for those in need. Akashi, Kitsune, Raiden, Toei, and many others. Naruto spoke at the memorial with his voice breaking, saying he would have done anything to protect the person they had lost and that they were all going to miss him so much. He broke down, trying to stop the tears, and the narrator felt choked up by the tone and the words. The narrator thought of him as baby brother and watched Naruto struggle. Naruto admitted that he had broken the shinobi rule never show your emotions and tried to explain that no matter how much it hurt, a true shinobi should not shed a tear. He continued to cry and said that he just could not stop. He missed the lost person terribly. The narrator looked around and saw guilt and sadness on everyone's faces, some holding their emotions in, including the narrator. He could not stand watching Naruto fall apart because of him. He told Rin to stay where she was, and Rin nodded. The narrator retrieved a black hoodie from his scroll, pulled it up to cover his face, and slowly walked toward Naruto. As he approached, people noticed and looked confused. The narrator addressed Naruto, reminding him that hiding emotions does not make someone less human and that feelings smiling, crying, anger, laughter are part of being human. He said that, in his opinion, Yukine would have wanted Naruto to show his grief rather than hold it in. Naruto looked up in surprise and demanded to know who the narrator thought he was, insisting that no one could understand the pain he carried. The narrator fell silent and let Naruto speak. Naruto confessed that he had never before experienced a loss like this and that the pain inside him was overwhelming. He said the lost person had been his big brother and that he wanted him back. Everyone watched Naruto grieve, and they felt deep sympathy. Rin approached from behind and knelt to be at Naruto's level. She explained that she was not actually a nurse but an old friend of Yukine. She said Yukine had told her a lot about Naruto, how he had protected him from angry villagers, adopted him as a brother, and everything they had done together on their journey. Rin added that Yukine had loved Naruto very much and that Naruto had been lucky to have such a brother. Naruto was surprised because he had not seen Rin before and wondered how she knew him. The narrator whispered a reminder to Rin to stay put, but she ignored it and asked Naruto what his big brother had promised him. Naruto's expression darkened as he said the brother had promised to be there for him, to see him become Hokage, and to stand by his side no matter what, but that he had not been able to keep that promise because he had died protecting their home. The narrator reached out and put a hand on Naruto's head. He told Naruto that the promise had been kept. Naruto shook his head and insisted the brother had died. The narrator smiled and corrected him, saying that the brother had survived the incident. Naruto gasped and said he had seen him die right in front of him. The narrator slowly removed his hood as the rain eased and the clouds began to part. When the sun broke through, the narrator revealed his face. He told Naruto that he was right in front of him. The crowd gasped and fell silent. Naruto could hardly believe his eyes. He stammered, calling him Big Brother, tears forming. The narrator assured him that he had never broken a promise. Naruto immediately lunged forward and embraced the narrator, calling out that he had thought he was gone and that he had thought he had lost him. The narrator hugged Naruto tightly, feeling his sorrow and recognizing the depth of his depression while he had been gone. The narrator said he had thought he had lost Naruto too and promised never to leave him alone again. Rin smiled, and others hurried forward to join them, tackling the narrator into a group hug. Shikamaru expressed surprise at seeing him alive, and Kurenai called it a miracle. The narrator was overwhelmed by the embrace of everyone who cared for him and felt happiness and relief. He then recognized someone approaching. Takashi approached with an unreadable expression and smacked Yuki on the head. Takashi then pulled him into a tight hug and scolded him for taking a reckless risk without him, insisting it was supposed to be his role to be the reckless one. Yuki apologized and returned the embrace. Akashi ran up and greeted Yuki warmly. One after another, the others gathered around, relieved and happy to see him alive. Yuki felt as if he had been given another chance to live with them, and he vowed not to make the same mistake again. Kakashi watched the reunion and felt it was a miracle that Yuki was alive. He looked up at the sky and silently wished that Sensei and Kushina might somehow see their beloved son. Rin observed Yuki with soft eyes, thinking how much he had changed. He was no longer the miserable boy he had been. He had formed bonds and found people who accepted him. Rin was glad to see him happy, but a quiet worry tugged at her. She did not have enough time to be with him. Later, Yuki suddenly realized something was wrong. He grabbed Rin's shoulders and demanded the location of Naruto. Rin replied that Naruto was heading to the Hokage Tower with Tadashi and the others. When Yuki asked about the timing, Rin confirmed that the funeral for the third Hokage was taking place that day. Yuki reacted in shock and asked how long he had been dead. Rin told him it had been 3 days. Yuki struggled to understand how his experience of the afterlife had felt so brief. Rin then revealed that she had brought him back to life. Yuki stared in disbelief and asked how she could have done it, but Rin said she could not explain everything then and urged him to go to the funeral. Yuki noticed Rin's uneasy body language and felt that she was hiding something, but he decided not to press the matter before the ceremony to avoid further confusion. He asked Rin to promise they would talk after the funeral. Rin flinched, looked down, and agreed. Yuki raised Rin's chin to meet his gaze, expressed how happy he was to see her again, and hugged her. Rin helped him prepare for the funeral, retrieving a black outfit and his headband from a closet. She assisted him into the clothes and checked that his bandages were secure. The exchange was brief and professional. Rin encouraged him to go and show everyone that he was alive. Yuki hesitated, still grieving the loss of the Hokage and regretting that he had not been able to save him. Rin reminded him that some things could not be changed and that the Hokage would have wanted them to be strong. She said the Hokage would have been glad Yuki had survived because he had always protected those he cared about. Rain began to fall outside the window. Rin gently touched Yuki's face and asked what the Hokage had said to him before he died. Yuki recalled that the Hokage had told him to take great care of Naruto. Rin hugged him and reminded him they would manage together. They prepared to leave the hospital and make their way to the funeral. Time passed. Yuki and Rin walked to the Hokage Tower in silence as rain fell, Rin holding an umbrella over them. Yuki felt a sharp ache in his stomach with each step but managed to bear it. I looked around and saw the villagers dressed in black. We had finally reached the Hokage Tower and a crowd had gathered around the building. As we prepared to enter, an Umbu stepped forward with his hand raised to halt us and demanded to know who we were. Rin moved the umbrella away from my face and revealed me. The Umbu gasped and asked how Yukine Narukami could possibly be alive. I told him I needed to pay my respects to the Lord Hokage. The Umbu, still astonished, stepped aside and allowed us to pass. Rin nodded and we climbed the stairs. Memories of my first meeting with the Lord Hokage returned with each step. When the Hokage rose from his seat, he asked if I was Yukine Narukami. I bowed and said it was an honor to meet him. He smiled and told me there was no need for such formality. I confessed that I was nervous because he was the third Hokage and a legendary shinobi of the village. He chuckled and admitted he had not heard anyone call him that in years, saying he was getting old and would soon need someone to be the fourth Hokage. When I asked who would become the fourth, he only smiled and kept it a secret. I teased him and called him Wrinkles, then immediately panicked and apologized, bowing in embarrassment. To my surprise, he laughed and said the remark had amused him. He told me he did not mind and that he would announce the fourth Hokage soon. He ruffled my hair, and we shared a light moment before the memory faded. Back on the rooftop, Rin's worried voice pulled me out of my recollection. I told her it was nothing and that I had simply lost my train of thought. She helped me up the remaining steps as fatigue settled into my legs. When we reached the roof, rows of shinobi sat in two groups, all wearing black and visibly stricken with grief. Naruto was wiping tears from his face and trembling. Konomaru was openly crying. Familiar faces Akashi, Kakashi, Takashi, Kitsune, Raiden, Sasuke, Sakura, Irika, and many rookies and jounin surrounded Naruto. In the center stood the elders of the Leaf Village beside a display of photographs honoring those who had died in the invasion, including a portrait of me. One of the elders announced that everyone had gathered to remember and honor the third Hokage and all who had sacrificed their lives in the battle that saved the village, mentioning my name among them. My chest tightened and breath came short. Rin saw my distress and stepped forward to steady me. She placed her hands gently on my face and told me to calm down and breathe. Her steady, light brown eyes gave me an unexpected sense of comfort, and I took a measured breath until I felt steadier. Naruto stood in the middle of the crowd, wiping his eyes and shaking as he spoke about the person I had been. He described me as not only a hero but also caring and loving, someone who had taught him that a Hokage must be strong to protect others and always be prepared. He said that knowing those words had given him courage and the determination to protect those close to him. He recalled how I had been there for many people Akashi, Kitsune, Raiden, Tue, and how I would do anything to protect someone in danger. His voice broke as he said we would all miss me. Naruto then admitted he had broken a shinobi rule by showing emotion and cried openly, unable to stop. I looked around and saw guilt and sorrow worn by everyone present. I could not stand by and watch him break down alone. I told Rin to stay where she was and she nodded. I took a black hoodie from my scroll, pulled it up to cover my face, and moving slowly, walked toward Naruto. Heads turned. The gathered crowd watched me approach with puzzled expressions. I stood before Naruto and reminded him that hiding emotion did not make someone less human. I told him that showing feeling did not negate strength and that emotions were part of being human. The figure explained that smiling, crying, being angry, and laughing were what made people who they were, and that he believed Yukine would have wanted Naruto to cry because that was natural at a time like this. Naruto gasped, clenching his hands, and demanded who the stranger thought he was, insisting that the stranger had no idea how much pain he carried and had no right to say such things. The stranger fell silent and let Naruto get his feelings out. Naruto stammered that he had never experienced losing someone so close and that the sorrow hurt so much. He wiped the tears from his eyes. Yukine watched his younger brother grieving and felt a complicated emptiness as everyone else looked on with pity. Someone approached from behind. Rin called Naruto and he looked up, surprised to recognize her from the hospital. Rin smiled and said she was not a nurse but an old friend of Yukine. Naruto asked how she knew his name. Yukine whispered to Rin to stay put, but she ignored him and walked over to Naruto. She knelt to his height and explained that Yukine had told her a lot about him, how he had protected Naruto from the angry villagers, adopted him as his younger brother, and all the things they had done together. She said that Yukine had loved him very much and that the two had never been separated. Rin told Naruto he was lucky to have an amazing big brother. Naruto asked Rin her name and she confirmed she was Rin. He repeated her name until recognition clicked and he realized she was the Rin his big brother had mentioned. Rin asked Naruto what his big brother had promised him before he. Naruto's face darkened as he said that his brother had promised to be there for him, to see him become Hokage, and to stay by his side no matter what, but that he could not keep that promise because he had died protecting their home. Rin looked back at Yukine. Yukine approached Naruto, dropped to his knees, and stared into his eyes, seeing pure sadness and depression. He reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's head, making Naruto look at him, and said that his brother had kept his promise. Naruto shook his head and insisted that his brother had died protecting their home. Yukine chuckled softly and then revealed that his brother had not died. He reached for his hoodie, pulling it off slowly. As he exposed his face, the rain eased and the clouds parted to let sunlight fall on him. Yukine smiled and told Naruto that he was right in front of him. Everyone gasped and fell silent. Naruto's eyes widened and filled with tears as he stuttered, asking if it was really his big brother. Yukine assured him that he had never broken a promise. Naruto immediately lunged forward and threw himself into Yukine's arms, crying out that he had thought he was gone. Yukine hugged him tightly, feeling the weight of Naruto's sorrow, and told him that he had thought he had lost him too. Yukine wiped Naruto's tears from his cheeks and promised that he would never leave him alone again. Rin smiled, and the others rushed forward to embrace Yukine in a group hug. Shikamaru was astonished that Yukine was alive. Kurenai called it a miracle and wondered how it had happened. Takashi walked up, smacked Yukine lightly on the head, and then pulled him into a tight hug while scolding him for taking such a stupid risk without telling anyone. Yukine apologized. Akashi sprinted over and was pulled into the embrace as well. One by one, everyone expressed relief and happiness that Yukine had returned. Yukine felt as if he had been given another chance to live with them, and he vowed not to make the same mistake again. Kakashi watched the reunion and thought it was a miracle. He looked up at the sky and hoped that their former sensei and Kushina would get a chance to see their son again. Rin observed how deeply Yukine had bonded with these people. He was no longer the miserable boy he had once been. He had changed and he deserved to be among them. Rin was happy to see him accepted and at peace, but she felt a quiet hesitation that lingered at the edge of her thoughts. I didn't have enough time to be with him. Rin watched Yukine surrounded by people who were so happy to see him alive. Seeing Naruto and Yukine embrace made her heart feel warm. They looked like they were meant to be brothers. She was glad to see him genuinely happy for once. He had always been more reserved with others, but now he stood in the light among them. A voice entered Rin's mind and identified the person as Yukine Narukami, commenting that he was an interesting boy. Rin asked if it was Anaisha. Anaisha confirmed that she had returned to accompany Rin on her journey. Rin was astonished and thanked the voice, explaining that she needed to talk about something important. Anaisha asked what Rin wanted to discuss, and Rin decided she would speak when she found somewhere quiet. Before leaving the funeral, Rin wrote Yukine a note asking him to meet her at the Hokage monument, knowing how much he loved that place. Rin left the tower and walked to the monument. When she arrived, she sat on top of the third Hokage's head. Anaisha asked what Rin wanted to talk about. At the funeral, Yukine felt surrounded by hugs and tears and the love of people who thought he was gone. By the end of the ceremony, Naruto and Akashi offered to go home with him. Then Yukine noticed someone missing and found a letter on a chair. He read the note, which asked him to meet at the Hokage monument after he regrouped with his family. He recognized Rin's handwriting and put the letter in his pocket. Yukine apologized to the others and explained that there was someone he needed to talk to. Sakura questioned him, surprised that he had just returned, and Takashi offered to accompany him, promising not to repeat past mistakes. Naruto also volunteered to come along as a younger brother. Yukine declined those offers and reassured Naruto that he would not leave him. He asked them not to worry and said he only needed a private conversation with Rin. After some hesitation, Naruto agreed and asked Yukine to come home afterward. Yukine hugged Naruto, and Takashi nodded before they set off toward the monument. As they walked away from the Hokage tower, Takashi pressed Yukine for answers. He insisted on an explanation right then and there and demanded to know how Yukine had survived. Yukine began to tell the story of what had happened after they had left him. Back at the monument, Anisha urged Rin to tell Yukine the truth. Rin admitted she had been selfish and had not wanted to leave, and she worried that telling him would hurt him as it had when they were young. Anisha reassured her that he would understand why Rin had kept things hidden, though he might be sad and angry at first. Rin resolved to tell him and tried to calm herself. While she waited, the day was moving toward evening. Yukine told Takashi how he had ended up standing alive in front of them again. Takashi was astonished that Rin had saved him, asking if the girl from the real world had really been the one. Yukine confirmed that he had not expected her to appear in that place and that he had met Minato and Kushina there. Takashi expressed remorse for grieving him and admitted he had believed Yukine had died. Yukine forgave him and understood why they had mourned. Takashi put his hands on Yukine's shoulders and said that what mattered most was that Yukine was alive. He teased Yukine for being reckless, calling him an idiot for taking such risks. Yukine laughed and admitted he liked taking chances. Takashi shook his head at his stubbornness but agreed they should hurry so Rin would not be kept waiting. They continued toward the monument. As they neared the top, Takashi asked how it had felt for Yukine to see Minato and Kushina for the first time. Yukine reflected that it had been breathtaking. Seeing them in person had made his heart race. Yukine felt, for the first time in a long while, like he had a mother and a father again. Takashi remarked that he couldn't imagine what it would be like to meet them. Yukine then said there was something he wanted to ask Takashi. Takashi looked at him curiously and asked what was on his mind. Before Yukine could finish, he turned and saw Rin sitting on the third floor, looking out over the view of Konoha. Takashi followed his gaze and identified her, telling Yukine that Rin had been the one who attended the funeral and comforted Naruto. Yukine confirmed that it was her and suggested they go talk to her. Yukine began to walk and glanced back at Takashi, who had not moved. Yukine asked if something was wrong. Takashi shook his head and said it was nothing, urging him to come along. Yukine raised an eyebrow but they continued toward Rin. When they got closer, Rin noticed them and called out to Yukine. She stood and acknowledged Takashi as well, surprised that he was there. Before Yukine could introduce them, Takashi greeted Rin and stepped forward to hug her. Yukine was stunned and speechless at the sight. They separated and smiled at each other, and Yukine demanded to know what was going on. Rin tried to explain, but Yukine pushed harder, accusing them of knowing each other, or worse, being together. Takashi told Yukine he understood the confusion and promised they would explain everything. Yukine warned that he wanted a good reason. Rin then revealed loudly that they were siblings. Yukine stared in disbelief and repeated the word, asking if they were joking. Takashi confirmed that Rin was his sister. Yukine found himself at a loss for words. Looking from one face to the other, he saw how much they resembled each other. He asked why they had kept this from him. Rin and Takashi exchanged guilty looks. Yukine made a nervous laugh and observed that Takashi did indeed look familiar. Takashi asked Yukine to remain still and said they would show him everything. Before Yukine could ask what he meant, Rin placed her hand on his forehead and his vision went dark. Flashback. Yukine awoke in a bedroom he recognized as Rin's, surrounded by posters and framed pictures, including a leaf headband resting on a shelf. He heard quiet sniffing and saw a young Rin crying into a pillow. She murmured an apology to Yukine. A knock came at the door and Takashi entered, concerned. He asked what was wrong. Rin hastily wiped her tears and denied it. Takashi sat beside her and urged her not to lie to her older brother, pressing her to tell him what had happened. Rin admitted that she had told Yukine she could not see him again. Takashi asked if it was because they were moving to Tokyo. Rin protested that she did not want to leave Yukine alone. Takashi explained that they had no choice. They had no one to care for them after their mother's death. Yukine, watching, felt shocked and tried to understand how their mother had died. Rin questioned why they were moving only for their grandmother not to be able to come to the United States. Takashi said he did not know the reasons and shrugged. Rin hissed in frustration at the situation. Takashi wrapped his arm around her and reassured her that Yukine would be okay and that she would see him again. Rin squeezed Takashi's hand and fretted that Yukine would not forgive her for what she was about to do. They embraced, and Yukine's vision faded. The scene shifted. Yukine found himself in a bookstore he had been to before and headed to the Naruto section, looking for a particular book that was no longer on the shelf. The front door opened and Rin entered, greeting the owner as her grandmother. The owner smiled and asked where Takashi was. Rin explained that he was at his transfer school. The owner asked if he had been with the friend Rin had mentioned. Rin admitted she did not know much about him and seemed downcast. The owner showed concern and asked if Rin was still upset. Rin confessed she could not stop thinking about Yukine and wished she could bring him to a better life or somehow transport him to his favorite fictional place, though she thought that was impossible. The owner asked what favorite place Rin meant, and Rin said it was an anime called Naruto and that Yukine had been a big fan when he was little. The owner laughed and said she liked that anime too, then posed a surprising idea. What if there was a way to enter Naruto itself? Rin scoffed, saying Naruto was just a manga and TV show and could not be real. The owner insisted there was a way. At that moment Takashi entered the store. Rin asked him why he was there instead of at school. Takashi answered that he had found Yukine in Tokyo after transferring to another school. Rin's eyes widened and she demanded to know why he had not told her sooner. Takashi apologized and explained that they had both been busy. The memory ended there, leaving Yukine with the sense that more explanations were coming. Rin's grandmother decided it was time to tell them everything. Takashi and Rin looked to her, and Takashi asked whether she really meant it. The owner had led them to a back room. Yukine followed and found them seated around the same mysterious book that had once pulled him in. Rin's grandmother explained that, when she had been their age, an older gentleman had taught her a spell that could send someone into a different dimension or into the stories they loved. She had thought it a joke until she tried it herself. She pointed to the book and told them it could place anyone into their favorite story if they followed her instructions. She then instructed both Rin and Takashi to place their hands on the book and answer her questions. Takashi expressed uncertainty about the danger, and their grandmother said it was their choice to make. Rin and Takashi hesitated but eventually put their hands on the book. Their grandmother asked their names. Takashi gave his name as Takashi Devura and Rin gave hers as Rin Devura. When their grandmother asked why they wanted to do this, Rin told her their purpose was to make Yukine Narukami happy. Their grandmother smiled, closed her eyes, and placed her hand on the book. Colors swirled around it until a cover formed. She declared that the reincarnation of Yukine Narukami was complete. Yukine felt stunned by the word reincarnation. Rin reacted with surprise, and their grandmother explained that the book would bring Yukine into the Naruto story, making him part of it. Takashi asked whether she had made Yukine's life part of the story, and their grandmother added that she had included both Rin and Takashi as well. They protested in unison at the surprise. Their grandmother said she had felt they should accompany Yukine on his journey since they were his closest friends. Rin then asked what would happen if one of them died in the anime. Takashi warned her not to speak that way, but their grandmother answered solemnly, those who died in the story would fade away in the real world and would never return. Yukine was horrified by the implication that if he truly died in the Naruto world, his real-world life would cease to exist. As she finished, everything went black. When Yukine opened his eyes again, he was back in the Naruto world. Rin and Takashi watched him with concern. Yukine moved forward slowly, pressed his palm to his face, and accused them of abandoning him to go to Tokyo after their mother died, angrily noting that he'd been in Iam's body. He realized Iam's voice and stories felt too familiar to be coincidence and concluded that many of the things she had said were not part of his own memory. Rin choked on a response. Yukine then confronted them about being siblings and hiding it, and about lying regarding who had pushed him into the other world, insisting that Rin had been the one to push him. Takashi answered that they had wanted to give Yukine a better life than the real world offered. He explained that Yukine had suffered unfairly and they had wanted to give him a chance at a new life without pain. Takashi emphasized that this was the reason they had done it. Yukine turned away and shoved Takashi, refusing to accept the explanation and shouting that their actions were unforgivable. He insisted that if someone died in that world, they would cease to exist in the real world, and accused them of toying with his emotions. Takashi angrily denied that accusation and stepped closer. Rin cried out for them to stop and to calm down. Tensions escalated into a heated physical struggle presented in swift, anime-style motion. Yukine lashed out and struck Takashi, and soon they were grappling. Rin screamed for them to stop. During the scuffle, Takashi landed a blow that sent Yukine to the ground, then pinned him briefly and gripped his hoodie. Takashi told Yukine how much Rin had suffered, that she had cried for him every day and had wanted nothing more than to see him happy, that she had resisted leaving him and demanded to know how Yukine could think it was a joke. Yukine stared back with numbness, but watching Rin cry stirred something in him. As Yukine dropped his head, tears came to his eyes. He remembered the time and care Rin had shown and realized he had been wrong to lash out. Takashi, breathing hard, offered his hand. Yukine looked at him, accepted the gesture, and Takashi helped him to his feet. Yukine then moved toward Rin and embraced her, asking her forgiveness for his earlier words and explaining that he had not understood the extent of her suffering for him. He apologized for making them suffer for his own happiness. Rin pressed her face to his chest and hugged him, saying she had not wanted to see him miserable and that he did not deserve it. He acknowledged her words. Takashi rested a hand on his shoulder and admitted they had lied but would never intentionally hurt him, though he acknowledged the earlier rough incident. He chuckled softly and wiped at his lip, still feeling sore. He admitted that Takashi had certainly taught him a lesson. Takashi smiled, wrapped an arm around him, and suggested they put the matter behind them. He agreed, wincing a little from the earlier scuffle. Rin offered to take him home and tend to his wounds. He nodded as Takashi put his arm around him and they walked back together. He thought that family was not always about blood, it was the people who wanted you in their lives, who accepted you, and who would do anything to see you smile and love you no matter what. He sighed, thinking how quiet things had been without Naruto and Akashi, and lay back on the couch. Naruto was traveling with Jiraiya to find Lady Tsunade, and Akashi was away on a B-rank mission with Takashi and the rest of the squad. After the funeral of the third Hokage, the village elders had surprised him by suggesting he become the fifth Hokage. He had been in shock and declined. He believed Lady Tsunade should take the role and felt he was not ready to make the difficult decisions it required. Jiraiya already knew where she was and wanted Naruto to accompany him. He had also heard that Itachi and Kazuma had been searching for Naruto. After failing to capture him, they had continued their search for Lady Tsunade. Bored and resting, he stared at the blank ceiling and listened to music until a knock at the front door broke the silence. He opened it and immediately recognized Rin, who greeted him with a bright grin. He was astonished to see her and invited her in. She laughed and asked if she could come inside. He led her to the couch and went to the kitchen to fetch a bottle of water, which he handed to her when he returned. She thanked him, and he sat beside her and asked what had brought her by. She explained she had no missions at the moment and had come to check on him since he was alone. He teased that she must have been curious about how he passed his time. She only smiled and said she had her reasons. He told her that his injury was still healing and he had been mostly resting, joking about losing staring contests with the ceiling. She found his way of passing time amusing and asked if he still felt pain. He shook his head, admitting only sharp twinges when he tried to stand. Rin offered to check on him every day if he wanted, and he admitted he had been hoping it would be her. She smiled and promised to come by daily, warning him not to complain. He said he could not guarantee anything. They both fell into a comfortable silence, each looking around the room. He watched Rin fidget with her hair and felt a warm sense of affection. He told her he still could not believe she had brought him back into this world and that he had not had the chance to properly thank her for not forgetting him over the years. Rin blushed and said she had never forgotten. They had been best friends since childhood, and she had to do something when she could. He felt grateful and told her so. Then Rin remembered a festival coming to the village and suggested they go together since he had nothing planned. He blushed at the suggestion and, despite the doctor's advice to rest, decided he would be okay and agreed to go with her. She laughed, checked the time, and said she had to leave because she had promised Anko and Kurenai they would go shopping. She asked if he would be all right alone, and he reassured her that he would be fine. As she stood to leave, Rin blushed and leaned in to plant a quick, friendly kiss on his cheek before hurrying away, promising to see him tomorrow. He sat stunned, touching his cheek and blushing heavily. The next day, Rin did not return because she had other things to do. I didn't know, I guessed she had something important today. I couldn't stay in the house any longer. After staring at the ceiling for hours, I decided to go out for a walk and check on Kakashi after his fight with Itachi. I headed to his place and knocked on the door. Someone inside called out to ask who it was. I told them it was Yukine and asked if I could come in. Kakashi replied that I should come in, and I opened the door. Inside, Kakashi sat at his dinner table with his mask off, reading a book. I sat across from him and asked how he was feeling. He set his book down and said he was okay but still uneasy from Itachi's genjutsu. When I mentioned my injury, he listened as I explained what the doctor had said about the recovery taking time. I added that once Lady Tsunade came with the perverted sage Jiraiya and Naruto, I expected to be back in action quickly. He smiled and took a sip of tea. I asked Kakashi a serious question about whether he had ever experienced what I was feeling, and he listened. He chuckled when he realized what I meant, and I snapped at him for laughing. He said he was amused because I was grown up, and then answered that yes, he had been through something similar. When I asked if he thought I should tell Rin how I felt, Kakashi suggested that I should. I admitted I found it hard to do. Kakashi stood and told me to wait a moment. He would get something to boost my confidence. I felt a little uneasy but stayed where I was. He returned with a small black box and handed it to me, telling me not to open it until the right time and that it was a gift. I slipped the box into my pocket, thanked him, and said I was heading home to check on things. Kakashi said something that I ignored, and I left his place, muttering that he was being ridiculous. When I got home, I put the box on my end table and flopped onto my bed with a heavy sigh. I wondered why I had even asked him about all of that. Of course he would do something unusual. I lay there looking at the ceiling and pictured Rin standing in front of me, smiling and laughing. The daydream made me flustered, so I forced myself to focus on something else. I worried about whether I should go to the festival with Rin. My heart pounded and I didn't want to hurt her feelings. I removed the pillow from my face and tried to calm down. Meanwhile, Rin sat on her bed clutching her pillow and thinking about the festival the next day. She worried she had made a mistake asking Yukine to come and wondered if he still felt the same way as before. She admitted to herself that she still had feelings for him and fretted over the sudden kiss on his cheek. After a long moment she stood, looked in the mirror, and considered what to wear. The day of the festival arrived. After a quick shower and getting dressed, Rin checked her reflection and hoped her outfit wasn't too much. She left the house as night fell and the festival began. The village streets were full of people in traditional clothes, food carts, and festival masks. I walked through the festival and saw familiar faces. The rest of the team gathered together having a good time. Sakura spotted me and ran over in a pink yukata. She asked how I was feeling and expressed surprise that I was out and about. I told her my injury still bothered me sometimes but that I could move around. She complimented my appearance, and I admitted I had dressed for the occasion. When she asked if I was waiting for someone, I blushed and said I was just enjoying the festivities. Suddenly, I pointed and shouted that I thought I saw Sasuke. Sakura turned, and I panicked and ran. I dashed through the crowd until I collided with someone and nearly sent her falling. I steadied her and realized it was Rin. I helped her up and was surprised to see her. Rin blushed and greeted me shyly. My heart raced and I couldn't take my eyes off her. I told myself to stay calm and not to scare her. I laughed nervously and apologized for what had happened earlier. I told Rin she looked beautiful. Rin gasped, blushed deeply, and said his name. I realized what I had said and grew flustered, stumbling to correct myself and insisting she was gorgeous. He wondered why he felt so nervous. He had never felt like this since he met Rin. Unexpectedly, Rin leaned against him and rested her face on his chest. She thanked him and explained that Ino and Sakura had helped her choose a yukata for the festival. He suspected their involvement and smiled as she giggled. They walked through the festival together, enjoying food from the stalls and playing games. He felt happy watching Rin have fun, though an unsettled feeling lingered he could not explain. At one point, their hands brushed and both felt awkward. She looked away, blushing. He reached out, took her hand gently, and she intertwined her fingers with his, smiling. He smiled back, surprised and warmed. After the festival they still held hands and walked to his place. At the door he looked back at their joined hands and told Rin he had enjoyed the evening and would see her tomorrow. He was about to let go, but she asked to stay because she did not want the night to end. He invited her in. He led her to his room and asked if she had anything to sleep in. When she shook her head, he offered to get a shirt and blankets. He went to the closet for a white t-shirt, but when he returned she was not in the room. He heard movement in the bathroom and went to check. Rin had stepped away to freshen up, and when she came out she moved close to him, took off his glasses, and set them on the bedside table. Then Rin broke down, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. She told him she had missed him terribly after moving to Tokyo, that she had felt alone and incomplete without him, and that she could no longer keep those feelings inside. Tears ran down her face as she apologized for causing him pain. He felt his heart race and warmth spread through him. He sat up, cupped her face in his hands, and told her she would not be alone anymore because he was there for her. He gently wiped away her tears and reassured her. They held each other quietly, breathing in the closeness and the calm that followed. He admitted he had wanted to be closer to her as well, though he had been embarrassed to say it aloud. Rin laughed softly and confessed that he made her feel the same way. She told him she loved him, and he told her he loved her back. They smiled and leaned in, sharing a gentle embrace as they cherished the moment. Rin pressed her head to his chest and spoke about the day they had parted long ago. She said she had regretted it ever since and hated herself for causing him to be alone again. He kissed her forehead and reminded her that he had never stopped caring for her and had never given up finding her. She told him she treasured their first kiss, and he said it had made him love her more. They stayed close, holding hands and looking into each other's eyes. When Rin asked a shy question about what might come next, he blushed and answered with a smile that they could be together. The night ended with a quiet, contented closeness between them. Time passed, and the moment he had been anticipating finally arrived. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, feeling a nervous excitement he could not shake. He pushed himself up on the bed and stood, sitting on the edge for a while as memories of everything that had happened since he arrived in this world and flashes from the episode of Naruto ran through his mind. Yukine could not believe how quickly time had passed. He changed his clothes and went to the ramen shop to get something to eat. As he walked through the village, an odd unease nagged at him. He could not put his finger on it, only that something felt off. By the time he reached the ramen shop, he managed to push the feeling aside, entered calmly, and sat on a stool. Tucci noticed him and smiled, greeting him warmly and expressing how pleasant a surprise it was to see him. Yukine asked for his usual meal, and Tucci nodded before returning to the counter to start preparing the ramen. Ayam emerged from the back, looking well after the earlier events with Rin, and smiled in recognition. Ayam told Yukine that it was nice to see him and mentioned that she still did not remember becoming ill or anything about the episode as she rubbed her forehead. While Yukine waited for his food, he heard someone take the next stool and recognized the voice without turning. Jiraiya sat beside him and teased that today was the day Naruto would leave the village with him. Yukine responded with a sarcastic remark about whether his mood was obvious. Jiraiya explained that the trip was meant to help Naruto grow stronger for the challenges ahead. Yukine asked whether, when the time comes, referred to the Akatsuki, and Jiraiya confirmed that it did, noting that Yukine always seemed one step ahead. Jiraiya suggested that Yukine could join them and that Naruto probably would not go without him. Yukine fell silent, uncertain whether joining was the right thing to do and worried that he might be in the way. He also reflected that he had already taught Naruto the basics and other skills before they left the village. When Yukine hesitated about being in the way, Jiraiya studied his expression and told him they would leave at 5 in the afternoon and that he still had time to change his mind. Jiraiya advised him not to overthink it, patted his shoulder as he stood to leave, and then turned back to say that the events between Naruto and Sasuke were not Yukine's fault. Jiraiya thought Yukine had likely made the right choice letting Sasuke go. Yukine admitted he still felt guilty and asked Jiraiya not to tell Naruto about Yukine's involvement with Sasuke, explaining that it would create more problems. Jiraiya agreed and departed. Alone with his thoughts, Yukine replayed what had happened between Naruto and Sasuke. Flashback. Watching Naruto and Sasuke fighting up close was far more intense than seeing them on a screen. They traded blows relentlessly. Naruto would not give up until he brought Sasuke back. Yukine had wanted to interfere, but he knew stepping in would only get in the way and deprive them of the moment they needed. When both began charging their signature techniques, Yukine realized the confrontation had reached its culmination. Their clash produced a blinding flash and a violent tremor that lasted several seconds. When the brightness faded, Yukine saw Sasuke standing while Naruto lay unconscious on the ground. Yukine felt sorrow for Naruto. He had given everything to stop Sasuke but had been overcome. Sasuke removed his headband and drew a line through the village symbol, then dropped it beside Naruto. Rain began to fall, and Sasuke hovered over Naruto, staring at him as the downpour washed over them. Even though Yukine had seen similar scenes before in other circumstances, seeing it in person only deepened his sympathy for Naruto. Despite all the training and effort to make Naruto stronger, he had been unable to prevent Sasuke's departure. Sasuke vanished suddenly, and Yukine immediately teleported to the direction Sasuke had taken. A few minutes later, he watched Sasuke approach Orochimaru's hideout, moving slowly with a face marked by sadness and regret. As Sasuke neared, he called out, indicating that he knew someone was nearby. Yukine stepped into view. Sasuke did not appear surprised. He met Yukine with a blank stare and the rain continued to fall in silence. Sasuke then taunted that he had expected Yukine to come and attempt to bring him back for Naruto. Yukine remained silent and simply looked at him as Sasuke continued to speak, insisting he would not return, not even if forced. Yukine told Sasuke that, seeing him now, he appeared pathetic in his pursuit of revenge. Sasuke winced at the remark. Yukine suggested that the reason Sasuke could not kill Naruto was tied to Itachi. Sasuke reacted with shock and demanded to know how Yukine could possibly know that name. Yukine refused to explain and said Sasuke did not have the right to that information at the moment. Itachi told Sasuke that he was not going to stop him from going to Orochimaru. He had come because he wanted to see him one last time as a child. Sasuke winced and asked what that was supposed to mean. Sasuke's mind echoed a plea for Itachi's forgiveness. Itachi explained that before he had left the village, a very close friend had asked him to take care of Sasuke and protect him as a guardian. He admitted that he had failed. His attention had been on Naruto instead of Sasuke. He had wanted to care for both, but he had been selfish. Itachi did not expect forgiveness. He only wanted to apologize for not keeping his promise and for leaving Sasuke alone. Sasuke erupted with anger, accusing Itachi of lying and of playing with his emotions since his return. He slammed into Itachi with all the hurt he had carried, refusing to accept an apology he felt came too late. Itachi listened with his head bowed. He remembered once telling someone to take care of Sasuke for his sake. The memory made his heart ache. He agreed that Sasuke had every right to call him a hypocrite. He told Sasuke, with as much honesty as he could muster, that he would not try to stop him from leaving for Orochimaru and that might be what was best for them both. Then Itachi stepped closer and, without looking him in the eye, told Sasuke that he had loved him like a little brother. Sasuke gasped as Itachi walked away with his hands in his pockets. Itachi did not look back. He walked back toward the village with a sad smile and the hazy memories of Team 7 lingering behind him. The memory faded. Tucci announced that Yukine's ramen was ready, and the young man snapped back to the present. Tucci watched him with concern and asked if he was all right. He had been spacing out for a while. Yukine offered a weak smile and said he was fine and had just been wanting some ramen. Tucci insisted Yukine should not worry about paying and that the meal was on him this time. Yukine tried to pay anyway. Tucci protested, but Yukine placed his money beside the bowl and thanked him for the food before leaving the restaurant. Outside the ramen shop, Yukine noticed Shikamaru speaking with the Sand siblings and a shinobi named Kirku. He assumed they were returning from a mission. Gaara spotted Yukine and called his name. Yukine sighed and walked over. Everyone looked surprised to see him. Kankuro admitted astonishment at meeting the so-called prodigy of Konoha, and Temari scolded him to show respect. Kirku had initially made a sarcastic remark, then approached Yukine with a guilty expression. He apologized for his earlier behavior and for things he had done against the village, explaining that he had been unsure whether he could trust the Leaf Village at the time and had misjudged it. He admitted feeling jealous of Yukine's strength and bowed, asking for forgiveness for his foolishness. Yukine smiled and told Kirku there was no need to apologize. Kirku had his reasons for not trusting them then, and now they were allies. Kirku expressed hope that they could be friends instead of foes. Yukine offered his hand. Kirku hesitated for a moment, then shook it, sealing their friendship. Gaara asked Yukine whether it was true that Naruto was leaving the village to train. Yukine confirmed that Naruto would be gone for quite some time. When Gaara asked if Yukine would be Naruto's trainer, Yukine smiled and shook his head. Kankuro pressed for an explanation, but Temari defended Yukine's right to keep his reasons private. Yukine revealed that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, would be training Naruto. Kankuro found that unexpected, and Shikamaru muttered that it would be a drag when Naruto returned, likely more obnoxious than ever. Yukine chuckled. Gaara stepped closer and asked Yukine to pass along something to Naruto. Yukine patted Gaara on the shoulder and reassured him that Naruto would know. Gaara smiled for the first time and nodded before leaving with his team. Shikamaru observed that relations seemed to be improving after the incident, and Yukine agreed, relieved that they now had a nation willing to help. Shikamaru added that they would still have many missions together with their new allies. Shikamaru complained that it was such a drag. Yukine chuckled and said that it was better to have allies than enemies and that he would see him later. Shikamaru returned the farewell to teacher Yukine and nodded as Yukine walked away. Shikamaru then asked if something else was on his mind. Yukine looked back and told him there was nothing, only curiosity about whether Akashi would accompany Naruto on his training. Shikamaru scratched his head and asked if Akashi, being so close to both of them, would go. Yukine considered it and admitted that it was up to Akashi. He might be a big brother, but the choice belonged to Akashi. Shikamaru accepted that answer and the two parted ways. As Yukine walked, he almost forgot to consider Akashi and wondered whether Jiraiya would bring him along. He was interrupted by Raiden and Kitsune waving from nearby. He smiled and approached them, surprised to see them together. Kitsune explained they had just returned from a mission assigned by the Hokage and that it had been nothing serious. Raiden clarified that it had been a low-ranking mission. They asked what Yukine was doing walking alone, and Yukine admitted he had been thinking about things that had been difficult lately. Kitsune offered to listen and Raiden encouraged him to talk. Yukine hesitated, then confessed that he had been worrying about Akashi because Naruto was leaving the village to train with Jiraiya and Yukine did not know whether Akashi would be upset or if he should let him join Naruto. Kitsune and Raiden both raised objections to Yukine keeping it from Akashi and urged him to at least explain the situation and ask Akashi what he wanted. Yukine acknowledged their point and admitted he had been too selfish. Raiden told Yukine that Akashi and Tadashi were at the Hokage Tower, likely having returned from their mission. Yukine thanked them and decided to go speak with Akashi. Raiden and Kitsune reminded Yukine that everyone could be selfish sometimes and told him not to hesitate to ask for help. They parted, and Yukine continued toward the Hokage Tower. At the Hokage office, Yukine took a deep breath and knocked. Tsunade called him to enter. Inside, Tsunade greeted him warmly. Yukine apologized for interrupting and requested to speak with Akashi. Tsunade waved it off and dismissed Tadashi and Akashi from duty for the moment. Tadashi bowed and prepared to wait at the monument after Yukine finished talking with Akashi, and Tsunade agreed to remain as well. Yukine led Akashi to the training ground. They went to the stream by the training field and sat together. Yukine asked Akashi if he had something on his mind. Yukine then explained that he was sorry for not telling Akashi sooner. Naruto was leaving the village to train with Jiraiya for 4 years so he could be prepared. Akashi reacted with surprise and asked why. When Yukine explained the length and purpose of the training, Akashi fell quiet, glancing at the ground. He then smiled and said that he understood and that Naruto needed to become stronger for both of them. Yukine told Akashi that he had thought about it and suggested that maybe Akashi should join Naruto on the training. Akashi shook his head and explained that he did not think it was a good idea. He wanted to go with Naruto but did not want to leave Yukine alone, and he feared he might become a distraction or burden to Naruto. Seeing Akashi's sadness, Yukine stepped forward and embraced him, reassuring him that he was not a burden. They stood by the stream for a while, comforting one another, before moving on together. Akashi reminded Yukine that he was Naruto's little brother and that Naruto needed someone to train with him. When Yukine asked whether Akashi was coming, Akashi admitted that he had not decided yet and pointed out that Naruto would not leave without Yukine. Akashi urged Yukine to think about it and told him to go back to the tower to speak with Tadashi and the Hokage while he packed for the journey. Yukine wanted to be with them but felt conflicted. He watched Akashi grin and walk away, then stared at the sky as a soft wind moved through the air. He sighed and started back toward the Hokage tower, wondering why life felt so difficult at times. By the time Yukine reached the Hokage's office, Tadashi and Tsunade were still there, deep in conversation. Tsunade asked Yukine if there was something he wanted to tell them. Yukine asked whether it was only the three of them present. Tadashi confirmed that it was and wondered why Yukine seemed so suspicious. Yukine explained that he did not want anyone else to know, especially Naruto, Akashi, and Rin, and warned that what he was about to reveal might seem shocking and foolish. He said that was why he trusted only Tadashi and Tsunade. Tsunade pressed him to explain his reasons, and Yukine took a deep breath. Meanwhile, at Naruto's house, Naruto packed for the trip with Jiraiya, excited but remembering everything that had happened to him in the village, friendships, the development of new techniques, and the loss of Sasuke. He thought about the gaps that 4 years away would create for everyone, including his relationships with his brothers. As he placed the last item in his backpack, he noticed the framed photo of his team on his dresser. He picked it up, felt determined to bring them back, and placed the frame back down with resolve. Akashi burst in calling for Naruto. Naruto stepped out from his room and waved him over. Akashi asked if it was true that Naruto was leaving the village with Jiraiya. Naruto replied that he thought everyone already knew and asked who had told him. Akashi said Yukine had told him and admitted that he had been upset at first, but then understood that Naruto was leaving to train for everyone's sake. Naruto smiled, tousled Akashi's hair, and promised to train hard for them. They laughed together until Naruto realized the time. He said he needed to go to Ichiraku to eat with Iruka before leaving. Akashi said he would meet Naruto at the front gate. After Naruto left, Akashi went to Naruto's room to finish packing, hoping to surprise him by joining the journey. He slung on his backpack and rushed to the front door, but when he opened it, a girl stood there, and he was momentarily astonished by her presence. Back at the Hokage's office, Yukine began to explain his reasons in greater detail. Tadashi and Tsunade listened with blank expressions at first, then Tsunade folded her hands and asked Yukine to clarify the main reason he wanted to take the risk. Yukine drew another breath and prepared to speak. Several minutes later at the front gate, Jiraiya and Naruto were leaving when Naruto paused and looked back toward the village. Jiraiya asked if he was thinking of Yukine. Naruto admitted that although he knew he needed the training, leaving the village again for several years felt like repeating the first time he had left. Jiraiya tried to reassure him that his brothers would be fine, but Naruto remained troubled. At that moment, Akashi appeared at the gate with his backpack, announcing that he intended to go with them. Jiraiya refused, explaining that the training required solitude and that he could not be responsible for Akashi as well. Before Akashi could respond, Yukine stepped out from behind him with a hand on Akashi's shoulder and stated that he, too, would be joining them. Everyone fell silent in surprise as Naruto recognized his brothers standing before them. Jiraiya asked what this was about. Yukine explained that he had come to see his boys one last time before they left for their journey because he would not be joining their training. Naruto and Akashi reacted in unison with disbelief. Yukine looked down at them and apologized, saying he could not be with them and could not explain why he would not be joining. Naruto refused to go if Yukine did not come. He charged forward and tried to pull Yukine back, desperate and frantic. He insisted he would not leave and could not bear to go without him. Yukine held his ground and urged Naruto that he had to go, that the training was more important. Naruto's desperation turned physical as he pounded the area around Yukine in a flurry of frantic, pleading motions, then began to sob, clinging to his shirt with his face buried. Yukine softened and wrapped his arms around his younger brother, offering comfort. Yukine reassured Naruto that there was no need to worry about him and that he would be fine. Naruto continued to beg him to come along, holding him tightly. After a few minutes, Yukine gently let go, took Naruto's arms, and looked at him with a sad smile. He told Naruto that he would be okay, that he could not always accompany him, and reminded him that they had a legendary trainer and that the training was necessary. Naruto's tears increased as he wiped his eyes. Yukine reminded him that they also had Akashi with them and that together they could be strong. He said he would be rooting for them and promised that when they returned, they would be able to help him instead of the other way around. Yukine looked at Akashi, who was also tearing up, and reached out. Akashi hesitated, then dashed forward and hugged both of them. Yukine told them he loved them and that by the time they came back, they would no longer need his help. All he could do was support them. He wiped their tears away. Yukine then wiped his own eyes and looked to Jiraiya, asking him to take good care of his younger brothers because they were precious to him. Jiraiya merely smiled and nodded as he started walking away with the boys. A few yards away, Naruto looked back and saw Yukine wave. He raised his fist and shouted that he would be strong and would not give up. Akashi echoed that they would prove they were strong. Yukine, surprised, smiled and waved back. Both boys grinned as they caught up with Jiraiya. When Yukine could no longer see them, his smile vanished and he sank to his knees, sobbing. Earlier in the Hokage office, Yukine removed his headband and placed it in Tsunade's hand, apologizing as he did so. He then used a swift, non-lethal technique to render Tsunade unconscious. Tadashi, frozen with shock, was addressed by Yukine, who held him responsible for Naruto and Akashi's well-being while they were away and said he would see him in the next life, his voice heavy with finality. Yukine then used the same technique to render Tadashi unconscious. He set both of them sitting against the wall, patted their shoulders, and left the office quickly. At the village gate, Yukine looked back at the faces of the previous Hokages and then up to the sky. He promised himself that this time he would do the right thing and teleported away toward his destination. Back at the office, Shizen returned carrying Taunton and found Tsunade and Tadashi unconscious. Shocked, she set Taunton down and shook both of them to wake them. Tsunade was the first to come to and realized what had happened when she saw Yukine's headband in her hand. She rose angrily and ordered Shizen to summon a list of people to her office immediately. Shizen was confused but followed the order. Tsunade, furious, calmed herself long enough to confirm that Yukine was already on his way. Tadashi, regaining awareness, understood and felt a surge of rage mixed with anxiety. He told Tsunade he needed to find Yukine before he was gone for good and then leapt out the window in pursuit. Tadashi thought of Yukine and their past together, remembering their promises and conversations. He recalled them joking about where they might go if they died and laughing about being in the Naruto world together. He remembered how they had first met and teased each other, Yukine a knucklehead, Tadashi a joker, and how they had become best friends who stayed at each other's places until things were settled. Tadashi wondered whether this place had changed Yukine and whether their bond had shifted. He held on to the memory of their shared resolve to stand together and protect the village, because it was their home. They refused to allow anyone to destroy it, a voice shouted in defiance. Another voice asked whether their own team mattered, whether everything they had endured had been for nothing. The leader reminded them that when he was gone, he expected someone to be responsible for Naruto and Akashi by the time one of them returned from training, even though they would be grown by then. A desperate plea followed. A teammate begged them not to do this to the team, not to do this to Naruto or Akashi. The narrator felt legs give out and collapsed as their body began to fail. The narrator thought that their chakra was too low and tried to keep going by crawling. They whispered the names Rin, Akashi, and Naruto before vision slipped into black. A single name echoed in the darkness. Yukine. Somewhere else, a guard reported to the leader that a visitor had arrived. The leader asked who it was. The guard said it was a leaf ninja and hinted that the leader would be surprised. The leader ordered the visitor brought in. When the leaf ninja entered the office, he stood and stared at the leader. The leaf ninja explained that he wanted to bring peace to the world. The leader regarded him and, impressed by that ambition, welcomed him into the Akatsuki as Yukine Narukami. He later whispered his thanks for everything. Years passed after leaving the village and going rogue. The narrator lost track of the exact days but knew it had been a long time. Since joining the Akatsuki, life had become a relentless cycle of missions, hunting targets, eliminating threats when required, stealing when necessary, and using harsh methods to extract information. Even days off were filled with training. At first the narrator had hesitated, but gradually they had grown numb and adapted to the orders. If a mission demanded robbery, they robbed. If someone needed to be made to talk, they coerced them. If a target needed to be silenced, they followed through. Avoiding suspicion was impossible. The narrator felt like a puppet, obeying orders without questions. Their personality had become quiet and withdrawn, speaking only with Itachi, Conan, and Pain, while Toby teased him when they crossed paths. Free time was spent training, resting, or reflecting. The group spoke only about missions. Itachi remained the only person the narrator cared about. The narrator avoided places tied to their past, especially the Leaf Village. Deep down they wanted to return, but they could not risk bringing harm to those they loved. Each morning they dreamed of rewinding time, preventing the Hokage's death, saving Sasuke from Orochimaru, stopping Kurama from killing their parents. The narrator wanted to rewrite history, but time moved only forward. If the past could not be changed, the narrator believed they could change the future. They had not given up on their goals. Remaining undercover was necessary. They had to stay in character or risk exposing themselves. There were events they had to alter and people they needed to protect, especially Naruto and the Leaf Village. The narrator resolved to do everything in their power for those futures, even if it meant sacrificing their own life. An alarm sounded at 5:30 a.m. The narrator silenced it and stared at the clay-colored ceiling, then sat up and rubbed their hair. Outside, rain fell in the rain village as it always did, and the narrator watched droplets stream down the window with a strange calm. Shaking off the trance, they moved to the bathroom and regarded themselves in the mirror, reflecting on how much life had changed. Service in the group had left visible marks, a collection of scars on back, chest, arms, and face. Their gaze dropped to the scar on their stomach from the day the sound and sand forces joined and the invasion of the Leaf Village. Every touch of that scar brought the memory back, and the narrator vowed that if they ever met the one responsible again, they would make him pay. They noticed their hair had grown long and unruly, almost covering their eyes. The narrator realized they could not remember the last time it had been cut. A new day began, and with it, the resolve to keep moving forward. I pushed it away from my face and left the bathroom, turning off the light. I stood at my closet and slowly opened both doors. The first thing I saw was my Akatsuki cloak. I had always wanted to know who designed it, maybe Conan, maybe Nagato. How had they come up with such a design? My clothes had been reduced to only the essentials. I used to love having a bunch of outfits and dressing up like a model, but I did not anymore. I had to be careful choosing clothes so I would not stand out on missions. My eyes fell on the outfit I had worn when I left Konoha. I had not touched it since I went rogue. It was dusty and smelled bad. I picked one outfit and got dressed. I closed the closet slowly until a photo fell out and landed on the floor. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Naruto from the day he had begged me to go to a festival. His goofy grin in the photo made me ache. The picture was special. He had been a kid with an innocent smile who had done no harm to anyone, clingy like a stuffed teddy bear who wanted to follow me wherever I went. My smile faded into a frown. I folded the picture, stuffed it into my back pocket, and shut the closet before leaving my room. When there were no missions, I usually stayed in my room reflecting on my life or training. Sometimes I went to the roof to watch the view and listen to the rain pouring, people talking, and the various noises all around. Compared to the Leaf Village, it felt less peaceful. I decided to go to the roof to watch the rain since my schedule was empty. I sat on the edge of the railing and gazed out as the rain kept pouring. I stayed for an hour until a sharp sensation hit my head. Something appeared, but it was blurry. In front of me were two little boys holding hands and laughing. I could not identify them. Their faces were too blurred. Was it a memory or a hint of the future? I reached out toward them as if to clear the image, and my hand grew wet from the rain dripping down. I pressed my palm to my face and wondered what that had been. Itachi called out from the doorway and I flinched. He stood there with a blank expression and asked if I had been reaching for something. I adjusted myself, feeling embarrassed, and said that it had been something like that. He smirked briefly before returning to his usual emotionless expression and noted that Pain wanted to speak with me. I asked whether it involved the tailed beasts or some mission. He replied that perhaps it did, perhaps it was something else. I sighed, noting that Pain was always a mystery, and asked when Itachi had returned, since it had been a few days since he and Kisame had left. Itachi answered that he had returned not long ago and that, besides the long journey, it had been another errand mission. He started to leave, but I stopped him. I called his name and he turned back toward me. I had something on my mind about that day and began to tell him, then hesitated and tried to dismiss it as nothing. Itachi stepped closer and insisted that I tell him. I shook my head and tried to walk away, but he raised his voice to demand that I say what I meant, which made me nervous. Conan then called that Pain needed me at his office at once and that it was important. I acknowledged that I would go and she nodded before heading back inside. Itachi told me he would be there when I finished talking with Pain. We stood there for a moment back to back, then I left for Pain's office. As I walked, I thought about Itachi's life. Everything he had done and suffered made me wish he had a different path that would not have caused so much regret or hurt his little brother, Sasuke. But he had not had a choice. And I had broken a promise to him. Years earlier I had told him that no matter what choices he made he would always be my best friend. He had been surprised but smiled and asked me to promise. I promised that whatever it took I would protect Sasuke with my life for him. He had thanked me and then disappeared. I berated myself for calling myself a best friend who could not keep that promise. I wanted to change that part of the story, but I could not. I had been focusing on one person's life and had neglected others. I forced myself to focus and prepare for what was coming, starting with the kidnapping involving Gaara. I still had to figure out my plan, but I would think it through after I spoke with Pain. I knocked 3 times and waited. A few seconds later a voice invited me to enter. I turned the knob, opened the door, and made my way inside. Pain stood in front of his desk with Conan beside him, folding an origami. I bowed to Pain, waiting for his explanation. Pain apologized that it had been sudden. I shook my head and told him it was not a problem, then asked why he had brought me there. Pain asked if I was familiar with their main objective and then explained that this was not about that. He said he wanted to discuss my work with them. He acknowledged that I had been doing an acceptable job and observed that I preferred to operate alone and tended not to bring others on missions. I felt uneasy when he mentioned that. I relaxed and admitted that I preferred working alone because having someone with me might delay a mission, no offense intended. Pain looked into my eyes with his intense Rinnegan and remarked that I resembled Toby in that way, aside from his childish attitude. Thought that was because he did not know Toby's true identity and that Toby pretended to be Madara Uchiha. Pain then ordered Conan to leave his office. Conan nodded and left without hesitation. Pain walked up to me and put a hand on my shoulder, and in a robust tone he said that I would not be part of the operation to capture the Jinchuriki. I felt confused and asked why. Pain explained that they appreciated my help and had no objections, but they believed they could manage the extraction without me. He said he had another assignment for me. I felt nervous and asked what the mission was. He told me I would go undercover in Konoha. My heart sank and I was shocked at the idea of going to Konoha. He instructed me to become an ally and spy on them, to observe their actions. He said that by the time they made their move the village would likely react, and he wanted me to be part of that. He warned me not to do anything reckless that would blow my cover, to change my appearance, and to avoid getting too close to any of them, especially the Nine Tails. He then sat back at his desk and asked if I had any objections. I told him it was an unusual mission coming from him but that I understood his reasons for excluding me from the extraction, so I accepted. Pain nodded and handed me a file, explaining that I would enter Konoha as Daichi Onishi, a traveler who woke up in front of Konoha after being ambushed by bandits, with no memory of what had happened and focused on getting the job done, quiet and hidden in the shadows. I studied the picture and realized I had seen the man before. I remembered receiving a file ordering his termination after he had been in contact with them. I admitted I felt strange using his identity to spy on Konoha and wondered if anyone would notice that he had been declared KIA. Pain advised that as long as I did not contact anyone who knew him or was close to him, I would be fine. He warned that if I were identified as myself I should not answer questions and that in such a situation there would be only one way out, and he waved the concern away. He then asked me to assume the disguise. I examined the picture once more, set it on Pain's desk, and transformed into the body. Smoke surrounded me until it faded, and I looked at myself in a mirror, touching my face and hair to confirm the change. The transformation was a success. Pain asked for my name. I introduced myself as Daichi Onishi. Not only had my appearance changed, but my voice sounded a little deeper as well. Pain vanished in a flash, which made me nervous until I heard a voice behind me reminding me not to disappoint him. I was about to turn when a sudden pain at the back of my head struck and my vision went black. Pain stared at the body that had been Yukine and looked up as black and white Zetsu emerged from the floor. With the body still on the ground, Black Zetsu, speaking in a shivering voice, asked if it was about that time. Pain confirmed and instructed Zetsu to bring him to the entrance of Konoha without being seen and to return once the task was completed. Zetsu nodded and took hold of Yukine as he descended back into the ground. Once they were out of sight, Pain stood by the window, thinking that he had some suspicions about Yukine but that Yukine remained useful to him. A voice to my left asked if there was a doctor, and another voice, sounding like a physician, reassured me that there was nothing to worry about. The doctor explained that none of my body, inside or out, appeared damaged and guessed that I had probably passed out from exhaustion, stress, lack of sleep, or from having no food in my system. I slowly opened my eyes and groaned softly. The light made everything blurry at first, but I could make out two figures on either side of me. The person on my left wore a white coat and glasses and held a clipboard. The person on my right had long, pale blonde hair. The man in the white coat observed that I appeared to be waking up. As my vision cleared, I realized I was lying in a hospital bed. The blonde woman on the right smiled, and my body jolted when I recognized her. I thought Lady Tsunade. Tsunade asked how I was feeling and if I was okay. I tried to answer but felt a shock the moment I caught my reflection in the mirror at the foot of the bed. I did not look like myself. The body in the glass was the form I had transformed into from the picture that Pain had given me. Tsunade tilted her head, waiting for my response. I shook my head and told her that I was okay, then asked where I was and who she was. Tsunade introduced herself and said that I was in Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village. Her face appeared on the Hokage monument next to my father's, and a warm smile rose inside me even though my exterior felt strange. I whispered Konoha and glanced down at my hands, then asked how I had ended up there. Tsunade explained that one of the security patrols had spotted me on the trails not far from the front entrance. They had called her and brought me to the hospital. Before asking more questions, Tsunade requested my name. I hesitated, then finally told her that my name was Daichi Onishi. Tsunade nodded and asked if I could recall what had happened while I had been unconscious. I admitted that I remembered nothing clearly, everything was hazy. Tsunade said there was no need to apologize and that they would continue questioning tomorrow so I would not be overwhelmed. She asked me to come to her office in the afternoon because she needed to investigate the situation further. She then spoke quietly with the doctor about monitoring me for the rest of the day and said her goodbyes before leaving the room. The doctor explained their plan and what they would monitor, but I paid little attention since nothing felt wrong with me. After he left, I lay back and stared out the window, unable to shake the uncanny feeling that this place was more like a dream than home. Worries crowded my mind about meeting people who were close to me, especially Naruto and Rin. I resolved to avoid them as much as possible. I did not want them to see me like this. The next day, the clock on the wall read 11:45 a.m. I felt able to walk and told the nurse that I wanted to be discharged. I completed the paperwork and paid for my treatment, then found the clothes from the body I inhabited in the closet and dressed before heading outside. Standing in the village square, nostalgia washed over me. Konoha had not changed much since I left, except for Tsunade's face on the monument. The place felt familiar, but strangers passed me by. Without recognition. I had hoped at least one person might notice me. As I walked toward the Hokage office, my stomach began to rumble. I had not eaten since the day before. The hospital had offered food, but I had refused. I still remembered how sick I had felt after eating the ramen during my recovery after the invasion. The thought of real ramen pulled me toward Ichiraku, the one place I knew that made the best ramen in the village. Ichiraku ramen looked exactly as I remembered. I hesitated at the entrance, unsure if I was ready to face the memories inside. People had started to stare while I lingered on the threshold, so I pushed my doubts aside and went in. Tucci stood behind the counter with a big smile, and his welcome made my eyes sting. I tried not to show how emotional I felt as I sat down across from him. Tucci smiled warmly but admitted that he did not recognize me. Tucci asked whether Yukine was new to Konoha with a curious tone. Yukine steadied herself and admitted that she was new and had come in because she was hungry. Tucci welcomed her and explained that he made ramen from scratch and that everyone enjoyed it. He recommended the miso braised pork. The mention of that reminded Yukine that it had been Naruto's favorite. She remembered how he could eat nearly 15 bowls. Looking at the menu made her hungrier, but she felt nervous about ordering. Yukine set the menu down and ordered a pork bone broth ramen with a boiled egg, extra noodles, seaweed, and bamboo shoots. Tucci stared for a moment, surprised, then smiled and promised to bring the ramen right away. He apologized for the reaction and went on to explain that a young fellow who had been a regular once ordered the same thing. He described how he had watched that boy grow up, how the boy had done a lot for the village, and how he had stopped coming 3 years ago. Tucci did not know whether the boy was on a long mission or traveling, and he hoped the boy was all right. Yukine felt sorry for Tucci but kept her secret. She acknowledged that the boy had been close to him and that Tucci treated him like family. He had always come with friends, especially younger brothers. Tucci finished assembling the ramen and placed the bowl in front of her, telling her to enjoy it. Yukine picked up her chopsticks, gave a small word of thanks before eating, and slurped the noodles. The taste threw her back to the day she had shared the dish with Naruto. She pictured him chugging from his bowl with a grin. A single tear slipped into the ramen, and Tucci noticed and asked if she was all right. Yukine wiped her cheek and said it was nothing. Tucci waved it off and suggested that the ramen had probably reminded her of good memories. Yukine agreed. He smiled and gave her space while she ate. Each bite brought back memories of having the ramen with her parents, with Naruto, with Kakashi, Takashi, Akashi, and everyone she had known. The memories did not feel warm, they brought sadness and regret. After finishing the last sip of broth, Yukine stared at the empty bowl for several minutes. Tucci sat down next to her and told her that she did not need to hide the truth from him. He claimed to know who she was. He observed that no one else in his restaurant ordered that style of ramen and that her expression on the first bite matched the face she had made when eating with her family. Yukine was astonished. She admitted that she had made it obvious and that she had just wanted to taste the ramen again after a long time. She explained that the past few years had been complicated and that she was trying to find a solution. She apologized for looking the way she did and for not being able to explain her life. She also confessed that she had hesitated to enter the restaurant when she returned. Tucci reassured her that she was always welcome and that things had been quiet since she and her brothers had left the village. He said he was happy to see her again even if she was not quite herself, patted her shoulder, and promised to keep her secret while warning her to be careful. Yukine smiled. Tucci was like an uncle to her. When she reached for her pocket to pay, he refused and reminded her that she had tried to pay 3 years ago as well and that he would not allow it again. Yukine sighed and accepted his refusal. She stood, thanked Tucci for the food and left. Tucci saluted and expressed that he was glad to see Yukine back home. Yukine walked away from the restaurant toward Lady Tsunade, thinking that it was time to make things right and that she was done making mistakes. Yukine stood in front of the Hokage's office door and felt a tense expectation behind it. She reached for the doorknob but hesitated, realizing she did not know what would happen inside. She considered 2 possibilities. Tsunade might not know who she really was and would investigate, leaving Yukine little time in the village, or Tsunade might recognize her and decide to punish or imprison her for betraying them. Either outcome frightened her. Yukine turned the knob and pushed the door open. Lady Tsunade stood by the window with her arms crossed. Yukine entered and stood in the middle of the room, waiting for Tsunade to speak or turn. The door closed behind her, startling her slightly. After a couple of minutes of silence, Tsunade sighed, turned around, and sat at her desk. She pointed to a chair in front of the desk, and Yukine sat. Tsunade continued to stare silently for a long moment, then suddenly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. For a moment, Yukine did not understand why she had done it. That was when she finally spoke to me. Lady Tsunade explained that she had made the room completely soundproof and locked the doors so no one could hear or interrupt them. She stood, walked to him, and studied him as if waiting for something. He rose slowly, frightened and uncertain what she intended to do next. She moved quickly toward him. He flinched and shut his eyes, bracing for impact. When he opened his eyes, he found Lady Tsunade holding him in an embrace. He remained motionless, stunned. He attempted to address her as Lady Hokage, but Lady Tsunade interrupted, telling him to drop the acting and that she was not that foolish. He felt his heart sink, realizing she had uncovered his identity. He wondered what she planned to do with him. She let him go and smiled, noting that she had known it was him all along and that his acting needed work. He tried to remember what he had said, and a memory came back. 3 years earlier, the others had asked if there was something he wanted to tell them. Takashi confirmed it was only the 3 of them in the room. He had explained that he did not want anyone else to know, especially Naruto, Akashi, and Rin. He had warned them that what he was about to reveal would be shocking and foolish, so they were the only ones he trusted. Lady Tsunade asked what he wanted to say. He admitted that he had decided to leave the village for a while and, emphatically, that he was not going with Naruto and Jiraiya. He then revealed his plan to join the Akatsuki. He had expected shocked or angry reactions, but both of the others had been blank. Lady Tsunade asked what motivated him. He explained that his intent was not to betray the village but to go undercover to discover the Akatsuki's movements, identify their leader, and learn their motives. He acknowledged the risk but believed it could provide crucial information and a potential advantage for the future. Takashi reacted strongly, seizing his shirt to emphasize the danger. Takashi warned that the Akatsuki was not a group one could simply infiltrate. Even if they accepted him for his powers, they would use him. He argued that the plan was reckless given what had happened during the invasion, when everyone had thought Yukine had died in front of Naruto. Takashi shouted that he would not allow him to make such a dangerous choice again and accused him of being selfish and reckless. Yukine admitted that the plan was foolish and that he could get himself killed, yet he insisted he had to do it. He declared with fierce conviction that he would not let the Akatsuki take Naruto. The 2 of them were stunned and momentarily speechless as emotion trembled through him. He explained his fear for Naruto, who carried the 9 tails, and how terrified he was at the thought of the Akatsuki capturing him. He recalled how they had almost abducted Naruto before and how Sasuke's intervention had prevented that. Lady Tsunade rose and placed a hand on his shoulder, offering understanding but warning about the severe consequences the decision could have for him and those around him. She asked whether he was sure this was the right choice. Takashi murmured Lady Hokage's name in concern. Yukine asserted that if his choice made him a wanted man and a traitor in the eyes of the village, so be it. He would return if the opportunity arose. Lady Tsunade regarded him seriously and, after a long sigh, she told him to do what he thought necessary and hoped he was making the right decision. He removed his headband and placed it gently on the desk, then knelt behind Lady Tsunade and asked for forgiveness. Without warning, he used a quick technique to render Lady Tsunade unconscious. She collapsed to the floor. Takashi froze at the sight, as if turned to stone. When Yukine approached him, he spoke briefly, placing responsibility for Naruto and Akashi with Takashi while he was away. Before Takashi could respond, Yukine used the same method to render him unconscious as well. Feeling guilty for what he had done, Yukine set them both upright against the wall and knelt beside them. He told himself that when he returned, he would not make any more mistakes. He had promised he would do what he could to make things right from the future, patted their shoulders, and jumped out the window. The memory ended and he remembered. How could he have forgotten what he had said? His mind must have been on autopilot doing what the Akatsuki wanted. He cursed himself for not reminding himself what he intended to do. It had helped that he had taken the opportunity to disguise himself and spy on Konoha. Lady Tsunade asked him to undo the jutsu because she wanted to see her godchild after all these years. He hesitated for a moment, then formed a hand seal at his chest. Smoke swirled and he felt the jutsu release. When the smoke cleared and Tsunade saw him, she was speechless for a moment before embracing him. He felt happy to see her, but his heart was heavy with shame and guilt. He told Tsunade that he had not wanted her to see him like this, that he had changed his appearance after making so many mistakes with the Akatsuki. He admitted that he had once helped innocent people but, under the Akatsuki, had killed and tortured, and that everyone now saw him as a demon. Tsunade reacted sharply. She slapped him across the face, grabbed his shirt, and scolded him for constantly blaming himself. She berated him for speaking like a child and demanded that he stop tearing himself down, insisting that he was capable of change. He gasped at her words. When she let go, he stared at the floor, realizing he had fallen back into the habit of self-reproach. His hands trembled and a wave of pressure blurred his vision until an image rose before him. 2 adults standing in a grassy field with 2 laughing boys. At first he thought it was Minato and Kushina with Naruto, but the faces were not clear. The 4 of them smiled warmly, and one of the adults seemed to speak, though he could not hear the words. They walked together toward a bright light, hand in hand. When the figure faded, his hands stopped shaking. He looked up at Tsunade, stood, and bowed. He apologized and explained that he had needed to get the memory out of his chest, that he had carried it for 3 years. Tsunade smiled and said she understood his frustration but warned him that he must keep moving forward and do what was right without regrets. She told him that the past was past and they needed to focus on the future. Tsunade then asked him to tell her everything the Akatsuki had forced him to do, what he had heard about their plans, and why they had sent him back here. He answered as best he could, recounting details that left her with a thoughtful, blank expression. She expressed sorrow for what he had endured but reminded him he had to preserve his cover. Tsunade promised to convince everyone that he had been coerced and to do what she could to help. For now, she instructed him to continue hiding his identity and to act like the person he had been. Revealing his true self now would cause commotion and jeopardize his mission. He accepted the plan, though he knew he was still a wanted man and that proving his innocence would be difficult. He resolved to deal with the consequences after the war, but an uneasy sense of foreboding remained. A knock at the door startled them. Shizune announced that there were guests returning to the village. Tsunade and he exchanged a glance. She gave him a signal to resume his cover. He transformed into Daichi. Onishi. Tsunade dismissed the soundproofing and told him to remain calm and avoid suspicious reactions. He stood by the window with his arms crossed, palms sweaty and heart pounding, trying to steady himself as the doorknob turned. Shizune entered first. Jiraiya followed, looking the same as ever, still the sage he had always been. A young boy came behind them, dressed in a short-sleeved black hoodie over a fishnet shirt, hands wrapped in bandages, black pants with a kunai holster on his right leg and mid-ninja shoes. The boy looked eager and said he could not wait to see his big brother. He wore his headband around his neck like Hinata. The narrator stepped closer and realized with a start that it was Akashi. He had grown to be about Naruto's age. The sight of him was hard to believe. The next person to enter was Sakura Haruno. She had grown up and looked much like she did in the stories and the show. The narrator noted how capable she seemed now, the result of intense training under Tsunade. The narrator's heartbeat slowed as another voice announced a return. Naruto announced his arrival with a grin as he greeted Tsunade. The narrator felt their chests tighten when they saw him. He wore an older version of his jumpsuit. Panic rose briefly, but the narrator took a steadying breath and forced calm. Tsunade, the village leader, smiled and welcomed them home, remarking on how much they had grown, then turned to Jiraiya and asked whether the training had been a success. Jiraiya nodded and explained that they had improved. He admitted their progress made some aspects of his training easier, though the students still had struggles. Overall, they were slowly getting better and managing to complete what was asked of them. Naruto's grin grew wider at Jiraiya's praise. The narrator watched Naruto and Akashi, feeling a complicated mixture of happiness and discomfort. Akashi's maturity contrasted sharply with the image of him as a child. The reunion continued until Naruto and Akashi noticed the narrator standing to the side. Naruto tilted his head in confusion and asked Tsunade who the newcomer was. The narrator tried to introduce themselves, but the emotions were overwhelming. Tsunade intervened and said the newcomer was Daichi Onishi, a new member of the Leaf Village, and suggested they focus on the reunion and recount their training with Jiraiya instead. Relief washed over the narrator as the three talked about their time with Jiraiya. The narrator's eyes stayed on Akashi and Naruto. Seeing them grown up made the narrator quietly glad. Both carried their old, familiar personalities beneath their new maturity. The narrator wished they could simply embrace them, but reality made that impossible. When the conversation shifted from training to skill demonstrations, the narrator excused themselves and began to leave, bowing politely to the village leader. Tsunade called after the narrator, suggesting that Daichi would be the perfect person to spar with the three, explaining that she wanted to see how much they had grown and that she was curious about Daichi as well. The narrator began to refuse, but Tsunade added that she had someone else who could help. Kakashi, their masked instructor, appeared in the window and waved. Naruto greeted him with a grin and produced a sequel to one of Jiraiya's notorious books, which he handed to Kakashi. Kakashi reacted with stunned embarrassment. The mood shifted when Naruto asked if their older brother was home. The narrator clenched their hands and tried to keep emotions in check. Naruto looked around, concern on his face, and questioned whether something had happened while he had been away. Tsunade glanced at the narrator and reassured Naruto that nothing was wrong. Kakashi spoke up to explain that Yukine, their older brother, was not present because he had left on a very serious, high-ranking mission that would keep him away for months, maybe longer. Naruto and Akashi both lowered their gazes, clearly upset. Kakashi then produced a folded piece of paper. He said Yukine had left before departing. Naruto brightened and took the paper. He unfolded it and read the contents aloud. Yukine's letter explained that he was away on a long, serious mission and apologized for not being there when they returned from training. He asked them not to worry, promised to send updates when possible, and expressed his love for them, signing the letter as their big brother. Naruto folded the letter and placed it in his pocket, accepting that Yukine really was gone. Tsunade offered an apologetic look to him. Kakashi broke the awkward silence by confirming he would not be alone on the upcoming sparring and asked Daichi if he would join them. The narrator sighed and admitted they did not have much choice. Naruto regained his energy and approached Daichi with a warm smile, identifying himself as Naruto Uzumaki and expressing eagerness to see what Daichi could do. Naruto extended his hand for a greeting. The narrator hesitated a moment, then returned the handshake and introduced himself as Daichi Onishi, saying it was nice to meet Naruto. Yukine expressed that he was also interested in their skills and glanced at Akashi walking beside Naruto. Akashi introduced himself as Naruto's younger brother, noting that they might not look alike but that Naruto was still his brother, and he hoped they could get along. Sakura bowed and introduced herself as Sakura Haruno, telling Yukine it was nice to meet him. Kakashi instructed Naruto, Sakura, and Akashi to head to the training ground immediately, explaining that he and Yukine would speak with Lady Hokage for a moment. The three nodded and left the office. The room fell silent and all eyes turned to Yukine. He felt Jiraiya's presence behind him and Kakashi standing nearby. Tsunade quickly sealed the room with a hand sign, making it soundproof. Kakashi spoke first, warning that having Yukine in the village was risky given his recent rogue activities. Jiraiya added that it was surprising they had sent Yukine undercover to spy on the Leaf Village. Yukine asked whether Lady Tsunade had told them about the plan, and they all nodded. Yukine then asked who had written the letter that had framed him. After a moment of silence, Kakashi scratched his head and admitted that he had forged the letter to make it look like Yukine had written it. Yukine laughed softly, caught off guard, while Kakashi hushed him and reminded him that, for now, he needed to blend in and not let anyone learn his true identity, especially the two young shinobi. Kakashi's prompting, Yukine closed his eyes and reverted to his true form as a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing his real appearance. Kakashi and Jiraiya both patted his shoulder. Kakashi acknowledged that, although Yukine had been foolish not to tell them about his absence, they were glad to see him safe. Jiraiya mentioned that Yukine could have told him discreetly when leaving the village, since secrecy might have distracted Jiraiya's training, and requested that Yukine inform them in the future before doing something similar. Yukine replied that he simply did not want to make any more mistakes. Tsunade reassured him that they would find ways to avoid repeating past errors. Kakashi then asked if Yukine addressing him by his disguised name, Daichi Onishi, was ready for a sparring session with a specific team. Yukine donned his disguise again and nodded that he was ready. Kakashi and Yukine walked toward the training ground. Being near Kakashi and knowing that he now knew the truth left Yukine feeling uneasy. He had always been calm and cheerful around Kakashi, but since returning to the village under a new identity he had been harboring guilt. He regretted not telling Kakashi earlier. Kakashi had been someone he could trust, present from the beginning, and Yukine could not explain why he had kept his distance. Kakashi noticed the change and asked what made Yukine keep his distance. Yukine stumbled over his words, unable to speak as easily as before, and confessed that he could not get used to things the way they were. Even though Kakashi knew the truth, Yukine felt uncomfortable, as if a weight of guilt and an impending threat hung over him. It was not supposed to be like this. Kakashi asked whether Yukine wanted to leave the Leaf Village altogether and cautioned that such a choice would be selfish. Then Kakashi paused and, after a moment, spoke about his own life. He had made difficult decisions and continued to regret them, yet those regrets had never stopped him from staying with his comrades. He reflected that everyone made mistakes and that life taught them to learn and change over time. Yukine felt a chill run down his spine at Kakashi's words and realized how fortunate he was to have Kakashi not only as a partner but as someone like an older brother he could rely on. He wished he could erase the hardships Kakashi had endured, knowing he did not deserve them. Despite everything, Kakashi still wore a gentle smile beneath his mask. Kakashi suggested they get going so they would not be late. Yukine allowed a small smile and fell into step beside him. A few minutes later, they arrived at the training ground and saw Naruto, Akashi, and Sakura talking and laughing together. Yukine froze, aching to join but unable to approach. Kakashi stopped as well and, curious, asked if the others knew who Yukine really was. Yukine admitted that it was not the knowledge of his identity that bothered him so much but the feelings of guilt and isolation. Kakashi warned that if Yukine continued to indulge those feelings, they could grow until he lost the will to live. Confronted with the truth of Kakashi's words, Yukine agreed that he could not stay stuck in the past. He needed to focus on the future. After a heavy sigh, he told Kakashi he would concentrate and that he was ready. Kakashi nodded, and they moved forward together toward the training ground. Suddenly he placed his hand on my right shoulder and we teleported onto a cage where Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi were waiting. Kakashi raised his hand with a somewhat innocent smile and apologized that an old woman had needed help with her bags and that he and I had stopped to assist. Naruto and Sakura immediately scolded us for being late. Kakashi looked embarrassed and I sighed inwardly. All these years, they still remained the same. Kakashi and I dropped down in front of them and we headed to the training grounds where the bell test had taken place years before. Akashi approached and asked why we had taken so long to meet them. I thought that Akashi had grown well and wished I could greet him openly, then explained that Kakashi had been briefing me about the test they were about to take. Akashi nodded and asked if I was a traveler and what had brought me to Konoha. I answered that I had traveled the world looking for work as something like a mercenary, helping those in need and searching for a place to call home. I said I had been turned away by many villages until I found Konoha and hoped I would be accepted here. Akashi pointed out that was probably why the Lady Hokage had wanted to see how capable I was. I confirmed that I was there to participate in whatever the test would be. By the time we finished the small talk, we reached the training ground and stood again before the 3 logs where Team 7 had once done the bell test. Naruto remarked that the place brought back memories, and Sakura agreed. Kakashi, reading from his book, said it had been the time when Sasuke had been with them. Everyone fell silent when Kakashi mentioned Sasuke. Just hearing the name made me remember the past and the regrets I had carried, but I forced myself to stop reliving it and focus on making things right. Naruto and Sakura looked grief-stricken at the thought of losing not just a teammate but a friend. Kakashi closed his book and pulled 2 bells from his pocket, and his expression showed he regretted bringing the subject up. Kakashi explained that the test was familiar to most of them except me and Akashi, and that since there were 3 of them, I would assist him to make the challenge harder. He said the test would examine their teamwork and how much they had improved over the years. Naruto pumped his fist and said he was ready, eager for the old times. Akashi asked whether the 2 instructors would have 1 bell between them. Kakashi nodded and tossed a bell to me, saying it would not be fair for him to take all the attention. I caught it and strapped it to my pants. Kakashi instructed them to begin when he said so. Naruto, impatient, dashed at Kakashi before the start and tried to take the bell. Kakashi pinned Naruto to the ground, and Naruto struggled to get him off. Kakashi observed that Naruto still lacked patience after all these years, and Naruto reminded them he had adapted since leaving the village, moving with a confident smirk. A clone of Naruto appeared behind Kakashi, holding a kunai. Kakashi chuckled softly and praised their training but noted he had not yet given the signal. I watched, struck by how much faster Naruto had become. Since training with Jiraiya and Akashi, nostalgia washed over me. Kakashi warned them to get ready, and the test began in earnest. I kept to the shadows, focusing on defense and reflecting on the training. My body felt weak not only from fighting but from remaining concealed. Keeping up the disguise sapped my chakra. I told myself to hold on until the training ended. We continued until the sun went down and the moon became our only light. Kakashi and I split away from the others, and I realized the three of them had managed to snatch one of the bells from Kakashi. I still held the other bell and could tell I was reaching my limit. They had all become stronger since the last time we had sparred, especially Naruto and Akashi. Jiraiya's training had paid off. Akashi had developed tricks I could not easily predict and had been studying taijutsu more than ninjutsu, so I needed to keep my distance. Naruto's speed had improved so much that I could no longer rely on my usual defenses. I caught my breath and leaned against a tree, watching for movement. I heard rustling in the bushes and threw a kunai toward the sound, holding another in my hand as a guard. The noise grew closer and my nerves tightened, but it turned out to be a squirrel emerging from the undergrowth. I lowered my guard and stepped back, then felt a sudden presence behind me. Sakura sprang out and struck the ground with tremendous force, the impact shaking the area and demonstrating her remarkable strength. She stood up with a determined look, clearly having come very close to catching me off guard. I reminded myself to keep my distance from her. One false move would end it. A shuriken flew past his face and he dodged the throw. Akashi appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack. Daichi went into a defensive stance and parried every strike. Both fighters circled, then backed away and stared each other down. Sakura stepped beside Akashi and watched him intently. Daichi realized Naruto was not with them. A shadow moved behind Akashi and Sakura. Naruto charged forward, forming a Rasengan. Daichi tried to move but found his feet pinned to the ground. He understood too late that Sakura had struck the earth and Akashi had coordinated the trap that held him. Naruto closed the distance and Daichi braced for the impact. The Rasengan shoved him backward. He recovered, grabbing a tree branch as the blast shook the nearby trunks. He checked his arms. A few cuts had torn his sleeves. He glanced at his waist to make sure the bell was still tied to his pants. It remained fastened. A presence surged close again and Naruto lunged, kunai in hand. Daichi caught the blade with his palm, which caused the edge to press and cut him, while his other hand gripped Naruto's wrist to keep him from reaching the bell. The kunai pressed into his skin but did not penetrate deeply. Naruto's hand hovered within centimeters of the bell when a commanding voice cut through the night. Lady Tsunade strode forward with Shizune beside her and ordered them to stop. She announced that she had seen enough of the test and noted significant improvement from all three of them. Daichi looked down at his left hand. The cut was deep enough that blood welled from it, but it did not immobilize him. A smaller, faint mark on his wrist reminded him of a darker time in his past. He kept his thoughts to himself. Sakura stepped in front of him and offered to heal the wound. She placed her hands over his cut and channeled healing chakra until the wound closed, then wrapped it in bandages. She smiled gently as she finished. Daichi nodded in gratitude. Lady Tsunade observed that, aside from the wound to his hand, Daichi had demonstrated the ability to hold his own against the others, especially Naruto. Daichi bowed respectfully and acknowledged that it had been difficult. Had the test gone a few seconds longer, Naruto might have gotten the bell. He admitted he had nearly run out of chakra. Naruto grinned and said he felt the same, lauding Daichi's strength for taking a hit from his kunai without backing down. He praised Daichi for his stamina and determination. Daichi replied that Lady Tsunade had told him about Naruto and suggested they might spar again in the future. Naruto laughed and agreed that he would welcome a rematch. Lady Tsunade then turned to Kakashi and asked for his thoughts. Kakashi noted that although Daichi had not taken Kakashi's bell, the team had managed to take the other bell from him. Shizen explained that the discussion was about the group's status going forward. Lady Tsunade addressed Naruto and Sakura by name, calling each of them up in turn. She announced that Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi Hatake would form a new unit designated Team Kakashi. Naruto reacted with enthusiasm at the idea of being part of a team and asked whether they would carry out missions together. Kakashi, smiling beneath his mask, clarified that it would not be a teacher-student relationship like before. They would work together as equal shinobi of the village. Naruto and Sakura both brightened at this explanation. When Naruto wondered about Akashi and Daichi, Lady Tsunade reassured him that both would receive different assignments and join other teams tasked with important missions. She said she already had specific plans for them and there was no need to worry. Naruto admitted he was disappointed. He had hoped Akashi and Daichi would join them. Akashi chuckled and reassured Naruto with a friendly smile. Lady Tsunade dismissed the group for the night and told them to rest. She promised to notify them when suitable missions arose and, with a warm expression, welcomed Naruto and Akashi back home. The pair continued walking toward the village, smiling. Kakashi suggested it was time to head back, and the group left the training grounds together. Later, while they walked, Kakashi remarked, still reading his book as he walked, that he had to acknowledge how much the team had improved over the past years and that he had never expected them to take the bell from him. Naruto chuckled and boasted that this might be a sign he would surpass Kakashi. Akashi muttered that Naruto was sounding overly confident. Naruto, quick to brag, claimed he had been developing a new jutsu and promised the others they would be impressed when they saw it. His declaration was interrupted by his own stomach growling loudly. Naruto complained that he had not eaten any Ichiraku ramen since returning to the village. Akashi and Sakura admitted they were also hungry after so much training. The group agreed to head back together to find something to eat, the mood light and easy as they walked toward the village under the moonlight. Naruto shouted that they should head straight to Ichiraku for ramen, his face lighting up as he ran off with Sakura and Akashi, leaving me and Kakashi behind. Kakashi looked defeated and muttered that they used to be so cute and reacted to everything back then. I laughed and told him he had sounded sad when they ignored him, and that they were all grown up now and not kids anymore. Kakashi looked at me and asked if I did not feel the same. I blushed, crossed my arms, and told him not to give me that look. Kakashi chuckled and said that, looking back, Naruto had always been clingy and stuck with me, as if his life depended on me. Seeing him now, Kakashi added, it seemed Akashi was following in those footsteps and it felt like déjà vu. My eyes went to Naruto and Akashi laughing and running. I missed those moments and wished I could be there with them, but it was not going to happen. For now I had to let them be and watch over them from a distance. Footsteps came up behind us as Jiraiya appeared and told Kakashi that, as promised, he would leave Naruto to him. Jiraiya said he could already tell the Akatsuki was moving and that he would gather intel about their whereabouts. He told me he wanted to talk to me early the next morning about my undercover mission and warned me to hide my identity from anyone I knew, especially them. I nodded as he disappeared. Kakashi called out to the others, and Naruto, Sakura, and Akashi waved back. Sakura announced that it was settled that they would get ramen, and Naruto said Daichi could come too and that the treat would be on Kakashi. I was surprised Naruto included me, and I had mixed feelings about going. Kakashi replied that he had to assign the team and that Daichi had a meeting with the Hokage, so he had to go. Without warning, Kakashi placed his hand on my shoulder and we vanished from the trail. We ended up on a roof in front of Ichiraku Ramen. I sighed in relief and sat on the railing at the edge of the building. I told Kakashi I did not know whether to thank him for getting me out of that situation. Kakashi said I had looked as if I might pass out from an invitation and that he had to make an excuse because he never thought he'd see me like that. His eyes were glued to his book. I teased that part of it was true and accused him of simply not wanting to pay for them. He admitted he was not going to pay for them again, especially not for Naruto when it came to ramen, and reminded me that I had left him to spend his money last time. I said it had been a one-time thing and promised to pay him back, laughing sheepishly. Kakashi muttered and gave me a look, then said he did not think it would be so bad to eat with them and that it was my choice if I wanted to catch up. I smiled sadly and said I would probably have an anxiety attack if I went, and that the closer I got to Naruto the worse things would become for both me and them. Kakashi listened in silence as I ranted. I could not blame him for not saying anything. I told him I had to watch for any moves from the Akatsuki and gripped the railing with determination because I knew what might happen next. It was for Naruto's sake, I insisted. I just had to keep going. Kakashi patted my shoulder and said the time might come sooner or later, but I should not put everything on the line alone because it would wear me down. He said that if I could not rely on myself, we were there to help me get back on my feet, and that even if I was not acting like myself, Naruto would help me, so I should keep that in mind. The idea of putting everything on the line made me reflect that I had always been selfish in difficult situations and that it was not fair to anyone. Kakashi said he had to finish some team paperwork, closed his book, and hopped on the railing. He smiled under his mask and told me he was glad I was home with them again, to take care of myself, and to let him know when I needed a hand before he left. I sighed heavily, hopped off the railing, and looked back at Ichiraku, thinking of Naruto. A voice called out that it really was me, wasn't it, Brother Yuki? The world seemed to stop. I froze and could not move. I stared at the ground and saw a shadow behind me from the lights, my mind racing and too afraid to turn around, but I forced myself to look. When I turned my whole body, there was no one there. I was confused and relieved and told myself I must have been overthinking. If anyone knew who I really was, it would be nerve-wracking. Then Akashi appeared beside me, leaning on the railing with a sad look. He said he would not be anxious because he knew who I really was, addressing me directly. My heart pounded and my throat tightened, making it hard to breathe. I did not know what to do or say. Akashi explained that he was a clone and that the real him was with Brother Naruto. He asked me not to lie to him or talk my way out of it, saying he wanted to see his big brother with his own eyes. I could only take that in for the moment. Akashi said he needed to know what he had looked like all this time. The way he looked at Daichi was a silent plea to see his true self. Daichi felt his hands tremble, but seeing Akashi like that left him with little choice. Akashi really did know who he was. Daichi took a deep breath, nodded, and with a small hand motion he returned to his true form. Smoke swirled around him and then cleared, revealing the figure only he could see, Akashi. Akashi's face shifted from blank to stunned, his eyes filling with tears as he took in Daichi's appearance. Daichi braced himself for anger or a blow, but then felt a single tear fall down Akashi's cheek. Akashi ran forward and tackled him into a tight hug. Akashi's voice was shaky as he whispered Yuki's name while burying his face against Daichi's chest. Daichi looked down at him and slowly brought his left hand up to cradle the back of Akashi's head, pulling him closer. Akashi cried softly without letting go, and Daichi could not help but smile. They had not hugged like this in a very long time. It felt unreal, like a lucid dream rather than a nightmare. Daichi realized how much Akashi had grown. He was nearly as tall as Naruto had been a few years earlier. Akashi finally let go and stepped back, wiping his eyes as he studied Daichi from head to toe. Akashi said he could not believe what had happened while Daichi had been gone. After a long pause, he admitted that this was not how he had imagined Daichi would look. Daichi looked away, ashamed, and apologized. Akashi questioned him sharply, asking if an apology was all he could offer after hiding his identity. Daichi asked how Akashi had figured it out. Akashi explained that he had suspected the S-rank mission the Hokage and Kakashi had mentioned earlier, and he had seen Daichi trembling in the corner. He had observed Daichi's movements and the way he spoke, and it had struck him as unmistakably Yuki. Daichi laughed nervously and said he really needed to work on his acting. Akashi grew serious and asked why Daichi had been hiding his identity from him and everyone else. Daichi felt the shame, but he knew Akashi had to know something. He could not reveal his connection to the Akatsuki, so he said that it had been part of a mission. Akashi sounded unconvinced and asked if it was the same mission Kakashi and the Hokage had mentioned. Daichi confirmed that the rumor about an S-rank mission was true, but said it was a highly classified assignment he could not discuss. Since Akashi already knew who he was, Daichi felt he had no choice but to explain as much as he could. Daichi leaned back against the rail and looked out over the village. He told Akashi that the mission had come when Akashi and his brother had left the village for training with Jiraiya. The Hokage had given him a very high-ranking assignment that required absolute secrecy. To accept it, he had to vanish and conceal his identity for a long time. Akashi could hardly believe it. He asked how serious the mission could be to require such a disappearance. Daichi repeated that it was highly classified and that he was restricted from saying more. Revealing additional details could jeopardize the mission and risk his capture. He did not want anyone involved, especially Akashi and Naruto, because their involvement would complicate everything. Akashi asked if no one else could take the mission. Daichi shook his head and said that only he could do it. He placed his hands on Akashi's shoulders and asked him to promise to keep the matter between them and never to tell anyone, especially his brother. He said he could not allow Naruto to be involved, even though Naruto had just returned from training. For now, Daichi asked Akashi to pretend nothing had happened and to call him Daichi. Akashi's face saddened, but he nodded and promised to keep the secret. He pleaded with Daichi to be careful. He did not want to hear anything terrible about him again. Daichi thanked him and embraced him once more, telling him how long he had wanted a hug. Akashi admitted he had wanted a hug too when they had returned home. They let go, and Akashi prepared to leave. Before he disappeared from view, Daichi smiled and welcomed the two of them home. Akashi returned the smile and then was gone. After Akashi left, Daichi's smile faded. He sighed heavily and fell back against the rail, pressing a hand to his face. Things were only getting more difficult now that Akashi knew. It would complicate future missions with him, but Daichi had to focus on the events ahead. A sudden yawn reminded him he needed sleep. He had not had a proper rest since arriving. He wondered where he would sleep. Akashi's clone vanished and he felt overwhelmed. He knew something had been wrong with Daichi, and now it made sense. Daichi really was Yuki. It was hard to believe he had been hiding his identity for so long because of a classified mission. Akashi still did not understand why the mission required such secrecy or what it entailed, and the unease in his chest would not ease. A concerned voice snapped him back to the present. Naruto said something asking what was wrong, noting that Akashi had not finished his bowl of ramen and had been staring at it. Tucci leaned over the counter with a worried look and asked if he had made a bad batch. Akashi forced a nervous smile and waved them off, assuring them that the ramen had been very good. Tucci nodded and explained that he was just a bit full and could not finish his bowl. Naruto looked uncertain whether the narrator was telling the truth, but he shrugged. Naruto remarked that it had been so long since they had eaten there, and the meal brought back a wave of nostalgia. The taste had not changed since they left. The narrator agreed that they could not go wrong with the food. Naruni looked down at his finished bowl with a sad expression and said it would be nice if their older brother were there eating with them. He imagined Big Bro standing at the main entrance with a smile welcoming them home and wondered how long the mission would take, hoping he was all right. The narrator felt a pang of guilt for not being able to tell Naruni about what was happening with Yukine. The narrator had promised a woman who had visited before they left the village to keep it a secret from Yukine until the right time. The narrator patted Naruni's shoulder and reassured him that their brother would be okay and that when he returned they would give him a warm welcome party, just the two of them. Naruni brightened and grinned in response. The narrator worried quietly that whatever Yukine was doing would not be a simple matter. The promise weighed on the narrator's mind, and the unanswered question remained: when to tell him? The narrator found a place to sleep at the one spot that always cleared the head and offered the best view, the Hokage monument. Rather than bother the Hokage, who already had a pile of work, the narrator preferred sleeping outside and had grown used to camping in a tent. The monument was the perfect place to reflect on life and revisit the events of the previous day. The most striking moment had been Akashi discovering the narrator's true identity. The narrator suspected being too close to him had made Akashi suspicious. Despite the complications, the narrator did not regret the reunion with Akashi and Naruto, though keeping distance now seemed wise. At 6 in the morning the sun was lifting from the horizon. The narrator sat on the edge of Minato's head on the Hokage monument, sipping coffee brewed that morning. It had been a long time since making coffee personally. During the years undercover the narrator had relied on whatever could be found in town, and none of it had matched what the narrator once enjoyed. One past encounter came to mind. Toby had once made coffee that tasted terrible and left a strange aftertaste. The narrator waited for Jiraiya, who had arranged to meet on the monument that morning. But waiting, the narrator wished the old MP3 player still worked, but it had broken years ago. The desire for music lingered until the narrator remembered a sealed scroll in the backpack. Opening the seal revealed a guitar that had been received on a mission with Itachi. The narrator had not found time to play it since. Back when the narrator was an orphan, guitar playing had been a comfort. Only one song still came naturally. Sitting back down on the monument's edge with the guitar on the lap, the narrator revisited the chords, took a deep breath, and let the hands move, closing the eyes as the melody flowed. Yukine gasped, eyes widening and sparkling as he asked what was happening. The guardians had chuckled and asked him if he wanted them to be his mom and dad. He went speechless, trembling as tears streamed down his face while they smiled at him. One of them said that every child deserved to have parents, and the words overwhelmed him. The flashback ended for Yukine. His mother was tearing up as she said that he had become their son. He could not hold back his crying any longer. The realization that he truly had a mom and dad struck him hard. His mother gently laughed and told him there was no need to cry. He wiped his tears and looked at them, then lowered his gaze and apologized, explaining that he had not been able to save them that day. He blamed himself for leaving Naruto alone and for everything he had failed to do. He knelt and bowed his head, asking for forgiveness and saying he deserved to face the consequences. Both parents exchanged a calm smile, placed their hands on his shoulders, and reassured him. His father explained that they did not hate him for what he could not do. His mother insisted that there was no need to say anything else because parents must protect their children, and that was what they had done. She stroked his cheek and they embraced him. He hugged them back as they stood together for a moment. A bright aura enveloped his body and he began to fade, as if being pulled toward another place. Minato explained that he seemed to be returning to life. Yukine reached toward them, desperate to say more, but his mother told him not to worry because they already knew how he felt. They smiled, placed their hands on his shoulders, and closed their eyes to give him a final, unforgettable moment. Together they told him goodbye and that they loved him. He tried to reach them but his body was gone and everything went black. He never got the chance to say everything he wanted. Later, in the ninja world, Yukine awoke feeling oddly comfortable, as if a gentle hand rested on his chest. He opened his eyes to see a girl with light pink hair standing by the window. For a moment he thought she might be Sakura, but her hairstyle was slightly different. He realized he was in a hospital and wondered how he had ended up there. He called out weakly, and the girl noted that he was awake. He struggled to move, feeling weak, and asked who she was. She warned him not to move because he had a serious wound on his stomach. He asked how he had come to be there. The girl replied that his best friend had brought him back to life and guessed his name as Takashi. He demanded to know how she knew that and who she really was. As she began to turn away, he grabbed her wrist, his body trembling with a surge of anger, and insisted that she tell him who she was and why she had brought him back. He closed his eyes and let the song carry him. He sang about wishing for a life and picturing the other person happy. He recalled walking in the weeds with a hand running through the moss, of being lost in thought while the other lived fully beside him. He sang that the other had taken him along, that he longed to slow the days and find faith, that he would save the other's place and keep them from suffering so they could remain together. He admitted that it hurt to think one day time would run out, that he wrote another life in apology for his tears because he loved them, that losing sight had led the other to sing to him of the beauty they had seen. He sang of building a world where nothing could take them, and of the other's plea not to waste the time left by worrying but to laugh. He finished by apologizing again for crying, expressing that he only wanted the other's happiness, and with that he said goodbye, grateful just to have known them. He and the other had wished each other well. After a long, silent moment following the final chord, he opened his eyes and felt as if a weight had lifted. He was born anew. He compared himself to Naruto singing long ago and reflected that he was no great singer, but he did enjoy it. Jiraiya appeared beside him wearing a smile and noted that it had been a very long time since he had heard him play guitar. He added with amusement that he had never heard him sing like that before. The man set the guitar across his lap and explained that it had been years since he had held one, and he was surprised he still remembered how to play. He admitted that he usually got stage fright and did not sing in public, but in that moment he had felt compelled to sing just for the hell of it. Jiraiya chuckled and said he was not half bad at singing, though he could use some work on his pitch. The man raised an eyebrow and challenged Jiraiya to sing a song himself. Jiraiya joked that if he were to sing, it would be for a young lady nearby, teasing that no one alive would witness his so-called magnificent voice. The man smiled and laughed softly and said it was a shame. They fell quiet and listened to the gentle wind. He looked back at his guitar and brought up a memory. He had once caught Naruto singing when Naruto was a child, and it had surprised him that Naruto had strong vocals. Jiraiya found that an unusual talent for Naruto. He reflected that it had been odd but touching, and he had wanted to teach Naruto to play the guitar before a certain event had occurred. He hoped he might still see Naruto play someday. Jiraiya watched the guitar and told him it was not too late to teach Naruto. One day he could do it. The man agreed that now was not the time, put the guitar back into its case, and stood. He then asked Jiraiya what information he had on the Akatsuki. Somewhere in Konoha, two men sat on a park bench watching twin boys tossing a rubber ball. Raiden commented that seeing the twins reminded him of Naruto and their father and wondered whether Yukine knew about the pair. Kitsune nodded and said he believed Yukine did, but he was not certain. Raiden stood and gripped the fence, saying that ever since Yukine had gone missing he had not been present when she gave birth. Kitsune sighed while watching the twins and admitted he felt the circumstances of Yukine's disappearance did not add up. He resolved to get to the bottom of it and to find out why Yukine or anyone else had not told them what had happened, noting they had heard no word from him since that day. Raiden met Kitsune's serious gaze and agreed that he also wanted answers. The question was where to start and whom to speak with. Kitsune thought for a moment before saying he knew a place to find information about Yukine's case, but it was the most heavily secured building in Konoha. They both looked toward the Hokage building near the park, exchanged determined nods, and began to make plans. A rubber ball suddenly bounced against the man's feet on the bench. The twins ran over, calling for Uncle Raiden and Uncle Kitsune to come play. Raiden and Kitsune smiled. Raiden walked to stand beside Kitsune and suggested they could take care of the more serious matters tomorrow and enjoy playing with the boys for now. Kitsune agreed, chuckling, and the twins cheered. The four of them played ball together.